let me sit up straight and everything. So your question was, how does my African parents feel about this? So, how does your European...
I knew you were going to answer with the fucking question, you dumbass. You said you were going to give a straight answer. Why don't you get the straight answer? You just lied. You said you were going to give a straight answer, but you answered with an answer or question.
That's like you built America when it was already built. What do you
mean it was already built, dumbass?
What's the difference?
The Native Americans didn't build it. The fuck are you talking about? They came here. There's no roads.
Made you, the fallen angels. What's the difference?
Amazing.
Man, fuck this. I can't do this. Nothing. I'm tired.
Look, it's not when they're playing with me.
Fuck you, Dad. Why do you let them lie to you? Like, why don't you go?
I taught myself that.
No.
I taught myself that.
And a lot of times we've been taught lies.
Then we were slaves when y'all wanted us to forgive y'all. Y'all gave us Christianity. So now I'm going through the Bible.
So Della, you're from the line of Ham.
Ain't that what the Bible said?
Yeah, black people are from the line of Ham.
Not even African Americans.
So where are their kids? Where are their kids? Where are their kids?
Sometimes she says top lies.
Yeah, you are weird.
There's only one race colonizing the whole world and solving problems for the whole world. You guys are the kids of the fallen angels. It only makes sense. Because guess what? The fallen angels got sent down from heaven for it. Because they wanted to be like God. They wanted to be in God's eye. They wanted to run heaven.
Let me tell you something.
What does the
we were taught growing up in the 70s and 80s. What's this, Della?
This is green gold, a special type of jade stone that's extremely difficult to find in the mountains of China. It's not easy to discover, but once found, craftsmen carve it into stunning tables that showcase its original unmatched known as the Witch's stone. Its deep natural and symbolizes the prosperity and vitality of Chinese culture. It wasn't just furniture, it's a statement of luxury, tradition, and the timeless beauty of nature shaped by human hands. This is green gold, a special type.
You don't know shit from sugar. You don't know the ass from a hole in the ground. You still got shitty ass.
Like literally. I never said nothing about your ass. I never said nothing to disrespect you, but I'm giving you real facts here.
Over 700 of our
I'm giving you real facts here though. You guys enslaved us, gave us Christianity, so I'm using the Bible. The fallen angels were felt, they were dropped down here because they wanted to be like God. And when they dropped down, they started having sex with the humans that were already here. So where are their children of those fallen angels? Where are the children? It has to be the Europeans, because what did the Europeans come here to do? To be the leader, to be like God, to run everything, and to do everything. So you guys are the children of the fallen angels. So it's like, more than this is physical, this is spiritual. And you guys, it's like something in Nigeria, it's a saying. It says, when your time comes later, you must cry your cry.
So it wasn't white people that...
But at the end of the day, there is an afterlife.
It wasn't white people
there
that
is an
brought
afterlife.
Christianity to the continent of Africa. It was already expanded prior to that. It was actually occurring under the Roman Empire. And unless you're going to count them as it was occurring in the Middle East and frankly, in northern Africa, it was already gaining footholds in it prior to white men going through. And as far as your enslaved part about who built the entire White House, that's partially true. Yes, enslaved labor poured the stones and helped shape some of the stones and actually worked as some alongside stonemasons that were primarily of Scottish and Irish shape. And a lot of the labor that was used was a mixture of free labor around the colonies at that time, or around the individual states, particularly Virginia and Maryland, as well as other communities that were imported. In the original context where the White House was actually to import masons from Europe, even though that failed, they brought a bunch over and they incorporated that with slave labor. So there was a mixture.
Yeah, so I hear you, but I'm way past that. I'm talking
as far
about
as the
Jesus.
fallen angels say from your sky daddy,
Before all of this, you guys are the children of the fallen angels.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. But I don't care what sky daddy you believe in. But the whole aspect of Christianity being
And Catholic, you're saying that is good, but before you
Nobody called you nobody called you those
Okay, if you didn't call me that, it's in the comments, so I don't have to lie about it.
Mandela, you're lost. This is not the dark side.
So first of all, I'm going to agree with you that you probably shouldn't be online. You shouldn't be in a big room. You shouldn't be in a big room to discuss race. You just literally sat there and said all black people are fallen angels and they're demons.
This is not racism, this is my message.
Here's what others are doing today.
Congratulations. Okay, guys, Monica, don't start shit in my room.
Hello.
Again, when we look at this, we look at a whole bunch of white people, fallen angel, and then you
And
want
I
to
got
cry.
called a nigga when I first
So
came.
then, guess what? You're even then. So stop bitching about it.
Okay, I'm not bitching, you're bitching because I called
I'm
you
not. I'm not.
a children of a fallen angel. That's what you are.
Really?
No,
I thought it was a pagan.
it's not
So
a bad
if the
thing.
fallen
It's a
angels
good
got
thing.
sent down to earth to start having sex
You
with
know
you
what?
as
I
well,
could be a
they're
fallen
children.
angel. I could be a Viking fucking overlord.
What I can tell you, I would take it this way. I would tell you what
If you
that
guys
white man is a
if
fallen angel.
I was in the sun,
I would say this. Hey, hold on a second. Just for 1 second. Just
I
1
would
second.
die. Why is that? Because you have an evil
Would
side
you
in your
listen for a second?
of the fallen angel.
I would say if Brad is a fallen angel and guess what?
riding a motorized bicycle.
Brad is gonna be a motherfucker I'll have on the team to slay all you stupid ass bunny bitches all day.
I've been doing that for a long time, man. Ain't nobody got me up.
Okay, I just have a watch on you right now. You can't ride anything with a motor unless you have a license. Okay, now you good with that?
You still the fallen angel. You still the children of the fallen angel. Thank you.
Your name after a beer, ma'am. I don't know if we should take you for like.
You can't
Actually, I'm named after a wine. Thank you.
because I'm not going to open this door with you saying I'm not going to Calm down for a second, okay? I need you to just chill for a second. Just chill. You're right. That's true.
You good free Google is free. Go ahead, check. Google is free.
After riding a motorized bicycle.
Where did I find that?
Open the door. Search warrant. Open the door.
I'm probably the only one out of this group who is not.
Open the door, or you're gonna break your door. Shut up.
I'm the only one out of this group who is not. Please just go. Say what you need to say. Because for you to say I can't afford something, you don't do it. And no, I'm not a fucking alcoholic. I don't like
Hold on, I'm just curious. So you said you're not suffering from inflation. Which
I live in Wisconsin.
that's where I live.
Okay, so let's hope we don't make it this bitch.
Promise me you're gonna get this.
Yeah, I really hope I'm not. Because I remember when you said I'm gonna found that out.
I don't have any symptoms, so I'm probably not gonna run into you.
Oh yeah, I don't get it either, sir.
I'm just curious.
The loss to the company was estimated at $2 million.
I own my
much of the stolen money funding a lavish lifestyle. Search of the suspect's phone revealed Google searches including how much time do you get for money laundering? How much time do you get for fraud? How much time do you get for asset misappropriation? Class 1 felony Illinois sentence. What makes a person not get a bond in Illinois? How to prove you did not misappropriate funds.
Hey guys, Dr. King.
I text back with
Shut up! I want to talk to you.
Please open the door!
people like you.
Open the door! I have a search warrant. Open the door!
And who took away from the
Yes.
black people and everything that we built.
Open the door!
And don't give us our
Hey guys,
credit.
Dr. King and
I
That's
go
what
to
the
white
black
school.
people
In the suburbs. Okay, I'm one of those white people who knows what are you going to do?
Because I may advertise it.
What am I going to do about it?
But the black people don't look like me. Y'all have a black governor,
What is it doing? It's changing the world.
predominantly black school board, black officers.
Who's on the way? Africa to America. You get on the story.
And I'm just like, I look at your Instagram and like, you're fucking disgusting. Like,
You need to get on the story.
and I'm curious, why would you go to Scottsdale as opposed to, I don't know, Atlanta? Do you know, like, what do you think people in Scottsdale do when they see some fat, nasty fucking,
And they see me and they sit next to me and my age that I am and how I got it so figured it out. Like,
you know
Meet
what,
S-Dog and
you know
Kitover.
what women look
They
like
both
here.
run
You
with the
really
gang in
think
their
you need to
hometown.
compete with them?
S-Dog
Seriously,
says you
just
need a
like
gun
fucking
so
hood
that the
rat?
others know
it's
who's
always
boss.
a me versus me
S-Dog
thing.
is
Every
13
day I
years
try to
old.
be better than
Kitover
her.
has been carrying a gun since she was 10. So she got to bust them before they bust you.
I'm out. I'm done.
Sorry, that's what white people do, sir.
Meet S-Dog. If your freezer isn't stocked,
I mean, no offense. These women in Scottsdale, when do you see attractive white men ever with someone that looks like you?
Actually,
I grew up here.
because it's like, are you even an attractive white man?
Where it come from?
But
I'm telling you what I see all over Scottsdale. I live here. No, I mean, I'm just saying, no, you see, you know, a lot of people have money in New York. A lot of people, homes are having a lot of attractive people here in Scottsdale. Randy, I've never seen some white stud with someone who looks like you. You actually look like a goddamn asshole. I'm not even saying that just to clown on you. You look like a fucking escort. Literally.
we're black on black on black. We're black on black on black.
What black people? There's barely any black people in Scottsdale. What the fuck are you talking about? And the black people here, a good chunk of them are retired professional athletes and shit. Like, they don't fuck with bitches like you.
You only 23 years old.
Right out front, she's
You said that you not broke, that you are broken 23.
Now, that was about the
It's
dumbest thing you could have done.
Why? I heard why women got GPL
Going to jail for sock?
to the back of their ass and lip fillers.
Ever wonder what's really behind your break?
I'm not right. Hold on, I'm not trying to because you don't know how to shut your fucking mouth.
Keep your hand out of the bag.
23 years old when we were in
Just a phone down and give
So
me an
what
idea.
I don't get is, okay, here in Scottsdale,
An
okay,
ID.
first of all, your accent will throw everybody off
Ma'am,
too.
I'll
You
place you
literally
under
sound
arrest.
like you probably would have the education of a stripper or an escort. Not that I mean,
Was there actually?
Let's get this
so
right.
actually,
Here in Harris
no,
County,
but I mean serious, but
in
like looking
22
at you,
young verbally
I'm gonna be serious. I don't go to the establishments that generally are not in Scottsdale where the black community likes to hang out in nightclubs mainly because they're not.
I don't even go to nightclubs, sir.
Yeah, amazing.
Not in my club.
Why do you dress the way you're dressed on your Instagram? That's what I want to know.
How I dress, sir.
in
You
Nebraska,
dress like a
and you
whore.
had an
Okay,
evading
what
a
are
motor
you,
vehicle
a gay
in
guy?
Montgomery
What's
County.
the difference?
No,
So you
yeah, I'm not.
You thought that's why you stuttered.
Any said they're self-respecting women that don't dress like a whore. And no, some of the most beautiful women, they don't have the need to dress like a fucking whore. Like that's just reality.
So how long have you been in Houston?
But you literally look like you're a fucking
How long have you
escort.
lived in Houston?
Yeah, it's her escort. But the only thing about me, I'm not doing
You're
that.
totally wrong. I would take that shit. You got that mark.
Who am I blaspheming?
Is that correct?
Because you're taking it up your ass.
And you had a leg marker on you. You went and pulled it over. Is that correct? Did you attempt to flee from at that time?
Okay, so what is the redeeming value of saying the same shit over and over and over? Agree to disagree. Move the fuck on.
The case is not you. And you want some attention.
Don't have any clothes. And I don't have anything.
We called the Department of Children and Families to see what they have on their account. Incorporated has been registered by King Adams Rent, even providing for furniture. Adams says it isn't enough.
Somebody needs to pay.
She's making all kinds of bizarre claims, and she's having a lot of disrespectful things to say, which is
Would you
fine.
describe Baltimore as a safe city?
Well,
if she did, then she probably wouldn't have asked what's going on here.
What's your definition of safe? I'm asking you, is Baltimore a safe city? Is it the kind of city that you would want to raise a family and maybe go jogging in without having to be worried about being murdered or raped?
She might be
I grew up in Baltimore. My family is in Baltimore. My mother still lives in the same house in West Baltimore. Is it a safe city? West York. So the answer is definitely yes. Baltimore is a safe city. Most cities. Okay, do you know what the homicide rate is in Baltimore?
Lives in Scottsdale, and I'm the one who's saying that.
Exactly no.
First of all,
It's about 35 per 100,000. Do you know what the homicide rate is in the rest of the United States?
You need to shut up so you can actually hear
I
my
can tell you that
question.
the homicide rate in Baltimore is about 5 times the national average.
Bitch.
Do you know how Baltimore's robbery
Why did
rate
you move to Scottsdale? I'm just curious why you
compares to the rest of the
I
United
think it's a
States?
really weird move for someone like
At
you.
the moment, no,
It's a very weird
it's
move
about
for someone like you.
8.4
I
times
can
the national
understand Houston,
average.
Texas.
Do you know how Baltimore's assault rate compares to
places
the
where
national
you
average?
maybe fit in with some of the
About
population,
3.4
but you don't
times.
fit in here. Washington, D.C.
I don't know if
My parents are federal employees, and my dad is land that was inhabited by Native Americans than a European.
Listen, sir.
Well, no, I mean, really, do you think that when they encountered the Buffalo soldiers, the Apaches didn't want to scalp the black soldiers any less than the white soldiers? Like, what do you mean?
Losing a child is an
Yeah, okay. So, I've never heard anyone get shot. Amazing. Yeah, this dumb bitch is not shut up. You know, JD had this room earlier. JD had this room earlier, and it was like, it was mainly black women getting arrested, and they were just acting very juvenile. And by the way, those things I noticed in all of those clips, there's obviously outcomes stuff going on, like custody.
I don't hate you. It's just I don't know you. I don't want you to commit a crime. I don't want you to
Hold on. They had population, it's don't work out very well.
If you're looking,
Anyways,
Parasitic Jews, the country is upstate New York, Catskills Mountains. To this day, many go to summer bungalow colonies, which are these gated clusters of bungalows or houses with a communal pool, synagogue, maybe canteens, playground on site. The fact that city families are so large means there's never a dearth of complete.
Everybody brings up fucking Palestine war. Palestine, down the same niggas that was against Trump.
I don't want to come back to it.
You don't know about fucking Palestine. You don't give a fuck about it.
Can you tell me, like, what fields you work in?
You are an absolute failure. You are a disgrace. Close the door. Back it up. Scientologists care.
Do you know how to get so I
You are an absolute failure. You are a disgrace. Close the door. Back it up.
Police in Richmond Heights, Ohio, captured a moment three women to work on a cop cruiser and using a facial recognition platform, they identified them. Take a look at this. So,
just think about it. Any presentable
police
person, even
this restaurant needs your help finding this man.
You got the vaccination?
Where did you get that Gucci mom?
Are you okay? I mean,
What kind of land is he associated with?
So for you to feel so much way about it, why don't you actually
Okay, so I don't know. Like, so there's like black women. Okay, so I talked to NY before. She's in the audience. She doesn't really feel like that. This definitely doesn't. You know, it's just like, but you come off like super hood rat and like uneducated.
Chairman, I'm going to be honest. I find the testimony today both disgusting, dishonest, and gaslighting. As they pointed out here, we've heard that we unequivocally denounce anti-Semitism, unwavering support for our Jewish students. We have a zero tolerance. Keep going.
It's gonna straight up somebody.
What's the point of doing that?
At this point, you're an asshole right now.
What's the point of tagging? I'm just asking. No, I wanted to know because they're over the street. No, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to ask. I'm here to ask. What's the point of it?
Not only that, be about a couple years.
Shout out to one of the earliest female mayors on this side. Shout out to
She can be an asshole at times.
Fuck yourself, King. I'm just wondering where this young lady, what kind of drug she's on.
So we just welcome East Stanley back from Atlanta, Georgia. Christina.
okay, so I'm thinking the buses are closed at 5:30
Seriously, try to knock on your arm.
Enjoy your stay.
I'm ready to go home.
We're going to be here for a while. And just, why you try to throw it in one of our residents. And we can't have that. Well, that's a matter for the judge, but...
what do you do? Executive business. You just don't get the fuck out.
Covering his face nearly completely with a mask.
Alright, this young bitch is going to the audience.
Right? Call it a disturbance here. We're not going to tolerate it.
I was going to do some hand sanitizer.
All right, Mr. Sergeant. All right. Your first name?
Don't mention my name. That's what makes it nasty. It's nasty. That's so nasty. You don't know that. If you don't understand, I don't know. I don't have to tell people my name. It's so nasty.
Here's a problem.
Apaches and other groups. And
You as a Jew, how do you feel about potentially having a
first Muslim mayor here in New York City.
Mostly translated to like river people, but they had to constantly move back and forth between Mexico and Arizona because the Apaches were always raiding them and killing them.
Because they would have to jump over to the Rangers, say shit. We mainly hunted down and they say they look like you and I. They don't look like American. That's how Buffalo soldiers got started. Because of wool on the buffalo. Don't listen to this bullshit. And we fucked up our own people as natives. We was killing them motherfuckers. We fucked up some Mexicans. Fucked y'all up.
To be fair, not all Native Americans are like. I think it's strange when people. Some of these tribes, I can understand like why you'd be proud to be Apache, but they're like. No other group. They literally massacred other Native Americans. Like there's that. I think it was like San Clemente Island off of the coast of California. I believe that's the island. There's a literal genocide where a bunch of what the fuck do you call them? The people along the Aleut, from the Aleutian Islands, they went by boat or canoe, whatever the fuck they had, a bunch of them, and they went to the island all the way down to Southern California, and they got into an argument because like the local natives there were saying, dude, you guys are like killing all of our seals, like stop. And then they ended up bludgeoning all of the men to death.
And if you know anything about the Iroquois, the Senecas and Ottawas and Chips, and we teamed up with them, we got our asses whooped by Dakotas and Lakotas. We got our asses whooped. We had to take our ass back to the goddamn Ohio plains when we got fucked up.
Can you stop
They only had like 1,000 people.
you at all?
Say again?
Stop saying we. We're not claiming you.
I'm a sage. We got our ass whooped.
Take my people with me. Together we are always to far across the river.
Trust me, you don't want me to get to say that. I was in your feelings, dog. I'm trying to fuck you. No, I don't even want you around my grandchildren. You're 23. I don't want you around anything with you.
What's for what?
I'm not in the woods. I'm in front of Notre Dame Church in Montreal.
Oh, it was
more money, and then that's where the apprentice came in. So the dude is like a dirt bag on top of a dirt.
Let me add.
He just keeps getting away with it.
Let me add one more thing that is usually not connected because nobody talks about it, but I actually knew this guy. So the guy that used to approve Trump's loans at Deutsche Bank, again, the only bank that would approve, died in Malibu in 2019 by, suicide. So
Scotty, you're dropping too many bombs on me, man.
I'm just saying.
Ribs are hurting.
Look, I'm just saying. It's like I don't know what's going on here, but there's too many weird coincidences here. He was 55. I'll post a link to the article, by the way.
They're not weird, nigga.
No, you guys might photos through the link. My bad, Swallow, please.
No, go on. You guys go, I'll go.
Well, I was thinking. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was literally about to say, no, just go ahead, but yeah, you definitely.
No, I was kind of thinking, just throwing, when you think about all these scenarios and stuff that happen, the reason I said that J.D. Vance against Donald Trump Jr. for a bit at the White House is because I just imagine a mirroring of Donald Trump against Elon. And so I could see the, we're going to, the vengeance
he got his education by both Elon. They paid for his education. The PayPal founders paid for his education, which is Elon and Peter Thiel. And naturally, I think Donald Trump Jr. would, the revenge of the Trump family thing. That's why I said Donald Trump against Elon specifically investment.
Oh, and just let me add one more Deutsche Bank executive suicide to the chat. Thank you. That's two.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like, these things happen, and, we just go about our business like nothing to see here. Remember, like, when there were, like, three Silicon Valley, like, CEOs that just went off planet in maybe, like, the span of, like, a 2-week or a month period? Y'all remember that? It wasn't that long, but maybe, like, a year or two ago.
I mean, I only remember the best young guy, but...
And I remember the guy was killed. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, there were like 2 or 3 or whatever that literally that died in it was a very short amount of time that it happened. But I won't be telling us because I have to go back because nobody remembers it. I'll definitely get off of it. All I was gonna say to what you were saying about that slow is that I do agree that they do sort of put people up that they want to come up, but when I look at just our presidents that we've had, there seems like you have to have some type of a likability factor and a personality, and I don't feel like that those people that you mentioned have the it factor that would allow them to be put in. I just don't think that. And again, it's like it's a point we just going or disagree on. I just think that there's a popularity factor. There's something to that. It's something you could be inspired to get there.
No, I agree with that. But how easy is that to do? That's just some more marketing, right? It's just propagandizing the American people. That's easy to overcome, right? Yeah, they may not have a natural one, but a natural likability factor for somebody like you all that think more deeply about these topics. But we know that the base doesn't think so deeply about these topics, and he can switch his ideals about Trump being a dog to not being a dog, and they accept him, or just all of it, because they don't think so deeply about it. They don't analyze it, and you just need a little bit of marketing. And but I agree with you. He's Trump. Tucker's likable. I agree with all of that for sure.
Matt doesn't really like Shady. Remember when he originally was called out to be the vice president? They didn't really like him. You had people that came in the room that was like, oh, I can't believe he chose this piece of shit.
$249 million will get you whatever you want. And Elon wanted him.
But it was a Trump choice, and people still love Trump, right? So that's still the cult.
He likes people that make him look better. He don't care about whoever's around. People that are disposable, expendable. It's the same kind of politic game but amplified.
Patty Vance also had that book out that was popular that made it into a movie, or I don't know if it was a movie or series.
Hillbillyology.
Yeah, but who was that popular with?
Actually, liberals.
Right, it wasn't popular with the conservatives. That was
definitely wasn't popular with the people he wrote about.
Right.
No.
Right, and he was on literal talking points. Literally was a never Trumper. He called Trump America's Hitler. That's something pretty bold to say. When you got a camera in your face, you're JD Vance. I just feel him and his brown wife and his brown kids. I just don't see that. And again, the hill I'm gonna die on, and I'm gonna keep getting heat, and I just have to wait it out to see.
Lord, he kicked himself out the room.
Okay, I got it selected. I want to play for you guys.
What the hell? I have a clip that I want to play for you guys. Here, everybody. I'm finally home. Welcome to the fourth.
I swiped myself out. Yeah, did I get on my Gavin Newsom before I got out the room?
You did not. We didn't get anything about Gavin Newsom before you left. Where I go.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
Go ahead, Michael, because I have a clip there that I'm playing. Can y'all actually hear me? Because if not,
I hear you.
Yeah, you're good, Lisa.
Go ahead, Mike. Do your thing while I get my clip together.
All I was gonna say is the hill that I'm gonna die on, and my whole thing is like the popular, like what, just moving the people, like Donald Trump moved the people, and Obama moved the people. The people just Gavin Newsom is my presumptive favorite. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying I'm gonna get heat for it until we get to 2028. I'm just gonna ride with that, but I do think it's gonna be Gavin Newsom. If you watch how he's moving, if you look at how he looks, how he presents himself, how he's going against Trump, I just think that because we're in an area where people, it's idiocracy now, like people are dumb in the way that they're moving in this world and the decisions, I think he's the perfect candidate for where we're in the country right now.
I agree with that, Michael.
Me too. Wait, who's the perfect candidate for where we are right now?
Gavin Newsom.
I said that, but y'all was hating. Talk about this, that, and the third, and he's too left.
Oh, Lisa, that was because you were all about the looks. Why nobody listening to you Google over him?
Oh, listen to y'all. So now y'all want to get on board, though.
Yeah.
Now y'all want to get on board, though. But you need all of that, Sloan. To go against what we're going, we got to, as usual, the Dems got to be more, better, best. I mean, come on now. We got to really put up somebody.
Is the key.
I keep recommending he's a great follow on Instagram because he literally, even his team, like he's going at Donald Trump.
Well, I'll see
It's
what
time
we
to
find
take
right
the
now.
gloves off. Sorry, so say real quick. 1 sec, water, please. It's just like to Michael's point. It's like time the Dems take the gloves off, and I think Newsom showed some teeth when he stood up to Trump and actually had him cleared. Give his state the National Guard power that the governor should have to begin with.
Obama don't time.
Yesterday to get their shit together and quit being so.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, I'm gonna play
Being so
that.
silly.
I'm gonna play the Obama
They're
clip. Have
tough
we
enough.
not played it in the room yet? Y'all? Okay, we're gonna do the Obama clip, but first I want you guys to listen to your fearless leader. I'm sorry I have to do. Oh my God, it's killing me. I'm sorry I have to do this to you guys, but we're gonna listen to Goofball, and it's not that long, and we're gonna stop, of course, in between. It's not that long, but he says so. You just listen. I ain't gotta explain nothing. All I'm gonna do is press play. And then you guys check this out, and then we're going to talk about Obama, because you black men got insulted big time the last time Obama had anything to say about anything, when he was saying, y'all need to get out there. You black men need to get out there and vote for Kamala. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what he said, and y'all got highly offended.
Don't be lying on Obama. Don't be lying on Obama.
I'm not lying on Obama. I'm telling him, I'm saying that the black men got highly offended the last time he said anything about anything. So,
What black men, what caliber of black men? Was it incels? Because I don't remember a lot like that. A lot of black men were getting.
What's his face? DJ Fridays.
Incel? Yeah, thank you, just incel.
That was such a dumb ass argument.
That's a different tribe.
Yeah. Who would get mad at somebody trying to encourage you to vote and giving you the importance and the urgency? Why would you get mad? It's just dumb and dumber. You know what I'm saying? And just crazy talk. So
my recollection too was it was some black women that were upset too. The MAGA kind.
And I believe that's what he was asking everybody to do, was support black women. He was asking black men to support black women. I think he was getting in people's stuff about that. I can't completely remember. I believe that's when he was talking about
black women have stood side by. He said black women have stood on the side of black men. It's time for black men.
Still is. There's time for us maybe to move around. No, okay.
And it happened in Pittsburgh. He was also talking. He did have a section where he was talking about black men, but he was also talking to all men. And it's just because of the clip and how people got upset, that kind of got skipped over. But he was addressing all men as well.
Please tell. Were we talking about Newsom still?
No.
Oh, okay.
About Barack Obama.
No, we're not talking about Newsom. Okay, so let me.
Lisa, I wanted to give you a quick breaking news on Newsom. It has been revealed that the California farm that was using the child labor after being exposed by ICE and federal agents yesterday is a $100,000 donor to Gavin Newsom, and they're now
oh my God,
investigation.
Water. Were you here when they were talking about why the kids were on the cannabis farm? Because they went with their parents because they had nowhere to take them for daycare. They had nowhere. So when they, like back in the good old days, y'all don't remember this. You don't remember this, Water. When we were slaves on the plantation, we had to take our kids with us on the field. Some of them on our back, some of them pulling at the hem of our skirt, some of them right next to us. You don't remember that, Water? Or were you all sick that day?
Hold up. You telling me this is $1 trillion industry, right? This ain't cotton, y'all. This is cannabis.
I don't care if it's fucking, what do they call those artichokes?
You don't care for
Don't matter what they were picking.
Artichokes ain't $50
It don't matter what they were picking. These are immigrants. They're here illegally. The kids can't go to school anymore. They're afraid of ICE coming. They're getting permission to go into the schools. So me, yeah, you're right. In this atmosphere, if I had kids and I gotta go make a couple of bucks real quick, unfortunately, I might have to take little Shakita with me because I cannot afford to either stay at home or leave my kids at home. Yeah. And not only are illegal immigrants do it, some other people are doing it because one kid died.
Well, hold up. There ain't not one Shakita. There's a gang of Juanitas. And I'm going to just say it like this.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to fight on those kind of issues. Okay, be silly later.
Well said, Water. Well said.
Let me just say it like this, though. I'm going to keep it a buck, right? Let's keep it to the facts. That owner of that farm, this is where it really gets tangled. Former cop. So you, one, didn't pay your employees enough, and then two, you dropped a dime on them. We're living in a fantasy land if we're going to pretend he didn't go to jail, y'all. He didn't go to jail. Plus, I know you don't care because you are cartel. I don't want to talk to you, but that is what it is.
The owners never go to jail. Like that's, if you notice, none of the business owners get arrested. It's just the workers.
And it was just this farm that got clipped. So how come all the other farms didn't get clipped?
Wait, so you're saying
You want to know where to invest in that?
You say the farm owner called ICE on his own workers?
So that he can get money?
That's very common.
And the dude died. One dude died, fell off the roof.
And Scotty, that's I don't know exactly what happened in this particular case, but a lot of people are saying that it's a way to get, basically to get like the free labor before everything goes down. Is that, you have them working and then you call ICE. It's pretty disgusting, Yeah.
Do we have any proof of this, or what are we doing?
Did he say have prompt? Like that's why I'm confused.
I'm trying to stay focused on one topic at a time, but I can give you the receipts for that. If you look at Glass House Farms, the owner, you'll see his name. I forget his name.
I'm a little confused too because I get the grift of these lowlifes, like trying to squeeze out maybe a couple of days of free work before they pay him and the rate happens, but they're not trying to hire, they still have to have a workforce. They're not looking to hire Americans that are going to ask for more.
And I can see it happening at a construction site where you have, like, from January till November, you're going to have X amount of houses built on this plot of land, and it has to be sold. So you might have them work until September and then get them out of there because you don't fucking need them no more. But with farmland,
that's what I first heard about was on construction sites.
Yeah, but with this farmland and the illegals, what a lot of people don't realize is they bust them to the next point, right? It's like a community of farmers that share these freaking migrant workers.
Right.
So like if it's corn in the fall, then they goes to the cornfields, and then if it's weed in January, then they're in the weed fields. Like they share these people.
Wouldn't this guy be sabotaging himself?
Right, that would be sabotaging his own fucking like.
Yeah, but there's no shortage of workers though. That's the thing. So I would agree with that if there was a shortage of workers. They feel like it's just easy to flip it and get new workers.
This would be different if ICE wasn't a thing. I think it's hard to get people to even show up to the farm.
I'm trying to address Moose's point, because yeah, you would have to pay them more, but that is the whole point. Like, there's tons of money in this industry. If there's not enough money for your employees, it's the same as these food farms. You're either too big, you need to scale down, or you got to transition and start automating if you don't want to pay these workers. But there's so much money in this industry. There's no excuse not to pay anyone a living wage. And enough to give your kids daycare, you know?
Well, yeah, okay, so when they start getting rid of the migrants, which they're doing right now, they will have to do that. That's what's going to have to happen, because there's nobody going to be available to pick in the conditions that are currently set up. No one's going to do it. Now, look, I wouldn't mind doing the cannabis farm. What's his name said it was very labor intensive, but, I have alternate reasons to be out there. If I got to pick something, if I'm regulated to pick something, I'll have my hand up when they say cannabis farm. Because I'll be out there chewing leaves and picking at the same time. I'm not doing that. I'm saying if I had to, they could either that or death. I don't know what to do. So
y'all understand though, that's how the country and the wealth was built. That's how like Great Britain. When you see like Queen Elizabeth back in the day when she was like young, Queen Elizabeth in the Congo, with like people like bringing like diamonds and shit out of mines or whatever. I'm saying you get free labor. That's how you build it. Nobody wants to pay their labor. Like our country was built on that. That's the whole thing about slavery. Like nobody is gonna pay them wages. Nobody's gonna give them. They want free labor. That's why what they're trying to do is like with this idiot that talked about the people on Medicaid, like forcing them to go out and not realizing the people on Medicaid are always working. They want slave labor. That's how people get paid, is like free labor.
that is so true. Okay, so huh? Oh, I just agree. All right, here. Let me do this real quick, y'all, so we can have. He's getting off the plane. That's what he's Passport. Porky's trying to walk in. Damn. It's taking Porky a long time to walk down the steps. What can I do? Hold on.
We're used to it. Sounds like Royals background.
This is Porky walking down the steps of Air Force One. As soon as he gets to the bottom, it's taking him a minute now, okay? Hold on. What is going on? Okay, here.
People in the world. We got everybody there for everybody.
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now is working.
Everybody else, you can imagine, had a really great day and a very productive day. I think we're over now as a country. We're over $15 trillion of investment, and there's never been anything like that. In the history of our country, there has not been anything like it or even close. So, okay, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, you figured out Scandinavian fields today. You know, Scandinavian spray fields today. How many more spray fields? All the veterans
probably 5 or 6. Of the 5 or 6, I'm not sure I really want to do them. You know, you want somebody that knows how to negotiate. But we'll probably have 2 or 3. You know, we insist on opening up the country, which is a big deal. Indonesia was great. He's a great president. We made a terrific deal where they opened up the entire country to trade with the United States. We weren't allowed to go in and trade. I think something similar will happen with, I would say, India, and we have a couple of others. But I have to tell you, for the most part, I'm very happy with the letters. You know, the letters are a deal. You know, I can't explain it any better. The letters are a deal. The press doesn't want to pick that up. But I will hear from those deals on occasion when somebody is willing. Like if Japan would open up their country, they don't do that. They just don't do that. And I don't either. I don't subscribe to it one way or the other. But they won't do that. So we might just stick with the letter. South Korea is inclined to maybe do that. So we'll let you know. But we have letters out. Every time I send out a letter, essentially that's a deal. Mr. President, are you in August 1st? But the date that you gave August 1st, right? Why stick with the date that you're saying that, you know, payments start on August 1st? The only thing that's really sacred about August 1st is that's when payments start. So they have to start paying billions of dollars to you as people. Are you a citizen of the country? All right, good. You'll be very happy because you're going to be getting a lot of money. Just like they found a budget surplus. We have a budget surplus of $25 billion. Everyone said, how did that happen? It hasn't happened in many years. It happened because...
Hey, what is he talking about? First of all, he said the payments are going to start August. No. I'm sorry. Every time he sends a letter to a country, that means it's a deal. And payments are going to start in August. And we all going to have, if you're a citizen, we all going to have a lot of money. You guys understand any of this? This is your president talking right now.
The letter is crazy. The letter is crazy. Like, is he saying that certified? Signature required, I hope.
That's a damn letter.
That counts as a deal.
I feel like I understand. What this is somebody that wants to be like, he wants to be a consequential president. He wants to be Barack Obama. He wants to be something so bad, and he does not know, like it's not in him. He doesn't know how to care about people. He thinks that he's doing this shit like people are going to be happy about what he talks about. I don't know if he's ever taken a public speaking course before. I doubt it. This motherfucker makes so many I statements. Everything is about him, what he's done. He literally, it's interesting because like the economy of like listening to him because he thinks he's doing shit for the American people or people don't love what he's doing, but everything he's talking about is like him and it's like pumping his ego and what he can do. It's ridiculous to listen to. I hate listening to this fucker.
And everyone next to him, you know what they're doing. I don't know who these 2 clowns are standing next to him. I don't recognize them. I don't know them. Well, I do recognize them. I just don't know their names. They're shaking and bobbing their heads like everything he's saying is on point, and they're doing it, you know, with their chest out. I was like, what is he talking about? So
it's a damn shame that Flavor Flav is black. Because Flavor Flav would have been perfect in this guy.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. That's the first segment of this. He's talking, this is breaking news from him coming off of the plane, and he's talking about Russia, tariffs, and Jerome Powell. That's what he's talking about on this clip. It's almost done, but it's just the weirdest shit to listen to President Trump. I just said President Trump. To listen to Trump talk with no kind of, what do you call it, the prompters to help guide him along. So let me finish the rest of this. This is insane. Okay, hold on, y'all.
Management and tariffs. You plan to release more details with Vietnam, China deals. There's going to be a paperwork released to public. I might. I don't think it matters how much you release of the deal. We have a Vietnam deal, and I would say that deal is being pretty well set, very well set. Again,
For anyone with high blood sugar, do not drink cold water. Did you know type 2 diabetes is a completely reversible condition?
again, that's an opening of their country. They've opened it up. Just so you know, these were closed countries. They were wonderful people, wonderful leaders, very strong, smart leaders. But their countries were closed to us, but our country wasn't closed to them. And so I said, you got to open up your country. So we're going to see. But the Vietnam deal, we may open it. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you. Is it necessary? No. Yeah, I don't think so.
Mr. President, Ukraine, why did you settle on giving Putin another 50 days? It seems like he's had a lot of time to
I don't think it's a long time. I think really the question should be asked, why did Biden get us into that ridiculous war? Why did Biden bring us there? That should never, ever have happened, that war. This is Biden's war. I'm just trying to end it because we're saving a lot of lives.
Why do you think his opinion will change in 50 days when it hasn't over the last?
A lot of opinions change very rapidly.
Okay, y'all heard what he just did. And he can't help himself. Biden's war. And I'm just trying to end it.
Can we play a drinking game one night where we just like play one of his speeches and every time that he does Biden we take a shot?
No, every time he said all that,
I'll be drunk.
we'll be hammered.
That's the purpose.
And so now we're going to blame this on Biden when he said that he would stop this in 24 hours. Now we're going back to, this is Biden's war, and I'm just trying to stop it.
I don't think he mentioned while opening the doors of Indonesia that he's actually opening them with a 19% tariff.
Oh, no, he didn't mention that. No,
he probably just conveniently forgot, yeah.
Yeah, this your boy. Okay, we almost done with him, so we can move on, huh?
I think 50 days might be much sooner than 50 days.
To that end, when do you think the first Patriot missiles, some of these weapons that our allies
they're already being shipped.
From what countries?
They're coming in from Germany and then replaced by Germany, and in all cases, the United States gets paid back in full. So what's happening, as you know, is the European Union, if you look, mostly European Union stuff, but let's put it in the form of NATO. It's very similar. But NATO is going to pay us back for everything. In some cases, we're going to be paid back by countries of the European Union directly.
We're starting to see this.
But we're always getting our money back in full. So we're not going to have any more investment to make. We're getting our money back in full. And if we can make a deal, that'd be great. We're saving 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers a week. They're Russian and the Ukrainian soldiers. They're not American soldiers. And we won't have boots on the ground. But it's a shame. 5,000. Last week they say 7,100 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, were killed.
If you guys got Iran, have you seen any progress in talks in Iran? We haven't really heard about that in a while.
Well, they want to talk. I'm in no rush to talk. And they would like to talk. I'm in no rush to talk because we obliterated their site. They'd have to start all over. In fact, it's obliterated to the point that it's not usable anymore. They'd have to pick a different mountain. That mountain is so blown up inside and so unstable that they would have to pick a different mountain. Our people really did the job. Yes, please.
On the fact, Sheriff, would you fire Jerome Powell over the Treasury Foundation?
Well, he spent $2.5 million building this place. I have to say this.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000?
Yeah, wait a minute. He said that there won't be American people there with these missiles. Patty, isn't that counter to what he was saying about the batteries? I thought batteries were like people, like that are going to be operating the Patriot missiles.
Yeah, and he said that. I think he's stupid. He probably thought Duracell batteries.
Right. So I'm thinking he's probably thinking Duracell batteries. But he said that people are going to be there. He said that they're going to be boots on the ground, but they're not going to be us. They're going to be the Germans and the
yeah, but when we played it, he actually said that we're giving them the whole package, and he was like, we're giving them. She said, including the batteries. He said, yes, the batteries, the missiles, the systems, everything.
Dumbass, yeah.
Don't be so bad.
Disarming.
So basically we're like Germany, whatever Germany currently has, he's giving it to Ukraine, and then we're going to give missiles to replace what Germany gave to Ukraine. That's what I heard. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
They're purchasing it. They're purchasing it.
Okay. So.
It's store closing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did hear there was some meeting where they were saying, Europe was saying, yeah, we need to step up, and we're gonna try to give them weapons. And I was like, well, how's that gonna happen? I thought that we already sent a package, but now it's starting to make sense, like how the flow is getting to them, and we getting some change in the process. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of good, but it's
Is it really a win though?
Well, I'm curious to know if Putin's gonna hit on Russia now, because like, are they gonna try to hit us first or Russia first, or are they gonna try to hit Germany first or America first? Because I'm thinking this is a retaliatory situation, right? Like
from World War II.
Who is Russia going to hit? Why Russia would hit Germany? If Russia hits Germany, it's NATO, right?
True.
Right.
That's true.
So I don't think they're going to hit. I don't think they're that stupid.
They're not that stupid, Mom. All right, Mom. I hope not.
I hope they're not. Let's put it that. I don't think that. Yeah.
Okay, y'all want to hear the rest of this, or you want to move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me see if I can. You ready to move on? Let me see if I can push it forward, because I don't know what else he's talking. Hold on for a second.
Let's hear it. I want to hear Obama go off. Loser.
Okay, no, he's just still continuing talking to the end of this thing about Jerome Powell. Unless you guys are interested in that, I'll move on to Obama. What say you?
Obama.
Okay, got it. I got it. I just want to make sure, because that's what he's talking about now. Nobody asked him about the Epstein files. He just got off this plane 3 hours ago. Nobody. I guess they're scared now to ask him, because every time they start talking about it, he throws some type of tantrum. So the press has got it. They got it. If you're gonna go in front of him now, you better not ask about Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can open up.
Also, wag the dog, Lisa. Like now, it's the weapons to Ukraine. It's moving the conversation away from Epstein. The news cycle moves so quickly. It's like
I know, right? Yeah, it's just okay. I got Obama here. News about Barack Obama. Blunt message for Democrats. He gonna say, "Get the." Let me see if I can pull it up here. I don't want to hear her talk. I want Obama to talk. Let's see. I think it's this one. Hold on, guys. News about Barack Obama. It might be the CNN one, because I don't want the commentators to talk. I want you guys to hear Barack Obama say this. Where's that one? Okay, I'm gonna play this one. Hopefully this is gonna be good. Stop whining and tighten up. Yeah, I think it's the 6-minute one. All right, hold on.
He said man up. That's all.
Huh? He said man up?
Yeah, he said man up. Stop being a bitch. Man up. Let's fucking go. That's what he was saying to Democrats.
It's as clear as day. It's clear as daylight. I mean, the message was not lost. Everybody understands. Now the Democrats just need to respond. Shut up or shut up. he continues with this too. I want to hear like once a week, just telling the Democrats, where you at? I don't see nothing.
Former President Barack Obama delivered a dose of tough love to Democrats at a private DNC fundraiser over the weekend. Obama urged Democrats in despair over the state of the country to toughen up and do something. NBC News obtained excerpts of Obama's remarks from the president's team, which read in part this. I think it's going to require a little bit less navel-gazing, a little less whining, and being in fetal positions. It's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Obama went on to say he wasn't surprised by what President Trump has done, but that he has been surprised by Democrats who, quote, stood for all kinds of stuff, who seem like they're kind of cowed and intimidated and shrinking away from just asserting what they believe, or at least what they said they believe. The former president pressed liberals to stop wallowing in disappointment and take action, saying, quote, what's being asked of us is make some effort to stand up for the things that you think are right and be willing to be a little bit uncomfortable in defense of your values. If we do our jobs for the next year and a half, then I think we will rebuild momentum and we will position ourselves to get this country moving in the direction it should.
Some tough love there, Gene Robinson, but there have been examples. For instance, I brought it up on this show. U.S.
did not want them to read it. I wanted Obama to speak. Does anybody have a clip of him saying this?
Can anybody do an impression of him?
Let me see. I'll look for it.
No, but it sounds like it was a private event, so there's not probably going to be, there.
I could do an impression. That's about it. Yeah.
Is this company?
Yes, I seen you got.
When he give his speech, Lisa. Yes, in your latest ad, when did he give his speech? What did you say? When did he give the speech? Was it Friday? Okay. Former President Barack Obama issued a call to action for Democrats at a private fundraiser in New Jersey on Friday. Okay. Yeah, Friday. Yeah. Let me see here. Here's something. Hold on. Let me see.
Talking about getting out of the fetal position. Is that how you would describe the state of the Democratic Party right now?
I think people are trying to grapple with the unraveling of what we have assumed for a very long time was a nation impervious to the type of autocracy and authoritarian regime that we see unfolding in front of us. But I think the response is in line with President Obama, which is that we've got to take action. We can't simply react. We have to lead. And that means not just those who are elected officials or those who are party officials. It's anyone who shares our values, anyone who believes in fairness and opportunity, who believes in dignity and in justice. We are the ones who have to take leadership and ownership of this moment. We've got to show that democracy can deliver. That doesn't just mean those who are in elected office. It means anyone who sees a neighbor in need. We lead with our values, so we show up and we help. And yes, that's our job in this moment. What they want us to do with their attempt to freeze our sense of capacity, they want us to just curl into the fetal position. But what we've got to remember is that before we had money, before we had power, we had each other. And the way we get back to power, the way we save our nation from those who want to tear it apart, is that we stop waiting for someone to come and help us, and we do it ourselves.
The idea of not waiting for the Messiah is one of the things that Obama had to say. And then you've got people who are not elected, as you point out, but not everyone's neighbor is Mark Cuban, although he is criticizing the party's officials, and he gave a new interview. And I want to read for you a little bit what he said. He said that the Trump sucks message is not the way to win. Talk to me a little bit about the messaging that Democrats should put forth Is it the help thy neighbor, or is it something more substantial?
It's a combination. I have a podcast, Assembly Required, and on my podcast, I refuse to simply attribute everything that's going wrong to the current president, because this is a joint decision by a complicit Congress and by a conservative judiciary that is handing power over. I recently spoke about the 10 steps to autocracy. This isn't just about whether or not they shut down the Department of Education or they raid the city of LA. This is about whether they believe in the fundamental values of democracy, and they don't. And if they do not believe in those values, we've got to live those values even harder. Our responsibility is to understand what their intention is, to expand executive power, to constrain any competition, to put loyalists in charge, and to basically ensure that we never again have free and fair elections where we get to choose our leaders. And if we know what's coming, then the way we solve it is by helping each other, by making sure that we understand what's going on, that we don't become so afraid and broken and numb to the behaviors that we forget that this is our country too, and we are in this together. Patriotism isn't partisanship.
About this, though, I mean, obviously, you need to tweak an asset without messing everything up. Luckily, there's.
I can't find with him speaking. I don't know.
I just posted it in the chat. It's called Obama Calls on Democrats to Just Toughen Up. It's in the chat. It's in the YouTube piece. It is him speaking live.
Hey, Shan, can you pull that?
It's 8 minutes and 23 seconds though, but you can move forward. But he's fired up. He's talking.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
We can listen to all 8 minutes of that.
Well, Haitian's not on the stage anymore. I need somebody who can pull it because I'm on a I'm on a desktop. I can't pull it.
I'm gonna try to pull it up. But when I do my roadcaster, it gets kind of wonky, at least for me. But I'll try to do it.
Yeah, I'm happy to help if you need one. Give me the link. I can pull it for you.
Oh, right.
The link is in the chat right now. The link is in the chat right now.
I think that's the Harris Wallace.
Which one is it?
When he was in a link.
It is the. And so I just put it in there. It's right above you, I guess. It's
YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
Thank you guys for finding that. I don't know why I couldn't find it.
I had
Teamwork makes the dream work.
I put her podcast in there, but let me grab it for you. Hang on a sec. We get to use it.
The team is working overtime. No, we are working overtime.
Okay. So let me grab it. And then.
Thank you guys for assisting us with the 420 breakdown.
Hey guys, this is U.S. Senator John Ossoff in Georgia. And before you skip this ad, just hear me out. It is good to be.
All right. Am I unmiked? I am. Okay.
This isn't the private fundraiser. The private fundraiser, I doubt that there's something from that. If it was a fundraiser, I doubt clearly that's why they were reading transcripts.
Yeah, because what I put in was actually a whole podcast of Stacey on American autocracy and Henry Chaffee. That's not what you're looking for. So what are you looking for? Maybe I can find it for you.
It's a fundraiser that happened in New Jersey on last Friday, where Obama was telling the Democratic Party to toughen up.
Oh, yeah, I thought. Okay.
Okay. With him actually talking and not these comments, because I'm surprised that no one has a clip even on the mainstream media.
I actually watched it, so hold on a second.
Oh, you did? Oh, my God. Okay.
Yeah, hang on. I gotta find it. Give me 2 minutes.
This wasn't it, though. I'm surprised. I thought this was it, though. It says just toughen up, but it looks like a speech.
Yeah,
so
it does say that. Let's just see.
It's probably his overall theme, and I think listening to him.
Former President Obama has some harsh words for his former President Obama.
I found the
All right, you guys. Am I off mic? Am I good?
You're off mic. Yes, ma'am. So far, so good.
All right, here we go.
Former President Obama has some harsh words for his party as Democrats struggle to rebrand. According to excerpts of his remarks at a DNC fundraiser last week, Mr. Obama called on Democrats to take a stand against President Trump, saying in part, quote, it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Meanwhile, several high-profile Democrats, including Governor Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg, are already laying the groundwork for potential White House runs in 2028. Joel Payne is the Chief Communications Officer for the Political Action Committee Move On and a CBS News political contributor. You should recognize him by now. He's been around for a while. He joins us now. Joel, good morning to you. Help us understand why this moment is so important for so many of the notable and recognizable names within the Democratic Party.
Well, Errol, now is the time that you're doing some of the pre-work. You're building relationships, building networks, securing staff, securing funding, and starting to project to people if you plan on running and how you're going to do it and what your messaging is going to be. Actually, Errol, I have this kind of broken down into like 5 different buckets. Your winners, your people like Governor Beshear of Kentucky, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, people who've demonstrated they can win in tough environments. Your grinders, the Ro Khannas, the Chris Murphys, the Rahm Emanuels, the people who are going everywhere. The archetypes, the Gavin Newsoms, the J.B. Pritzkers, the Cory Bookers, the people who, for all intents and purposes, look like they should be a president or look like they should be a viable candidate. You have your athletes, and I think this is the group that excites people the most on the Democratic side. It's the people like Pete Buttigieg, it's the people like Alexandria Ocasio.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna pull it because all of us can't find it. It's not here.
I can't say enough.
Barack Obama has a blunt message for his fellow Democrats. Quote, just toughen up. Stepping out for his first fundraising appearance since the Democrats' 2024 election loss, the former president had some tough love as his party continued to struggle to counter President Trump's agenda. He told voters this over the weekend. Quote, I think it's going to require a little bit less.
They won't give up on trying to hear him until they release it because, you know, I'm pretty good with looking at stuff.
You want me to let this go then?
Yeah, let that go because I'm pretty good at looking stuff up here. I cannot find him saying it out of his mouth or the speech.
Democrats need to toughen up.
Try this, my last try.
Former President Obama encourages Democrats to take a stand for their beliefs and values. He emphasizes the importance of action over frustration in the current political climate. Obama urges party members to move beyond.
That's not gonna do it. Okay, we don't give up on it. I'll try to find it tomorrow while I'm at work, and it might not, like someone said, it's a private event. Maybe I don't know. That's fair that he let it out.
I thought New Jersey Spotlight, but that's 6 days ago, so I think that's longer ago than you're saying.
And I don't think it was recorded. That's why we can't find anything.
Yeah, because there is
one. Right, but that's so weird that he wouldn't have it recorded, and that is weird.
It's not. If you think about a private fundraiser and he's just making a remark, and it's like the remark was powerful and somebody just talked about it or whatever, but it's not. If it's a private, it's not like people got their phones out like just sitting there, like, you know, it's not a campaign event. It makes sense that you can't find it.
Sorry, you guys.
No, don't apologize. It's not your fault.
Thank you for looking anyway, Al.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you for your efforts. I appreciate you. Okay, so we don't get. Okay. So what do you guys think? I mean, how? Let's try to open up this topic. I don't know. Toughen up. I don't know what he. Well, I don't know. You guys, somebody tell me what you think.
I have the full transcript of what he said.
Okay, you want to do the full transcript? You want to do the reading?
Is that what y'all want?
Do that. Why not?
Yeah, I want to hear what he said because these they keep concentrating on don't get out of fetal position, but what's he saying?
Okay, wait a minute. Let me pull it out.
Because y'all Dems need to do something, and I don't know if Barack Obama. Do you think he still has the he still got it to move the Democratic Party? Because it just don't seem like nobody.
Yeah, he does.
I don't think he does.
Yeah, he does.
I think it's like
he just did something in Connecticut, and he just did something 3 weeks in Connecticut, and it was sold out. Like, what's going on?
He's the face of the party. Until somebody steps up and takes his role, he literally is
was talking about with the people that let's talk about the voting, the people that's going to vote, the electorate of the Democratic Party. Because that's what I'm talking about. I mean, he can do a fundraiser and everybody who supports him are definitely going to be there. People love, and me, I'm one of them. People love them to some Barack Obama as far as, you tell me why not. That's a better question.
I'm just asking you why. It's genuine. Like, why?
No, and I'm saying why not?
I can answer your question if you answer mine. I was asking you a question.
You obviously have an agenda by cutting me off and saying why.
I don't. It was just if you would have said if you love Trump, I would ask the same thing. Or if you loved Biden, I would say the same thing.
That is so
weird. So your question is, why do we love Obama? Is that the question?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's the question.
I have a whole full statement.
Well, you said you were going to answer why not. Why don't we start with the why not?
Yes. I just said that.
So I'll start, and we can just maybe do a round robin if you want.
Okay.
I mean, he brings leadership, especially in the climate that we are now. In comparison, he's definitely getting more love than he even got before when he was beloved. But he brings the chosen, he brings leadership, he brings a sense of just hope, something that you can like point to and be like, okay, this is something we can aspire to as a country. He just brings that. So compared to what we got now, he's definitely getting love. But I mean, that's just like a few reasons. I mean, there's a ton of reasons.
Hold up, Michael. Hold up. Don't let this shit go. Hold up. You said he's a clown. Hold up. You said he's a clown, so you answer.
Michael, Michael.
You guys all go on mute and let Michael finish. Michael, did you land?
Yeah, I mean, I get, maybe he's not a troll, he's a troll, but I'm saying, yeah, I'm done. I'm just saying it's like there's more, but I was just going like this round robin. There's a lot of reasons to
Michael, based on what you said in the first couple of sentences of what you said, you say he provides the leadership. You just give me like an example. I'm not trolling. I'm just saying, like, as an example, I don't like when I'm getting into debates with people, just saying stuff. And I like to, Weaver, I'm not talking to you. Water, whatever the fuck your name is. I'm talking to Michael. Thank you.
He's trolling. You called him
I need for you to go on mute. I really do. Okay, so we can stop. I don't want to get this night started where everybody's talking over everybody. This is important. We got somebody on the stage, and we have a topic, and we're getting ready to go through it. Go ahead, sir. Complete your statement. Thank you.
So, Michael, like I was saying, like, I don't like whenever I get into debate and neither me or them just say anything. I like proof. So, just for a specific example, not trying to troll, you say establishes leadership, Barack Obama. He does the qualities of that. Is there any specific examples you can point to?
A whole bunch of them.
I'm just asking. Hold on. You got it, Jojo. Let me respond to you. So, what I was gonna say, I've been working all day. It's like, and I'm driving right now. I'm not gonna sit here and like go through like, but somebody else can definitely do that. But I mean, I'm not debating. I'm not in a debate mode tonight. It's like that's why I'm not on that time right now. But somebody else can definitely do that for me.
Why does anybody need to do that? He has not answered why not yet. You answered why. When is he going to say why not?
She stayed right on point. That is.
What about ACA? When is he going to answer why not?
Yeah, why not? I'm about to answer right now. Why did he drop all of those bombs across the Middle East when it's proven record? If you look up the redacted files, they knew what Bin Laden was since 2008. And Bin Laden didn't die since 2011. And how many bombs was dropped in 2009 and in 2010 on countries that weren't bombed on directly Al-Qaeda links or where Bin Laden was? But it's proven fact that they knew where Bin Laden was in 2008. He was in the same house he died in 2008.
That was a question. That's not true.
Fuck what I say. Look it up yourselves.
Do you want to answer or you like keep talking? let Patty answer this one, you guys, and then we'll go back to Michael.
He said Osama was in the same house that he was in after 9/11.
Since 2008. Since 2008.
That's not true.
Okay, where is he? Okay, where was he at?
Where did he go?
He died in 2011. I'm saying Obama's a war criminal.
Okay,
all those bombs, why not is because he's a war criminal.
He's trolling.
Alrighty.
He's a war criminal. I didn't answer your question.
Yeah.
I just said it. All of the bombs they dropped when he knew for a fact. He's the commander-in-chief, right? He's the commander-in-chief, right?
Trump.
He's the commander-in-chief, right?
Get to it. Do you support Trump or not?
I did not vote for Trump. No, I did not vote for Trump.
Who have you ever voted for?
I did not. I don't know where that came from. I mistakenly voted for Biden in 2020, but after he gave all the money to Israel and Ukraine, like, I don't like Jews, so I don't like, why are we giving out money?
Oh, wait, hold on. You're not going to do that. Rational things.
Why are we giving our money to Israel? We should not be paying Israel. Why are white Europeans? Why are white, right, man? Fuck your mother. Why are white?
Wait, let me tell you something. Okay, hold the fuck up. Okay.
Thank you for letting me block him before you removed him.
No, he's still here.
Oh, he's a fucker.
Okay, so I need. So what's the thing?
Kike.
Yep.
You motherfucker.
That's why Hitler almost exterminated.
Don't fucking do that again. Because I can't block this guy and report. What did we say last time? Does anybody grab him so I can know? Did you get him so you can block him, report him to Clubhouse? He just said some outlandish. Okay. Yeah. Anybody? No, you're right. You're right.
Scotty got him, right?
Yeah.
Scotty got him.
Okay.
Robert too, because he said the same fucking
Wait a second. Be quiet.
Wait a second.
Be quiet. I got him, Lisa. I got it. Thank you. So there's a way to do this besides you guys tossing people in the hallway. I know it was insulting what he just said, but we need to move with intention. He needs to be blocked. He needs to be reported to Clubhouse for what he said in this room. I know you're reactional. We had this problem last week, and I said, when we do this, you guys, do not just throw him out. I know it feels good, but we're accomplishing nothing. He needs to have his account pulled.
Right. So this is what we do, Lisa, and all the mods. At the top right corner of the room, there's 3 dots. Hit those 3 dots. Scroll down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a thing that says report a recent speaker.
Got it.
Click on that, and you'll see JoJo come right up.
Yeah, he did.
And that you click on his name, and you report him.
Okay, there we go. Hate speech. There we go. That's what you guys need to be doing right now, is what he said was disgusting and uncalled for. It's up to you what you're going to do, but I'm doing this right now because this, you can save that for somebody else. Let's see what he said. I'm going to put this on here. All right, guys, so let's move on. So that's what we're going to do from now on with these people, is give them, instead of putting them in the hallway, that was disgusting. I think I got it. Submit. Okay, got it. All right.
So where were we again? Because that fool, where were we? We're talking about something good.
We're talking about
Obama. Hijacked it.
We're talking about
okay.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out. I thought it was going to be a viable conversation, but as usual, it was not, because I pulled up everything. Why do I have to? And you explain yourself. I don't need to explain myself. But then you saw what happened. He just came in here to just.
So it never is when somebody's doing something like that, like about Obama. I'm saying it never is. Why?
That's why I
remember now.
In the chat.
I have the transcript now.
Okay, moving on. Next.
Okay, go.
All right, everybody. Let's see.
All right, so at a private fundraiser in New Jersey, former President Barack Obama encouraged Democrats to toughen up as they push back on Trump's agenda and fight for the values they believe the country should represent. So this is what he said. I think it's going to require a little bit less navel-gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions. And it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. And that's going to, in particular, I think, be true among those of us who have been blessed and fortunate enough to have done really well in this country. The thing that's been most striking to me, and I've said this a couple of times, probably over the last 6 months, I haven't been surprised by what Trump's done. I mean, that's who he is. I haven't even been surprised that there are no more guardrails within the Republican Party, because they showed in 2016 that there were no guardrails. If there were, then he would not have been their nominee. What I have been surprised by is the degree to which I've seen people who, when I was president, were progressives, liberals, stood for all kinds of stuff, who seem like they're kind of cowed and intimidated and shrinking away from just asserting what they believe, or at least what they said they believe. I remarked about the fact that law firms that are willing to set aside the law, despite the fact that they're officers of the court, not because, by the way, that they're going to be thrown in jail, but because they might lose a few clients and might not be able to finish that kitchen rehab at their hands and house. I'm not impressed. I think universities, I've had conversations with a bunch of university presidents. I've said, if your core mission, if your core value is to teach, you may teach without compromising values of academic independence. Yeah, you may lose some grant money temporarily. That's why you have those big endowments. I say all this because our values are being tested right now. And most of us, all of us here, essentially grew up in this weird post-World War II era in which everything kept getting better, more or less. It was decade by decade. Terrible things happened in Vietnam, riots, you name it. But the trajectory of the country and the world was to become wealthier, safer. And so for most of our lives, it was easy to stand for equality and justice. Did something happen?
No, you cut me off for a couple of seconds.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. Terrible things happened in Vietnam, riots, you name it. But the trajectory of the country and the world was to become wealthier, safer, better educated, more tolerant. And so for most of our lives, it was easy to stand for equality and justice, etc. You didn't really have to make a lot of sacrifices. That hasn't been true for most of human history or American history. It's still not true in most of the world. So these are moments where your values are tested and you have to stand up for them. You know, don't tell me you're a Democrat, but you're kind of disappointed right now, so you're not doing anything. No, now is exactly the time that you get in there and do something. Don't say that you care deeply about free speech and then you're quiet. No, you stand up for free speech when it's hard. When somebody says something that you don't like, but you still say, you know what, that person has the right to speak. It is, what's needed now is courage. I was talking to somebody, some of you may have gone to South Africa and taken visits around Robben Island. You can take a tour, the 9x9 cell that Mandela spent 27 years in. Nobody's asking for that kind of courage. What's being asked of is make some effort to stand up for the things that you think are right and be willing to be a little bit uncomfortable in defense of your values and in defense of the country and in defense of the world that you want to leave to your children and your grandchildren. And if we all do that, if we do our jobs over the next year and a half, then I think we will rebuild with momentum and we will position ourselves to get this country moving in the direction it should. That's the end.
Okay, now check this out. Hold on, y'all, before y'all comment on that. Hold on for just a second.
What was that from, Dr. God?
I think we're more
transcript. I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Okay, and I got. Okay, hold on just 1 second here. Oh my God, I'm having technical difficulties here. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't think I paid my cable bill or something. My Wi-Fi is no-fi. Okay, so did you guys hear what Whoopi Goldberg said today on The View about this?
I did watch The View today, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can play Whoopi. Okay, I'm going to show you in a minute. See if I can play her real quick.
Grab the link in the chat while Lisa's doing that. So you have
okay, here we go. All right, here we go. And we set. I need a GoFundMe for my cable. Okay, hold on.
This is Anna.
Press play. Okay, here we go. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, here we go. There we go.
So let me remind everybody who was out in the front lines marching when we had the giant marches that went on. It was the people. The people went out. They were not navel gazing. It was older people who were saying, why are you touching my Social Security? It was not people whining. It was about people saying, why are you taking these rights from my child when my child was born here? This has not been about Democrats laying back. This has been about y'all. This has been about y'all because their messaging was always the same. Democrats have been angry at what this man tried to do the last time. They've been angry this time. So I, with much due respect to you both, I believe you are pointing the finger at the wrong person when you say Democrat.
Are you delineating between voters and elected officials?
Yes, I am.
You're saying that, because I agree, voters are very impassioned.
Voters, and when you say Democrats, he's talking to us saying our messaging is bad. And I'm saying, no, our messaging has not been bad because people have been out.
Okay, so,
she ain't wrong.
That was impressive.
Yeah. This is her hitting back at Barack Obama's criticisms of the Democratic Party. That's her hit back. What you guys think?
She's not wrong, but you know, obviously what she's saying, she's actually providing, I think, a little bit of clarity because, like, she's right. I think, like, the fact that we have protests every week for the last couple weeks clearly states that the voters are pissed off. But yeah, but it's the Republican Party, man. That's really what it is because they've been trying to pass stuff to stop this fool, and they can't. I think the Democratic Party they have a way that they want to do it. They're just not belligerent. They're not belligerent. And I think that people are so angry that they want this belligerence, but that's not going to work. The only thing belligerence is going to do is belligerize. That's it.
No, so I don't think it's about being belligerent. I think it's about people want to hear people be heard. They want to see their officials be outside, like really, really shouting at the top of their lungs. This ain't cool. We're not okay with this. Be on the interviews. Be on the TV stations. Be on the magazines. Be everywhere. Social media, everywhere you can, saying this is not okay. We'll keep fighting. And it does. I felt like Whitney wasn't going against Obama. I think she was saying no. And the issue is that we feel like our officials aren't doing enough.
No, well,
so they want more Crockett's.
I think they're both right, and I think also that Whoopi, you know, these celebrity people, they also have egos. Like, she doesn't need to chime in as a counter to Obama or go against him or even make it seem like she's pushing back against him. She could just do the yes and thing and just keep it moving because all of these messages are really important for us to get.
Well, it sounds like we want more Crockett's, you know, to kind of come out and just every time there's an opportunity to speak, really, you know, tell them how you feel, show them how you feel, and just be like, because she's the one who's making the circuit. Like, every time we see her talk, she is like aggressive with it, right? And I think that maybe we just need more people to be like that. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm kind of picking up from this. More people, more faces need to be out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I want to let people attack Jasmine. I mean, you know, there's some refinement that's needed there, but like, she's fierce, and there's nothing that she said that is untrue that I can recall. You know, I mean, she's on it, and people should be joining her, and she's tired now. You know, I mean, she's not gonna give up, but you know, she definitely said she was pulling back a little bit because the party doesn't really have her back in the way that it should. You know, which is terrible. Everybody should be like Jasmine. You know, somewhat like it.
The party's too busy fighting itself.
Isn't the Democrat Party fighting itself?
Oh, always.
Can you open that up and give the Democratic Party is too busy fighting itself?
The Democratic Party is a big tent party, but there's so many elements of that big tent that don't want other elements in that big tent. I know in where I am, there's a group of people that are trying to get it to where if you're endorsed by any socialist group, you can't be endorsed by the Democratic Party, which would make a lot of lawmakers very unhappy because then they would lose the Democratic Party's endorsement. And so, because they're trying to, you know, the Red Scare, trying to get rid of, it's like, you can't be too left in this party. And, you know, just like with Mamdani and others, like, and David Hogue, that whole thing, like, the party wants to keep itself very neoliberal. And I don't know if that's ever going to change, but,
I think a bipartisan party is on the horizon. I just don't know who's going to be the face. Jasmine Crockett would be amazing for that.
well,
The face of what?
A third party, like albeit the American Party, the New American Party, whatever you want to call it.
unfortunately,
No way.
mathematically, you can't have a third party when you have a first past the post election system.
Yeah.
It always devolves to two parties, so one of the other two parties would have to go away in order for a third party to come to power.
No, Jasmine is right where she needs to be. She should be helping to lead the Democratic Party.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
They need to help her. That's what it is.
Exactly.
And everyone doesn't have to be her.
Who just said that?
Brian.
Brian did. Yeah.
Oh, Brian.
Help me, help you.
You sounded like Matt for a second. I was about to go in. Okay.
I think the Republican Party has they have embraced moving all the way to the right, like far right is now a thing where they used to try to not be so extreme. Now it's okay. The further right and extreme, the better. And then you have the Democratic Party that, as they lean left, they, you know, there's a mark where they go too far for the voting electorate. There's a such thing as going too far. So you got two factions going. The right, the more extreme, the better. And the left, the more extreme is not good. So
I don't know a time when I've ever seen the left go too left. It always stays, you know, left of center.
Well,
Yeah, they always follow the Republicans.
a couple issues take the Democratic Party too extreme. Like
Purity.
I think they get a unfair. I think you know, and I'll just say, you know, the transgender thing for sure. I think they get a bad rap for that. I haven't witnessed or seen anything where they are so extreme, but the right has set the narrative for the left in that, and they still haven't, even though they lost the election, and supposedly that was one of the reasons why
I haven't heard any of them speak on it. I don't know that they should. I mean, I don't agree that they should defend something that's not true. And in my eyes, it's not true. But how do you know, what do? You got to say something.
The Republicans have always been amazing at framing, and the Democrats have always been amazing at falling into the Republicans' frame and not creating their own frame. Once you accept the other person's frame, you've already lost.
That's right. I mean, the left are doing purity tests with Democrats all the time. I mean, that also happens. So in the Democratic Party, there's, you know, tests for not being too far left, and then the left is doing purity tests for not being too far right for the Democrats. So it happens all the time. That's what happens in this very big tent party.
Well, I mean, that's true. It has happened all the time, but it's never been a focus, I don't think, like it was this time. Trump took, I mean, they could say anything. I thought the Madison Square Garden thing would be the final straw for, you know, I thought that was going to, I thought they blew it with that night, on that night. I really did. How they behaved had my heart beating fast. You know, I thought they blew it that night, and it seemed to ignite them even more.
Yeah.
So it's always been there, but it has never been tested or magnified on either side like it was for this election. With so many different parts of hate, and you know, it was a lot. For both sides to be Americans, it was a whole lot going on. We're Americans first, and I'm not sure why we don't even get that. We're Americans. We all live here in America.
Absolutely. Or any political affiliation. Absolutely. Well said.
I think that Deborah is expressing the ideal, but these people are white supremacists. Like, I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, they don't care about America, the Constitution. They don't care about stuff like that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Dr. Davis. I agree with you. I'm just saying that it was so magnified this time around that it seemed, you know, it turned into a whole lot more.
No, it's just because I was like,
January 6th says it all. Basically sums it up. January 6th.
Absolutely. And this is like, you know, it's just I'm just mad because the Democrats and the Republicans. I'm actually mad at everybody, honestly, because you know what this is, and this is just going to ruin the country. Like, America, there's no promise that the American empire has to survive. And I think that's like one of the main things that I have in my mind is that, like, the Roman Empire, there's been plenty of empires that have fallen. I don't know why you think
they've all fallen.
You know, you're so big, right, that you can't fail. And it's just like, so okay, we're sorry about the white birth rate. How about if you focus on, you know, perhaps giving parents, right, paid leave, supporting the families more with public policy, addressing the misogyny in the country, this incel culture. You know, you can change things around, but instead you're going to decide that, you know, it's, you know, these immigrants of color who are very fertile, that, you know, they're ruining the country. Like, that's the narrative that's been put out, and it's terrible. Y'all know that they started to arrest. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it. They started to take away foster children who don't have their citizenship. They started taking them away
So there was like a whole raid. I had to find.
Wait, they are going into foster facilities kids that have not been adopted.
Yeah,
kids that have not been adopted. They're going in there taking them out.
We spoke about that last month. They've been doing that crap. Yep.
People that are undocumented that are getting adopted in foster cases.
Hey, Shan, I was looking for you. We had some cornball in here. I wanted you to answer the question. Never mind. He was talking about Bin Laden and Obama is a war criminal and all that kind of shit. I mean, I'm leaving that stuff for you and Patty because then we end up having to block him because he went really, really far left. But yeah, thanks for being back. But I got one more clip before we jump onto the immigration phase of it. Check this out. This is Charlotte.
Regular, everyday people been saying for years. We've been saying Democrats were cowards. For a decade, we've been saying Democrats need to toughen up. And that cowardice is, why we're in the position that we're in now. And I can give countless examples of Democrats needing to show a spine. Like, for example, they should have told Biden that he was going to be a one-term president. It wasn't up to him. So it's just wild to hear President Obama say that now as if Democrats haven't been cowards for the past decade.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to find that whole interview with him. Anybody seen the Charlemagne the God one?
Who was that?
Charlemagne the God. I just found one clip, and I need to find the entire one from this morning. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah.
All right, give me a second.
Okay, let me put this on mute.
You talking about Charlemagne the Trump?
But he ain't say nothing wrong though.
No, I'm still salty with him for helping Trump to win the election.
He did not do that. He did not do that.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Come on, now. What the hell can Charlemagne the God do? How can he affect people's voting, changing their voting, dude? Come on, really? Charlemagne?
Yeah, really.
People already made their decision.
Yeah, you good, Dan. We're going to disagree on this because I'm not really into this tonight, but we're just going to disagree. So I feel like she's the fuck up and you don't. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, listen, I got the whole thing, but it's not only on that though.
What is it? Tell me what it is.
It's internet beat, blah, 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 bunch of bullshit.
Oh, okay, so we don't know exactly where this Obama comment is embedded in there, so it's just not about him?
Nah, it's not just about Obama, it's the whole morning show.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm trying to see if I can get the transcript on it. Give me a second. Do what you're doing, I'm trying to get the transcript.
Okay, so anyway, so but Haitian said he agreed with what Charlemagne the God just said. Who else agrees? Or just
What did he just say? I missed it.
Let me redo it. Hold on. I'm gonna it's only 44 seconds, so I can replay it again. Here we go. I thought he had said more than this because this is coming from Fox. Okay.
That regular everyday people, and Obama say things that regular everyday people been saying for years. We've been saying Democrats were cowards. For a decade, we've been saying Democrats need to toughen up. And that cowardice is, why we're in the position that we're in now. And I can give countless examples of Democrats needing to show a spine. Like, for example, they should have told Biden that he was going to be a one-term president. It wasn't up to him. So it's just wild to hear President Obama say that now as if Democrats haven't been cowards for the past decade.
Okay, there you go.
Well, I think Charlemagne is asking for us to do more, and I think he's always asked us to do more. He's always identified people have valid concerns, and they're not being addressed. This is why people are changing their vote. These are why all these black men are doing this. He was pointing out shit. The fact that people needed to be more firm and in your face. That's all Charlemagne has been talking about, and I agree. But I think that during the first administration, we tried to get this motherfucker kicked out several times, and that was when I think we were at our strongest. Especially more than now. And guess what happened? Republicans shut the shit down. People were talking. People were pissed off. Hearing after hearing after hearing after hearing.
everybody was pissed off. They were talking. But you know what happened? Republicans out of the house. They shut everything down. It's not that we're not angry. There's something else at play.
Wait, what hearings were you referring to?
So the both times that Trump was impeached, right? They were trying to push the issue to get this motherfucker impeached, and it took forever for them to get to the point where they get to it the first time because Republicans were like, let's do an investigation, let's hold off on this, let's hold off on that. Wait a minute, nigga, we do have. They kept stalling, and then when they finally got there, they were like, okay, impeach. Are we ready to get this motherfucker out? They were like, no, not really. And you know, he's just gonna stay around. And then they try to do it again, impeach him again to try to get him in trouble, so he could never come back. And you know what Republicans did? Maybe the 9/11 thing or the January thing, maybe it wasn't as big as it needs to be. Maybe we don't need to do that. Look, Democrats have been trying to do shit for a long fucking time, but they keep getting shut down. It's because they're not in the House, or enough people are in the House, or enough people are in the Senate to implement shit. Because Republicans, for some reason, keep hijacking the shit and shutting shit down. I don't think.
Do you mean shutting down the government? You mean shutting down the government?
No, he means impeaching Trump.
Yeah.
And you need a 2/3 majority in the Senate. Like, we can't do it. I mean, it's not going to happen.
No, that's his point. Is that...
Yes.
Yeah, Dan is
trying to do it.
The Democrats have been trying to do it. The Republicans continue to make excuses and delay and cower, and then they ended up not doing anything. That's Dan's point.
Thank you.
And I mean, Charlemagne, he's just spouting MAGA talking points. That's why they played him. Charlemagne is embarrassing. He's an idiot. He has always been an idiot. He's an idiot on many different things, not just politics.
You're right. But I'm not even focused on Charlemagne. I'm focused on what he said.
But what is that?
That's past everybody right now.
Wait, that's that specific quote that he said?
Yeah, but Democrats.
That's a MAGA talking point. That's not accurate.
The Democrats act like bitches.
It is not.
They don't go hard in debate.
It is not. But no. Okay. If we were talking about a different moment, if we were talking about a different point in history, I might be able to agree. But with regard to, is the Democrats that stood hardcore on values, trying to get Trump out, literally, you needed a handful of Republicans. They could have changed the course of history, and they did not do it. That it is not accurate to say that the Democrats have not done anything. They're just weak. That's just not true. And with Biden's presidency, when all of this Trump gaslighting is over, everybody is going to see that Biden, with whatever issues he had with his age, if he was tired, if he took extra naps, whatever, he is going to go down as one of the best presidents in the history of the United States. So when people are saying Democrats are weak, okay, I have my criticism in terms of campaigning and stuff, but where is this weakness? Where is this cowardice? Other than this just being a MAGA talking point.
You said it right there, though. Biden shouldn't even have a fucking chance to say he's going to run for a second term. He shouldn't even got that far.
Well, but it's because he was making so much progress. You know, he wanted to keep going. But still, listen, Biden could have, Biden, if the Democrats, speaking of weakness and strength, right? Joe Biden would have actually beat Donald Trump. Even with all of his issues, he would have beaten Donald Trump. Are we not clear about that?
I'm not sure about that. That's
that first debate.
The debate is what, but I mean, y'all look at, okay, but here's the thing. Look at how many things Trump has done in his capacity as president. from walking past the vehicle to falling asleep to messing up stuff. I mean, like he has been very rambling, very idiotic, and we just gonna walk past all of that and then say because Biden had a bad time at a debate after the multiple trips, and he had just come off of an international trip.
No, but the thing about that is, right, we're not the ones that have to be convinced. We know the deal is. So it's kind of irrelevant if we we get the picture. It's those motherfuckers that don't get the picture who voted that way. And at the same time, his Biden's people was stupid to send him up to do the fucking debate when he came back from that trip right away.
I agree with that.
So that's Democrats being stupid and.
But that doesn't mean that like the whole part. That doesn't mean that error, and it was a big error. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but I'm just saying that like that error does not.
Look how long it took for Kamala to get the endorsement when they said it was gonna be she was gonna be the person. The Democrats it's just come on, they don't go hard.
Well,
I'm not trying to hate on Democrats, but at the end of the day, clearly the message is not getting across.
Well, okay, I'm just gonna say I don't think that there's at least a quarter of the party did not want Kamala. They didn't want her. You know what I mean? And they just were not going to support her. So I mean, I think that like the timing, definitely Kamala needed more time. But I mean, this is all a mess because I still believe that Kamala actually, I'm just going to set it aside because I do believe that there was like election interference going on. So
I agree with you.
I'm going to skip that.
I agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that like. I think because before before one of the things that we did like was a part of the timing. Like remember that it was after the Republican convention. It was after like all these different signs were put out there. Trump and company had spent all this money, you know what I mean, on their campaign signs and on just everything. They weren't prepared for Kamala. So when she came out, you know what I mean, and bum rushed the show, she came out powerfully. But I mean, I can't deny that she needed more time. But at the same time, if there wasn't any election interference, she would be the president. So I'm conflicted on that. I'm conflicted. But I just think in general, the time to say, okay, Joe Biden, we gotta shift gears. I would say yes, it was at the towards the end of his first term. I would definitely have said that if we were going to do that.
So I'd like to throw into the mix blaming the part of the Democratic Party and the people on the left who were doing the whole Kamala is a cop thing.
Yeah.
Because that fucking was not on code, and that contributed to the suppression of the vote. I'm sure people like Charlemagne, I don't know much about him, but did the whole suppressing of the vote. Like,
he did.
I don't know if she's the one. All of this shit. Motherfuckers, you want to be tough? Stay on fucking code to beat the common fucking enemy. Enough with the Kamala's a cop fucking thing and all this
100%
said lines bullshit that you get from people just because they don't want to have this one person and they're all high and mighty on their fucking bullshit that they got because they want some purity candidate. That's never going to happen in America, by the way.
That's right. And Charlemagne, not only did he contribute,
unless you're
he
on
ended
the
up
right,
having...
by the way. Unless you're on the right, then you get your purity.
Right. Charlemagne ended up apologizing to Kamala for all the bullshit that he had done. But, like, you already suppressed the fucking vote, Charlemagne, with your dumb ass. I mean, and one of the other ways to suppress vote is just to promote apathy and to say, both sides are the same. I don't know what we're going. I mean, that's where Charlemagne went from being apathetic to being anti-Kamala, to going back to being apathetic, and then finally apologizing and being like pro-Kamala at the telltale end. I mean, he's an idiot. He should never be listened to about anything.
Charlemagne does not have that control over people's votes. Oh my God, Charlemagne can say whatever the fuck he wants. People are already making their decision. People are already making their decision.
And then, again,
people already made their decision.
And then you're 100% correct. It's not about the messenger. I'll focus on what the fuck he said. I don't give a shit if it was Charlemagne who said it. It like what he said was what it is.
I'm with Dan. Yeah, it didn't help. I agree. It didn't help. But you know what? People already made their decision. If you speak to MAGA people, you know fucking MAGA people, dude. There's no change in their fucking mind. They were all these black men who or 20% or that number rose or whatever, those motherfuckers were already making their decision. All those white women who fucking voted the way they already made their fucking decision. Who cares if fucking Charlemagne said that shit? They already made their fucking decision. Charlemagne did not have any fucking power. He did not have any fucking power to change people's vote. Bullshit.
I don't think that we could say the biggest black radio program in America didn't have any influence, because even D.L. Hughley, right, who I'm sure was influenced by the Breakfast Club, even he had to apologize. And then he starts on his train, now he's campaigning for Kamala. But literally all the time before then, they were suppressing the vote. And it's like we already know when it comes to the black community, it was that roughly 20% of black men that went for Trump. I think that could have made a difference. I mean, we shouldn't say like, oh, they just all made up their minds. No, I mean, I'm not willing to say that. Not in the black community. And also, it also is about influencing people to come out and vote. Like, apathy is the number one voter suppression. That's apathy. So we lost.
Trump did that. Not Charlemagne. Trump did that, and his fucking machine did that.
But Charlemagne contributed to it.
We're
talking about black votes.
I agree with you 100%. I agree. Because why are you guys saying that Charlemagne didn't control when you had, what was that guy we were talking about last night? Killer Mike. All these people that y'all listened to.
Killer Mike's a real one, though.
I'm not talking about Charlemagne. Just forget who
he's not the tipping point.
Thank you.
No, he's not the tipping point.
Wait. Can I just ask Haitian? Haitian, what's your point again? Restate it for me, please. Maybe
the Democrats are weak. And now it's like everyone wants to focus on it coming from Charlemagne. I don't care who it came from. I'm agreeing with the fact that the Democrats are fucking weak. They move like bitches. Period. That's all I'm saying. I don't care if it came from Charlemagne or the most hated fucking person or the most liked person. That's all I'm saying.
So, Haitian, what else besides the Democratic Party should have come together and said, okay, Joe Biden, you said you were going to be a one-term president. Okay, other than that,
I'm not a politician, but what I'm saying is the Democrats should have figured out a way to connect with the people, resonate with people, so the average fucking dumbass that's walking around America is not saying that they're trying to make my kid gay or they're trying to make my kids trans. You know how many dumb motherfuckers said that shit? And that's why they voted for Trump?
They're still saying that.
Exactly. Why is that happening? If you and I hear that every day, or hear that when we speak to like the average fucking person in the street, the Democrats didn't hear that? They didn't know that they need to fucking kill that talking point?
So, Haitian, I don't think you were in here. I don't know. Were you here when I spoke a while ago? Because that was what I said. Was that they allowed the Republicans to control the narrative on that issue, and they still haven't come back and fix that. And the Democrats, and they come into these rooms and they continue to say the same thing, rather than, because I was saying that I don't know that the Democrats, that wasn't their main issue. That was just, they're more about human rights rather than all the rest of that shit. And we see now that Republicans don't give a fuck about nobody's, about human rights. That's what Democrats believe in, human rights. And so, I never saw any candidate, any Democrat, any elected Democrat make transgender their top issue or main issue. I'm not aware of it. If somebody could tell me so that I could go look it up.
It wasn't. And when Kamala...
So the Republicans,
they did allow the Republicans to control that narrative, for sure.
The Republicans attacked it on two simple fronts. They said the athletes, and then they said the jails. Those two were the only two talking points about, and I think maybe about schools, right? If your kid was, trying to claim that they were not basically a cisgender child, that they didn't want to tell anybody, and so that was like a right that the kid had, but they turned it into denying parents the ability to know about their child. Those 3 points were the only talking points. They didn't try to go beyond that
last point,
even though all of them were debunked. The Republicans still pushed an overwhelming narrative that those were against American traditional values, and they won that war.
So absolutely, they won that war. But here's the thing: Democrats probably didn't think it. I mean, if people were paying attention, you would know that those talking points that the Republicans were putting out there, they weren't true. And so, but if you're being told, if that's all you're hearing, then that's what you begin to believe, if that's all you're hearing. And maybe they didn't think that it would be as effective since it wasn't true. I mean, I don't know. We can Monday morning quarterback all day long. They lost. And they lost because they weren't able to control the narrative on those 3 issues that you just mentioned. Yet they were able to play to their base and others with, compassionate about a whole bunch of things that, just about everything he said was a lie. So they voted for a liar. So, it's a combination of a whole lot of things. It wasn't one thing. It definitely wasn't Kamala's fault. She did everything that she could. But we still have Democrats talking about her appearance on The View and what she said or didn't say. It's just dumb shit. We don't stay on code, period. So while we talk about, Republicans being weak, Democrats, they might see them as weak, but Democrats and supporters don't stay on code.
So I agree with you to a certain extent about that.
You guys hear me? Can I just a quick thing real quick? Okay, this is from, I'm going to have it. This is from The Independent, and this is from today, July 11th, Friday at 5 o'clock. And the topic of this article is Democrat voters labeled Democrats out of touch and weak in the latest troubling poll ahead of the 2026 midterm. It says on here, real quickly, voters have labeled Democrats as out of touch and weak in the latest troubling poll ahead of 2026 midterm, more than 7 months after Vice President Kamala Harris' 2024 election lost to President Donald Trump. Democrats have had time to reflect on where they went wrong, what criticism that circulated in the wake of the presidential election from Democrats that shifted their focus away from working class, a segment of the population which Trump had appealed. Then it comes off Bernie Sanders. Okay. He says, Bernie Sanders said, who caucuses with the Democrats, said in a biting statement, it should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party abandoned them. As Democrats have taken up more social issues in recent years, such as transgender rights and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, people from both sides of the aisle have accused the party of being too woke. And voters in this poll conducted by the Democratic Super PAC, the Super PAC Unite, and the country seem to agree, calling Democrats woke as well as out of touch and weak. The Hill, which obtained the data that was reported Friday, Trump has repeatedly called for former President Joe Biden. Oh, and I'm sorry. Trump has repeatedly called former President Joe Biden weak while trying to promote strength. Let's see. Now, this poll is the first time voters have taken this view of the Democratic Party. All right, guys. So I just read the first couple of paragraphs, but there you go. There's a new poll saying that, and I don't know how you feel about polls.
Wait, what's the poll, Lisa?
It was the now it came from okay, it came from
I don't know. Polls have lost credibility in my eyes because over the last three presidencies, all these polls keep saying stuff that just never happens, right? You know, it's like, oh, build up, and all this build up, and says, oh, looks like there's 54% of people say that they're not going to vote for Trump, and 60% of people say like they would never do that. If Trump did this, they would never vote for him and support him. And you know what fucking happened? He did it, and they still voted for his ass. I don't know about polls anymore. Like, what did Mark Twain said? There's like, you know, lies, and statistics. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. They've lost credibility over the last, I would probably say, decade. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Because even Nate, you know, from 538, he even got fired. You know, I mean, it's just, it's been a mess. But I just think if Bernie wasn't with his bullshit, if more of the Democrats had just said, you know, Kamala is our candidate, let's show up for her, she would have wanted a landslide. Just like Barack Obama did. Look, there were shenanigans during Barack Obama's election, but their strategy was to overwhelm the polls, like to have so many people that it would defeat the voter suppression. It would defeat all the shenanigans, and that is what happened. And it's just the Democrats. I wouldn't, you know, because I don't think that the Democrats were weak. I wouldn't say that. Not with all the shit that like has happened. But in terms of that election, I don't think that we want to face like what actually went down, even with Biden. If all of the people at the top said they have decided that Kamala is going to be the candidate, because we got to remember, you can't have an open primary at that point. I guess you can, but the money that went to the Biden-Harris campaign that was already raised could only stay with a Biden-Harris candidacy. So you would have to be raising money like from other different places. But in any event, it's just if Bernie and the rest of them had just said we're voting for Kamala, period, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. So rather than I'm not going to die on the Democrats are weak point. I'm definitely going to say Democrats eat their own, and that's the issue for this particular election, and probably throughout. But I'm just kind of staying focused.
I'm sorry, I got to push back on this. But let me give you an example of just how weak Democrats are. So there are a bunch of dead children, dead campers in Texas. And they basically is pretty much flat. It goes up a little bit when elections happen, but not a lot. Democrats basically have this crazy spike and then it goes away. And they disappear. They don't invest in a media ecosystem, which is why they can't get their message out. They're not consistent. They do dumb shit like whatever that weird thing Hakeem Jeffries did, posing with a baseball bat in his office, or anything that comes out of Chuck Schumer's mouth, which is always terrible. Like, their leadership
So,
is
Your Honor,
they got no money. They're unable to even raise from their donors because their donors don't trust that they're going to spend the money well. And that goes for small donors and it goes for large donors. Like, they have gotten steamrolled because they keep trying to pretend that there's like comedy and civility and all this stuff that they can appeal to, and then they get completely rolled by the Republicans who are like, no breaks, you guys are a bunch of pedophiles, we're going to do whatever the hell we want because MAGA, or whatever the ridiculous rationales that they have. Like, they're not meeting the moment broadly. And in addition, when it comes to what actually was happening in the election, they're so systemically weak that they couldn't make the choice to push Biden out of the way. They're so systemically weak that they leaned on the exact same consultants who did a shitty job in both of the previous presidential elections, because they did not do well in either of those. The same people. I found out recently that Mike Donovan, who is one of the main consultants, was getting 8% of the TV spend. You know how much money that is? That guy got 8 figures off of money that a lot of that is like hard-earned money, including some of the people who were probably on stage in the audience. You didn't think you were giving monies to make that man rich. You don't even know who that man is. Why should some consultant get over, probably tens of millions of dollars? And the reason is that the party is so poorly constructed that it's more interested in making that man rich than it is in advancing the power interests of the people. And in addition, when you look at the movements on the left, whether we're talking BLM or Indivisible and Swing Left or the Bernie-crats or Occupy or you name it, you don't hear about almost any of those people being invited into the party. Even someone like Cori Bush, like she had to like bust her way through the door, right? None of those people get in. You know who runs the Republican Party today? It's the Tea Party. Right, all these MAGA candidates, all the people who came up through the Republican media ecosphere, like, where do you think Mike Pence got to start? Man came up through radio. A lot of these guys came up through radio, or now it's podcasts. Like, they have a farm team and they build people up and they bring in their movements and they help them. And so, when the Democrats show up around Labor Day and election years, people go, wait, who are you again? And why should I back you up? And all that, like, staying on code stuff that you want is really hard to enforce when you weren't fucking there for the rest of this time. And, like, they need to change their system so they're not systemically weak, so that they spend money right now to hold Republicans accountable right now and to frame the story. Because otherwise, when you roll around to Labor Day and you're like, oh my God, I don't understand why we can't get our message out. It's because you've been, like, far too silent for the whole rest of the cycle. Like, what are you doing? And they've been doing this consistently for a long-ass time, and they do it to urban communities, and they do it to rural communities, and they do it to suburban communities, and they do it across race and gender and class and all that shit. And there's very, very few people that they represent well, unfortunately, and I wish it were different. I work for it to be different. Like, I'm not out here criticizing without doing shit. I'm doing shit, right? Like, I want them to be better. I'm desperate for them to be better. And I'm telling you, the systems are leading to a just sclerotic, terrible falling apart party. I'm done.
So can I just say one thing about, I'm only going to speak on the Texas flood thing because I'm here and I'm not, well, it doesn't matter. Anybody can feel the way I do or not. But so Texas, most of the state is run by Republicans, and everybody knows that. So I don't see the need at this point, especially with the death of all of these children. I don't see the purpose of Democrats jumping out right now because it's going to be perceived as a political thing, rather than sit back a minute and let the Republicans catch the smoke that they're going to catch for what they've done. I mean, we're literally still finding out what happened there. Why do they need to jump out in the first week? It's not necessary. And I'm not saying wait till Labor Day. I'm not saying do any of that. But details are still falling out of what actually happened. So why do they need to say anything right now? We're watching them do flips over themselves over what they did and didn't do. Why that can be enough for right now. So I don't agree that they should be out there every day on that. Now they are speaking, but then again, we only have one or two news sources. We don't have a Fox News channel, where what is being said gets to be repeated over and over. So if you miss it, you miss it, or you catch it on YouTube or, IG. And so I just don't think that this is an issue because of the magnitude, because of the death toll. And they don't have to right now. It's all being run by Republicans. Everybody knows that they are at fault. And so there's going to be time for that. I just don't agree. Well, we're still getting details of what they didn't do when they could have done something. So why do they need to step out in full force right now? I just disagree with that. Because it won't be, it will then, because we know how MAGA is. Your Honor, if they jump out there now, they're going to jump on the Democrats for being political and then roll right back over to the Republicans because black-ass Jasmine is out there talking about them. Why can't you see that? And it takes the, she's going to be the enemy. And it'll roll up. They'll stop being mad at the Republicans for the, being the reason why their children are dead because they didn't, they don't govern, And if she says a whole lot, she'll become the common enemy right now. And they'll be mad at her for saying it and forget about what the Republicans did. And that's what I think would happen because that's where MAGA is now. They're crazy. Come on. What difference is it going to make right now? It's a cult. We all agree it's a cult. Why would we think that doing what we think is reasonable will work?
Well, Republicans have no issue blaming DEI about plane crashes. So if Democrats want to go fucking hard and say that the infrastructure that the Republicans built up and neglected all the warnings for the Camp Mystic and all of that, and all of the potential oversight that a local government could do with funding that they denied because it was Biden's funding, go after their fucking neck because they're responsible for the deaths of fucking children and other people because of their goddamn negligence and their hate for government.
100%, but let them people bury their children first, for God's sake.
Oh, that's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
That's fine.
What Your Honor outlined, I guess I agree with him, ironically enough, but it's not ironic. It's just, I think I put it in a different category. Because the things that he was talking about, I consider to be racism in the Democratic Party and also that form of elitism. Because we've talked about this before. I definitely think that the Democratic messaging, could be a lot better. I definitely think that, they don't invest, they treat, their base in a disrespectful way, really. Taking them for granted, just doing radio ads and shit like that. There's just not enough real engagement. I've already talked about, groups like Black Voters Matter initially only having funding in 11 states, but they are so effective. They're so wonderful. And Black Voters Matter should not be, the only large organization catering to Black voters and for different reasons. So because I get it. I guess it's just the way that we're talking about it, because that consulting class, that consulting group of people, they have got to go. They have got to go. So yeah, I mean, I see it. I think the Lincoln Project, they do a really, really good job of messaging. But the Lincoln Project is, I mean, technically we know that they're Democrats, but like their funding is outside of the Democratic Party. Is that correct? I don't know who funds the Lincoln Project.
Yeah, they're outside of the Democratic Party for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
it's largely big donors, but there's some small dollar donors too.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like their messaging is where the entire Democratic Party should be, and we should go even further. Without question.
I agree.
I mean, absolutely.
I've seen 2 or 3 of them, and they were awesome. Except the ones, and this is, I think they did it. I'm very critical of this. Remember when they did that one messaging where the husbands and the wives went into the voting booth, and then the women were looking at each other like, I'm gonna vote for such and such, and they don't need to know situation. I think that was a big fuck up, because what you're telling a person who values family is to go against her marriage. That is what I got from that. I thought that was fucking insane, because you should have a conversation, and there should be a front. There's plenty of marriages where they don't go, side by side, right? They don't vote for the same party. But when you're saying I'm gonna go and do this behind your back, that is anti-family. Those people that are for that, they are not gonna do. That was a hard miss. It's a very hard miss.
Also, what does it say when some of the leading Republican consultants of the last, of my lifetime, certainly, who are a bunch of sexual harassing, just horrific human beings. If you look back at what the people who were at the before of the Lincoln Project, what they did and who they got elected and what that led to, I know they're trying to whitewash their reputations, but I'm never going to forget. And the idea that those are the people who are showing Democrats how to throw a punch, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that the political advisors to Joe Biden thought Bidenomics was a good idea. To own the economy when they should have been blaming the shittiness of the economy on Trump and trying to own the improvement instead of owning the status of the economy. That is some of the single worst, I've said it on here many times, it's the worst political malpractice I've seen in my lifetime. Just unbelievably stupid. And they do this over and over and over again, and they get hired over and over and over again and get millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. If this were a business, I would fire everybody. And anyone who wanted their job would have to prove why they should be hired back on. They are terrible. And when you go to the state level, in most of these states, they're run like shit too. Most of these state parties don't even have staff. And a lot of them, the vast majority that do have staff, we're talking 1 to 2 people, something like that. The California Democratic Party has when they scale up, they have 10 people. 40 million people in the state of California. We had 10 people in the Democratic Party working. What's going on? And they exert a lot of power. These kinds of situations cannot stand. The idea that they've pushed labor away, that they've pushed all kinds of activists away, they're not showing up. There has to be a fundamental shift in how they operate. Let me put it to you this way. How many of you who are upset that Trump won, which I believe is most of this room, if not all, I think I saw Beaver in the chat, so he can go fuck himself, but everyone else, okay? How many of you, the day after the election, said, oh my God, this is so bad, I have to make change, I'm going to go join my local Democratic Party, because that's where I know I can make a difference? Anybody? It's laughable, right? It's a joke. Why would you do that? That should be an answer. That literally should be one of the things you should want to do if you want to make change in your community. And almost no one believes that that's a thing to do.
Wait,
Your audio is
speak
bad.
up a little louder. We can't hear like muffled.
My audio's bad. My audio's bad.
You were low. You were just low, Lisa. While you're doing that, Your Honor, I think the consultant piece, I think that's like inside baseball that most people don't know anything about, nor do they understand. I mean, if you ask the average person, okay, who are the consultants that handle the messaging for Joe Biden and the Democrats, they can't tell you.
I agree with that.
But
like you and I, and anyone else, but like you and I know we're closer to it, and I've had I think you and I don't know your situation super, super well, but I have a feeling that we're both kind of adjacent, like a close enough seat to see what's going on, but farther enough away to not really be in it. And it's bad. Like, it's so bad. And they push, and like every time there's a popular movement that they should be inviting in, they push it away. Like even right now, right? Like a smart party would look at Mamdani and go, oh wow, like a flank of our party came up with a message that's really resonating, but we disagree with them on a bunch of policy things. Why don't we own this affordability angle? Because it really seems like it's got some legs. We should at least test it out, see how it goes. In a two-party system, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to bring in your fringe and like mainstream the parts of it that work and leave the parts that don't. Like, that's smart politics. And they don't do that. They leave people on the side, and then part of what they do, because they're pushing people away so freaking hard, is they're inviting the fringe to fight them instead of inviting the fringe to like find a way to like, work together where you can work together and let the rest of it ride. And so they keep pushing people away, and it's all kinds of different people, right? It's all kinds of different races and ages and classes. Well, maybe not classes, but the rest of them. And then instead of like picking it up and like going, oh my God, this affordability line is great, they just want to like shit all over Mamdani and like, clutch their pearls that they're afraid of what he might mean. It's the wrong move.
This is what I've been saying since the election of the Democratic primary in New York, is that Mamdani's campaign should be studied by the Democratic Party nationally, not for the policies, but for how he's messaging this shit. Because being in the thick of it and seeing it happen in real time with a bunch of other candidates and, of course, Cuomo and lots of money going around, it was brilliantly crafted from a grassroots perspective. And it was amazing to witness. And he sold a lot of people on the message of affordability, not fucking free buses, not free grocery stores. That's not what people were caring about per se. It got some traction, but it was about the overall message of affordability and making the city work for regular people. That was it. And that's what worked. It wasn't Israel, Gaza. It wasn't all of his backstory. It was the fact that he did a great social media campaign. He was able to be in interviews and be able to be nimble on his feet and relatable and a New Yorker. And that's what worked.
And it's funny, Scotty, because Sin, we were in a different room, but I'll just say, the replays are on. I don't want any extra drama. But we were in another room, and Sin said, well, you know what, y'all, I live in New York, and I mean, based on the kind of the energy, I think that Mamdani has a really good chance of winning. And, like, everybody in the room made fun of her.
Nah, I said the same thing.
They literally were laughing at her. And this is from the intelligentsia on the app. And then told her to go take a nap, in fact.
And the thing is, a lot of people who really don't care about his policies actually liked him and actually came out. It was the enthusiasm from so many disaffected people who think the Democratic Party sucks that decided to come out and be enthusiastic again. I have not seen that since Obama.
I don't want to ask people in New York who they're voting for, but I can see this happening. So I don't know.
Hey, Lisa, there's something going on because you're very, very low. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, hold on. I don't know what's going on. Is it my phone? Hold on for a second. Hello? So good morning, everyone. Let me go and come back because I don't know what's going on.
You sound better.
No, you're great now. Oh, she.
What's up, Doc?
Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad.
What up, Doc? What up? What up, Mom? Here, son. Chillin'.
Wait, I do have a separate question, though, for Your Honor. Your Honor, because you told us what the problem is, what is the solution? Is it very top-down in the Democratic Party? Like wholesale change from the top down? Like what has to happen in order for them to listen to your prescription? Or at least be able to enact something?
The first thing I would do is I would go to every single institution in any community that's left-leaning, and I would invite them to make a Democratic club. I don't care if it's a religious congregation or like any kind of community organization. Like they're doing good, they're doing something positive. You make being Democratic politics part of what they do. So they get to vote on endorsement, which is something a lot of people don't know about, but it really, really matters. And they basically invite people into the party to help the party make better decisions. And if they were to do that, they would actually have the kind of popular movement that could also do the internal work to change the party structures so that it actually serves the people and they start getting people in place who make better decisions. That would make a huge difference. All of those organizations that are doing like the hard work of mutual aid or public safety, educating kids, any of that, they should all have an aspect of their operations be a Democratic club. And they should be out in the community doing community service, and they should make sure that it's visible community service, and they should show up and they should show what like people working together can do. And those community connections will lead to more political power because people are going to know each other and they're going to know that good happens when you're part of the Democratic Party. And if they did more of that, it would make a huge difference. So that's one of the things that I would do. There's more to it than that. There's like a bunch of stuff around bylaws that's much more technical. Critiques about consultants that are a big deal. But honestly, it's all about getting the people into the party so that the people can influence the party and make it actually serve them.
Thank you. That was helpful.
That was good, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
And that was excellent. Let me just reset the room for change the title. Welcome to 420 Lounge. And we're talking about for a few minutes, are Democrats out of touch? And there's a poll that was released. I should have stopped talking and found the poll before I said this. But let's see if I can find it here. That majority of the electorate think the Democrats are weak and out of touch. And then we played this clip by Charlotte. Well, we were talking about Obama first, and Obama told him, I'm just paraphrasing, stop whining and toughen up. And then Whoopi shot back at him saying that it is not the people, the Dems, it is the elected Democrats who are not doing shit. I'm paraphrasing on all this. Y'all can go look up the actual clips because we've already played all of them here. And I'm just asking, no, I'm not complaining. I'm not whining. We're just having a conversation and trying to find out if what the perception, is it an accurate perception? So let me go find this poll that I had. I just buried it in my my history because I've been pulling up so much stuff. So I'm throwing it out there. I'll go see if I can find it. Y'all can go ahead and talk. I'm pulling up this. If I can find it, I'm just going through to see if I can find it again. So you got Hokey in the chat being weird, asking Aaron, is he male or gender fluid? What's wrong with you, dude?
These are people that appreciate pedophilia. The pedophilia is addled his brain, much like the rest of the maggots there. And so, he's just trying to force his porn searches on us, which is weird, Deborah. It is very strange.
Yeah, that's right.
If you like gender fluid porn, just Google it or something. Do your pedophilia somewhere else.
And okay, so I found it here. Yeah, you should, Hokey, because you sound like you're having a personal problem right now. Okay, and voters in a new poll conducted by the Democratic Super PAC. I might not be saying this. Conducted by the Democratic Super PAC, Unite the Country, seem to agree, calling Democrats woke as well as out of touch and weak. The Hill, which obtained the data, reported Friday. So I need to see if I can find that poll. But anyway, there we go. And then you have Obama telling y'all to get out the fetal position. And, I don't even know. At this point, guys, I don't even know. Because we said that we were going to support the Dems and stop talking about what they're doing wrong and start focusing on what's going on the other side. But don't you guys have to have some type of plan in place while we're doing this? Don't you have to start doing, if we're just going to concentrate, which is fine with me. I don't care what the plan is. I'm going to fall in line, but can I ask you to have a plan on the other side?
Can I ask you this, Lisa? Mm-hmm. How do we keep following people that's not doing things the right way? I mean, just honestly, like, how do we just keep following a party that for years haven't been doing things the right way for the people? It's like we're in some type of programming, Lisa, or like in some type of catch-22 where we just have to follow this party, whether we agree with what they're doing or how they're doing things. And I'm only saying this because I worked the Democratic Party for the president election. And when they came back and said the money that was owed or money that was whatever, I believed it because I seen the embezzlement myself. So at this point, I probably will never be Democratic again.
You saw embezzlement yourself? Really?
I saw it. I saw the embezzlement. I saw the manipulation of the money.
Who was it? Give us names.
The moving of the money.
Who was it?
Personal gain.
Who was it? Give us names. We'll report them to the police now.
Let me keep you down.
Where's the embezzlement?
Hang on, y'all. Let her do her thing so that we can understand, what she's saying and where it's coming from.
Can I ask Lisa, what was the poll again? Was it they were called who? United Countries?
It says Democratic Super PAC Unite, UNITE, the country.
Okay, I got it. I was just seeing what their funding was from on Open Secrets.
Okay, thank you. Let us know when you.
Oh no, I have it. They raised $7 million in 2023-2024, and they spent 6.7. So yeah, it says it's a Democrat. I want to make sure it was a Democratic PAC and not someone posing as one and then releasing a poll that dumps in Democrats. That's all.
All right, cool. Thank you for that. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, we interrupted. Tamara, go ahead, Tamara.
Did you want to see the poll, Lisa? Did you want to see that actual article? I've got the link if you want it.
All right, yeah. If you can post that, it'll be cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay, the lady was going to tell us about the. Is she still here?
Yeah, she's there.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about it.
My TV down, and I laid my grandson down.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because I ain't want to wake him up.
No, we don't want to do that.
No, not tonight.
No, not tonight. So, guys, I had an opportunity to work with the Democratic Party. I was helping a person running for a school board here, but he was Democratic, right? So, being a part of that team, it then put us in the team for the presidential election because he was endorsed by the Democratic Party. So, I was assigned to do canvassing and going out and canvassing for the election. And through this, the gentleman that I was working for that was endorsed by the Democratic Party, just one thing that happened, we couldn't even canvass for him because the people who were running the campaign had their pick already. So they had already pretty much manipulated what information was going to be put out in this area. But if a person is endorsed, and guys, I'm learning. This is me as a person learning. If a person is endorsed by the party, that person is the one that should be on the ticket and being pushed. But just so happened, the people who we were working for wanted the other person to win.
Okay, are we still talking about the school board or the presidential election?
We're talking about the Democratic Party. Because this person that I was working for happened to be on the Democratic ticket, which made him on the Democratic ticket during the presidential election. It all happened at the same time. So,
did your candidate win the school board seat?
No, he didn't win.
Okay.
But that's not my issue. That's not my issue. The issue was how the Democratic Party.
Well, embezzlement, ma'am, has to do with money.
Okay, so what I'm not going to do, because I'm being cut off pretty much by every 4 words that I'm saying. So, if you want to ask me a question, you can, or you can let me finish.
Well, you're supposed to be addressing the embezzlement that's going on in the Democratic Party. Embezzlement has to do with money. Yeah, let's give the opportunity
with money, and I was going to get to the money part, because we were paid for canvassing. That's the money part, and we were given gift cards. Okay, and one of the first things that I read this: when people are scamming, they use gift cards. That's their best way to not trace money.
Nonprofits use gift cards also. That's also a great way to trace money.
So I don't get what she's saying, because what's wrong with giving out gift card or what's the problem?
She's correct though that
if you are again, I can't do this because I'm an actual person that witnessed this and went through this.
Yeah, so I can't do this. Y'all, let's just hear her story. We don't know what her story is, and then if we want to criticize it later, we can. Go ahead, Tamara.
So
tell us what happened.
Reading for me and finding out that gift cards is one of the easiest ways to not have money traced, right? And what I was explaining to you all I'm just learning. When a person is endorsed by a party, they're the people who we're supposed to be campaigning. Just so happened we couldn't campaign for him because they wanted
whoever they wanted in place. So I can name multiple things, guys, through that whole interaction as a community leader and as a person who decided to go in and want to do this type of work. It's my first time, first experience. And when it came back, all this money that the Democratic Party supposedly had, I guess, embezzled, or nobody knew where the money was, well, I was very easily able to see through that campaign that I took part in. I watched all types of illegal things happen in business. And because I'm a business owner, I'm looking at this. So you're telling me that I'm supposed to be a part of this party, right? And we're doing business. And I'm watching all types of illegal things being done. How in the world could I trust anything that they're saying and doing? And this was all I wanted to share with y'all. When they say that money, in the end, that Carmela had recruited all this money and nobody knew where it was. When I worked that party, again, I was easily able to see how a person, they had people coming up saying they had 4 other people with them and the people weren't even there. And they were able to give the names of these people and get gift cards for them.
Wait, who's Carmela? Carmela Soprano from like Tony Soprano's? Who's Carmela?
Carmelo Anthony that is been indicted for murder. I don't know who she's talking about.
Yeah, Carmelo.
I'm waiting for the names of these people that were embezzling. Let's get some people behind jail.
Oh, I got the name.
Well, what I can say is the person who was a part of the campaign, they did file, but what they told me was how this works. Once the election's over, no one cares.
But who is it? Who is it? Give us a name.
I'm here in the state of Virginia. Okay, I'm here in the state of Virginia. So it's everywhere. For real.
Just give us a name. Just give us a name. We'll report them to the police right now.
Again, this was already reported, and like I said, I was told once the election is over, no one cares.
So who is it? Tell us who it is.
She doesn't want to tell us, but Tamara,
bullshit.
Tamara, so I'm kind of confused because you said that the candidate for school board was endorsed by the Democratic Party, and that's the candidate that everybody was supposed to be supporting. But with the people that you were with campaigning for the Democratic Party, they wanted the other person to win. And are you saying they started to divert gift cards that pay canvassers?
You're 100% correct, Doctor. They diverted the entire election when it came to this person that was endorsed. And again, I'm a person that really didn't know much, but I was explained that if this person was endorsed, this person was supposed to have been on the ticket when we went out and canvassed. Do you know when I got his area for canvassing? This is how manipulating they were. They had us out canvassing the day of the election. The morning of the election, we were out canvassing instead of working. This how it was. Again, guys, so for me, it was, we didn't get dispatched until that day. So I had worked the whole month. was when I got the opportunity to canvass, of course, the campaign I worked for was going to ask me to ask for the packet for him, who was endorsed.
So was the other candidate a Democrat as well, or
not? What? You know what? She was a Democrat, but she wasn't endorsed. Like right now, guys, I have an opportunity to work with someone that's running for the House of Delegates here in Virginia, right? And she's doing independent. And she recently got a call from the Democratic Party, almost threatening her.
So the person that was endorsed didn't win. Someone else won. But so they were on the ballot as well?
May I for a second? So one of the things that happened.
Hold on a minute. I just had, hold on, sir.
I'm trying to help you with the answer to the question.
Okay, but just hold on a minute. You know what? Go ahead. Y'all so damn rude. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how he can answer a question of something I did.
Because go ahead, help me. It's systemic, but that go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing that I think would be helpful is that in every democratic institution that I know of across the country, there's an endorsement process. And if you win the endorsement, it's different, like what you need to do to win the endorsement. The local Democratic Party and all of its clubs, all the county committee, the state, any money that's flowing from any Democratic Party institution has to go to the endorsed candidate. And all the time, unfortunately, not all the time, very regularly, there are state parties and local parties that are violating these rules. I can tell you in my state, when Dave Jones ran against Angelique Ashby, Dave Jones won the endorsement, but the state party wasn't giving him the support he was supposed to be getting, and behind the scenes, they were giving support to Angelique Ashby. And that's not how it's supposed to work.
You did break it down exactly what exactly happened, sir. And thank you for doing that. Because and for me, I'm just a business person. I'm looking at what you say you're supposed to do and what the rules are. So if a party is saying these are the rules, this is what we're supposed to do. Imagine a person like me, this business owner that's coming into this. I'm fairly new. I help people with other positions, mayor, vice mayor, because I'm a promoter. So they come get me all the time. But I learned that I cannot support everybody, because when I need to make a phone call and need something done for the children, because I'm a founder of a nonprofit organization as well, I can't call them. Because after you put them in place, they don't care anymore. So for me now, it's about, if I'm going to promote or bridge or help anyone get into a seat, it's going to be someone that I know that I can at least contact later on if I need some help, I have questions and things like that. But I have to be honest, guys. I have been watching the Democratic Party, and I had an opportunity to work with the Democratic Party this year for this election or last year. And that was enough for me to say that I can't support that party.
You mean you can't work for them again?
No, I can't support them again. I don't even know who I'm going to vote for.
Wait, so you can't support them because you don't like their policies for what?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
I'm going to tell you why I can't support them. And having the opportunity to work the election just put the nail in the coffin for me, right? We have Bobby Scott represents us here in Virginia, and he's been in place a long time. You know, he's Democrat, and there's a lot of things that's just not right here with our children, the city of Newport News, just schools, just a lot of things that are not right. I'm not saying Bobby Scott has not fought for a lot of things and got things done, but he's older now. It's time for some new, fresh ideas. And the
Would the Gestapo be a good, fresh idea? Would a Gestapo without?
And the gatekeeping that the elders do is sit in position and do not let new young people who make you come in and make changes is something that I've had enough of. And working the election showed me how they're able to keep these people in place. Like Tina Vick here sits on our city council, another Democrat. You know how long she's been sitting there? Because nobody want to run against her because she's Michael Vick's son. It's just like simple things for me, guys.
Is Medicaid something that you want taken away? Like, would that be a new
No,
idea?
Medicaid is not something I want taken away. But guess what? Everything, like I just have to fight for someone's Medicaid that's on oxygen that came out from hospital that nobody was helping them. So just like you can say that, but it's a lot of things that are not happening properly. And that's all I'm saying about it. No, I don't want Medicaid to go away. But it is things that could change. And you have a lot of elders and a lot of women who are already falling through the cracks even without this act. Because I do that type of work. That's how I know. Like working hard. I don't do a lot of talking about things that I don't actually live and do. So when I decided, because I already had it on my mind, about like what party am I going to do? Because I don't like a lot of the things I'm seeing.
So Aaron, can I ask you a question? Since you understand, you gave the background or how that works. Is it embezzlement happening?
I mean, I wouldn't use that word. I mean, I'm not going to co-sign everything on that it's because there's a bunch of things I disagree with. And I don't think embezzlement is the right word. Like
So
a specific crime. Yeah, so the thing that's wrong is, so you got, like, imagine, like, there's a sporting event, right? And, like, you win if you have the most points. And then you win the game, you're supposed to advance in the tournament. But then someone's like, actually, you had 13 people on your team, and it should have been 14. And we didn't say anything before the game, but now we're going to, like, disqualify you. Like, you're not going to give what you deserve by winning the game. That's kind of what's happening here, right? So if you're, at least there's one piece of it, which I understand and I'm sympathetic to, okay? Which is, if I win the endorsement, so in California, I can tell you exactly how it works. So there's delegates, the delegates vote. It's a little more complicated, but I'm going to make it a little bit simpler because it's just sort of silly, like how ridiculous, like how deep the rules go. So if I'm running for Congress, let's say I'm in California's 12th district, and I get a 60% majority of all the delegates in my congressional district, then I win the endorsement. And every California Democrat, in their official capacity, then has to support me. If they make a speech in public, it has to be supporting me. If they spend money, it has to be supporting me. That's the rules of the game. What sometimes happens is that Democratic Party officials break their own rules and they don't support the candidate. And this is a huge problem because one of the most important things they're supposed to do is give you data, and that data is worth a lot of money. They're supposed to have their clubs go out and knock on doors and make phone calls for you and, all that. And they're very, like, specifically forbidden from working for the other candidates in the primary. So if there's 5 Democrats in my district, the only one any Democratic Party club or institution is allowed to support is me. So that's what I'm hearing is the problem that this woman faced in her particular race was or I don't know if the candidate was a man or a woman, but that the candidate faced was that they won the endorsement, but they didn't actually get, like, what they were supposed to get for that endorsement. And this happens too much.
So
It's
the
not a lot, but
other
it's too much.
side with the embezzlement, let me tell y'all that part. The embezzlement part I seen was a person could come there and say, I have 5 other people in my party with me, doing that, coming out and canvassing with me, right? And the 5 people don't have to be there. She gave the 5 packets to the lady. And you come back with your packets and you get the gift cards for each packet. That's exactly how it went. So what do you call that? She didn't have the 5 people with her. She got 5 packets to canvass, 5 different areas. Came back with the packets checked off, because you had to check off whether the person was there. You knocked on the door. Did you talk to them?
No, yeah. Like, seriously.
You had to knock on the door. You say, did you talk to them? Did you not talk to them? Are they going to vote? Are they not going to vote? This is what we had to do. You get 5 packets. And I'm talking about, you got 200 people. You get 200 people per packet. Almost. You want in whole apartment complexes doing this.
So Tamara, it sounds like
that's how people finessing the system. They ain't had nothing to do with the party.
It was like 2 things. I think she saw things on 2 different levels.
That's what I got out of it too. Sorry, Doctor.
Yeah. No problem. Like what Aaron described, in terms of like a state election, and you are supposed to support the endorsed candidate. And it sounds like they didn't want to support the endorsed candidate, so she witnessed. Technically, that's, I don't know. Is that like illegal activity or just unethical activity? I don't know how to describe it.
Oh, it's illegal.
It's just unethical.
It's illegal.
Supporting the wrong candidate is not illegal. It's just against the rules of a private club. That's all the Democratic Party is ultimately.
Now, and then if, for example, if what she's saying is correct, that like, they were paying canvassers to not put out the person's information.
In canvassers, right? But a person can come up and say, I have 5 other people that's going to be with me today.
Right.
5 people don't have to be there.
Well, I got that too.
Those are people finessing the system for some money. That is normal shit. Well,
Yeah. I wouldn't. Those aren't the same things. Yeah, those aren't the same things. Like one is the first thing you're talking about is like a legitimate criticism of the inner workings of some people in the Democratic Party who aren't following the rules. The other one is, like what Brooklyn said, people finessing the system just to get more money, out of campaigning. Even in my city, there were people that were saying they were campaigning in certain neighborhoods, but they weren't really doing that. You know what I mean? And so, you would think that they're going door to door, but they're not necessarily doing that. I guess there's a level of fraud, fraudulent behavior, that some people engage in, but that's not like. I think for what you're talking about, Tamara, you have to ask yourself: are you sure you want to switch parties? Or do you want to be the whistleblower? You know what I mean? Do you want to be the corrective person? Do you want to like find somebody to actually run? Do you want to be in charge of the state party? There's a number of different things. I do feel bad because it does sound like you're somebody that, sort of an innocent person that was looped in, and then you get to see like fraud, and now you're like disaffected.
Well, I already had, from what I explained to you, I already kind of had, some feelings, just regarding on the elders just sitting in the seats. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I go to city council meetings and I go to school board meetings and all
Looks great.
And a part of doing these different things is what you're supposed. It's your civic duty. So I do these things because it's what I'm supposed to do as a community leader. But what I realized is I can't do that for everybody. That was one of the things I shared with you all. And they're getting in these seats and they're doing their personal agenda. And one of the things I'm going to share, and people probably don't like because I say this and people don't like it when I say it, but Donald Trump made a statement and he said that, we built this country. We did it. But the people that are in the seats are not doing what's supposed to be done for the people. And if I'm going to stand for a party or
including Donald Trump,
including him too. But again, I'm 50, sweetie, and I've been following this a while with the Democrats and the people. I'm out here helping the children and all types of stuff.
Miss, can you explain to me what kind of argument you're making right now?
I'm not arguing.
I'm not
arguing.
What exactly are you saying? This is like giving you as a campaigner for the Democrats.
Brooklyn, 1 second. Tamara, she's asking, what is your main point?
Yeah, what's the point?
What is your main? Yeah, what is it specifically you're concretely saying with everything that you boiled up into? What boiled it up
into
one minute?
My main point was I was addressing Doctor when she was kind of like somewhat minimizing what I seen, and no, I'm not going to let what I seen be minimized.
She's not minimizing it, but I am.
I'm not.
Because that shit is crazy. Actually, Dr. Lyons is being nice. I just don't understand what you're saying at all. It's even that you're you're promoting or you're saying that Donald Trump is doing something good while saying that you was a canvasser for the Democrats. You've seen some freaking words. It's like you don't seem like you're deep into politics enough to even have this. What are you even saying to me? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And don't try to throw Dr. Lyons under the bus. Thank you.
Your question up here is, are Democrats out of touch? So, for me, I think that I'm communicating correctly for what your title is. I'm just a person who came here and wanted to share my testimony on what I experienced.
Based on your argument, you seem out of touch too. I'm just saying, it don't seem like you know what you're talking about, to be honest with you.
I'm very in touch.
How
many city council meetings and school board meetings?
It don't even make sense what you're saying. That's how out of touch you are.
I'm going to ask you one more time. How many city council meetings and school board meetings do you go to for your community? I'm going to close my mic there.
So, Tara, my only issue with what yours, because I believe that you had that experience on campaigning, and I am sorry about that. But that's not like the standard practice across the country. It's just not. I mean, I've seen it happen, I've heard it happen, but it's just not. I mean, even Aaron, told us a story about what happened in his in a state election, in a totally different state. So we know it happens, but that is no reason to. So it sounds to me like, and I hate to give you this challenge, but because you're so involved, it sounds like you need to step up your game. It sounds like you all who are upset about the local representation, you need to put up a different candidate. Like, it sounds like you feel a little defeated, like you can't make a change. And I disagree, with this idea that, like, everything has to stay the same. If you feel like
your local representative is older and out of touch, then put up a new candidate or run yourself. Period. That's what has to happen, and that you can win. Like, local elections are not hard to win. They just take people who are dedicated and want
Not
to
hard to win a local
But I guess
election.
the other question, because we've been in here and we have been criticizing the Democratic Party. This is true. So it's not like we think, Democrats are perfect, everything is okay. But at the same time, you need to do a gut check on your values and like what you want to represent, because that's part of the reason why somebody asked you, do you care about Medicaid and stuff like that? Because we're at war. We're literally at war. So you have to decide, like, okay, do you still want to be a Democrat, first of all? And second of all, is there another way that you could operate in the party outside of the fraud? And I'm just going to say, like, this fraud that you witnessed, because that's just not standard. And if you want new candidates, you can get new candidates. I mean, Michael Vick's on, I get it. I'm sure that the celebrity aspect of it plays a role locally. I'm sure that, because he's rather, he was in sports. I've seen that. And it does have an undue influence on people, but that doesn't mean that you can't win. Like, if you want her out.
Let me address what you said. I don't have to run for any type of seat, because that's not what I was put here to do. So I help promote and put people in the seat that can help the people. So that's just not for me. But but I can have my own opinion. I can look at the things that I see as a person and form my own opinion. I do have that right. So, at no point in time, I only brought up Donald Trump to say that he said we built the country. So, but from there, I don't know. We didn't need to bring up Donald Trump saying that shit. Well, because I'm not understanding what she's talking about. Y'all understand what she's talking about?
No. She thought.
Okay, so when you guys hear this shit, why don't you stop? Because I'm sitting here going, I got like 40 people on stage.
She said she's not a Trump supporter. She only brought it up to say that one thing about Trump. That's what she said.
Wait, she only brought it up because of what now, Haitian?
One point she made. What if she said about Trump?
But she said, Donald Trump said, we built this country. I want to know who you think we meant. Because I can tell you what Donald Trump meant, and he meant fucking white people. That's what he meant.
No. But that's what I said. This whole submission is built off of misinformation from the get-go. It's like, I don't even care to hear none of it, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, the corruption is real, but I think most people want to know, how do you go from, yes, there is corruption within the party, just like, by the way, there's corruption in the Republican Party. How do you go from that to throwing away all your values to go to the other party, assuming you are going to go to the other party and not some other third party, which is totally legit?
Did you ask her, Tamara? You plan on going to the other side? That's what I was going to say. No one asked me this. Everybody just assumed it. Yeah, I asked questions. That's what I do. I'm sitting here listening to all of you all's responses to me. And again, I'm a big person with communication. No one asked me. Well, I'm asking yourself. I'm asking.
No, but I'm not. That's why I'm asking you: are you going to MAGA or a third party because of this specific instance, which, by the way, is corruption? And I agree with your story, and I believe that it happened, and it's fucking bullshit. So your next move, is it to MAGA or a third party that supports both your politics, but also something that is a little more ethical in terms of their practices?
So earlier, I communicated with you all that I have a colleague that is running for the House of Delegates.
and she's running independent. And she recently got a call from the Democrat Party, almost threatening her.
Wow.
So at this point, that's what, again, I can't do anything but be a person who goes by what I'm seeing and what I'm involved with. That's all I can do. So,
Chad, what do you mean that's part of the, Chad said that's part of the course. What do you mean, Chad?
Oh, like,
hey, I'm reading the chat. Hey, Chad.
Hey.
Well,
not the threats, and while you're campaigning, that's part that happens. That's why they have security. You get threatened when you're running for office, or even a campaign manager or chief of staff. You get threatened. That's what I mean. It's part of the course.
Is that unique to one party?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Thank you.
And Tamara, I had said I'm assuming that you're not alone. So if people agree with you, it doesn't take that many people to suggest that somebody else run against the people that you want to replace. I mean, I just said you should. I said you could be the candidate, but that's okay. You don't have to be. But I also said put somebody else up to run against whoever you don't like. Michael Vick's on it. She can be defeated.
for me, it's not more so not necessarily personally liking the person. It's just about what they producing for the people. For me, it's not a personal thing. She didn't have anybody run against her. If you all heard me say that, no one's running against her because she's a bigot.
It doesn't. If you don't run against her, not you. If she doesn't have an opponent, right, she will surely get the office. If she had
that was all my statement was.
Okay, so Tamara, I'm a little frustrated because you have like 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and you sound like you're passionate enough to have both feet in.
No, so that's what's in with what I'm seeing. I
wasn't saying being in cahoots with the people who are engaged in fraudulent activities. I'm talking about if you live there, if you don't like your representative, if you don't like Michael Vick's and other people like it. So one thing that you could do that's real basic. I don't know if you want to out yourself, I guess, but to have somebody put up a poll or put up a Facebook post and say, I'm really tired of our local representation. I really want to change on city council. Who's with me? Like just something basic like that so that you're not just out there by yourself. And then you'll see whether or not the people believe that they're being adequately represented or not. And if enough people believe that they're not being adequately represented, then a candidate needs to come and challenge her. If there's no candidate, she will surely be reelected into the same position. That's how democracy works.
I'm not so focused so much on her. That's not necessarily my focus. As I said, I have someone running for the House of Delegates, and she's running independent, and she's running because of the lack of integrity, the clickiness, all of what we're dealing with here, in the city and the news. It's just a big thing. We just had someone running for treasurer, right? And the person didn't even have the qualifications to even qualify for this position. But he said he didn't have to. You know why? Because he was popular. See, we vote off popularity around here.
Everyone does.
Yeah, I know. We're not voting for the right for the issue. So a lot of the people here that are popular are Democrats. So, like I said, guys, it's just a lot of things that I've witnessed over the years. It's okay.
Lisa, that's what we were trying to do prior. Get her point, but I tuned out. So.
She's in a smaller state, y'all. She's in Virginia. It's not New York. It's not LA. So it's like, she's reporting real time what's happening on a local level. It's the same shit happening on a large scale level. We can get upset with what Virginia is.
Virginia is a big state. Seriously.
I know what I'm saying.
It's one of the most populous states. Huh? Yes, it's a string of 7 major cities with like a major one.
Virginia's a poor fucking state.
Virginia is a rich state. What are you talking about? Northern Virginia has some of the highest per capita income.
Virginia has the highest county.
Northern Virginia.
Yeah, but Virginia is not a poor state.
Loudoun County. Look up Loudoun County.
Would you say that about Northern California?
Look up Loudoun County.
You have said enough for tonight. You just stay on mute. This is enough. I was listening. You was doing a lot of that extra stupid talk. Mute up for now, forever. Thank you. Y'all can continue. I was confused.
I was confused too, but I was trying to listen intently because Dr. Goddess wanted us to go ahead and play this out. So I played it out. I understood some of it, and then the rest of it I didn't understand where there was an issue or what's going on.
Yeah, it was confusing at first.
And I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, we partly invited this conversation because we were talking about, everybody was criticizing the Democratic Party, and the whole question was, whether or not the whole party is weak, or, do we need to do other things? Do we need to have fighters? What's going on with the consultants?
We need to have fighters. It's just, to me, it's getting a little bit to the point where, like, what's going on now? All the stuff that's happening in the last, let's just do 30 days. I'm going to go back a bit further. What have we seen that's showing us that the Democrats are stepping up there trying to take advantage of this fucking layup or whatever? I'm not going to sit here and bash them all night. I'm just asking questions. And it's not to be bashing them. It's more informational. Maybe I don't see it. Maybe I don't know. But it's saying that all the polls are saying that Dems polls show the party's favorability at record low. I just pulled up another one. So, I mean, this is the way we're going into the midterms. I'm just trying to understand, like...
They need to figure out, and look, the Democratic Party is like a concept, is not one thing, right? You got your local clubs, you got your county, you got your state, you got a bunch of different federal institutions. Like, there isn't one thing, even though I know we talk about it that way all the time. So some places they do a good job. Like, I think the Wisconsin State Democratic Party does a pretty good job, for example. Right? I like definitely that. You might know better than me because you're right there, man. But like, I think Anderson Clayton, who's leading the North Carolina Democratic Party, seems like a young, energetic person who's got some vision for making things better there. So like, there's some good Democrats out there, but they need to seriously work on their overall brand. They need to seriously work on their fundraising. They need to spend their money better. Like, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I'm just afraid that I don't see a lot of that happening.
One of the main things that they need to do is they need to paint a vision that is theirs. So much of what they do is, we're not him. Vote for us because we're not him. Vote for us because we're not him. Vote for us to stop him. That's not giving the people anything to believe in. You have to give people a vision.
I think that they're relying on common sense. And that goes along the lines of what you just said too, Michael. It's like, oh, well, people wouldn't vote for that. No, people are voting for that. That's the problem. And so we need to, it's all about, like, when I train people at work, it's about what's in it for me, right? And people need to understand this is how he's hurting you. Because the truth is, there are Democrats that are going to vote Democrat, and they came through voting Democrat. It's those Democrats that are on that outer edge of the circle, and those independents that they
I think that Democrats are failing in a message, in one concise message. It's great that other states or cities or whatever, that their specific Democratic Party in that city or state is doing well, but that does not matter when the party has a messaging issue. For instance, this whole thing with Trump, right? And the Epstein files. This is a slam dunk for Dems. A slam dunk. Yeah. Like, why aren't you flooding the media? And I'm a Republican. They know I didn't vote for Trump, and I'm not MAGA. But what I see is like this is an easy win. Why aren't you flooding the media? Get your congressmen and your senators out there flooding the media, saying that we're the party of transparency. We are the party that wants to let the American people know that we want these things exposed. So whatever that messaging is, you can tell that they are conflicted on the messaging because they haven't come up with one concise message. Right? Like, this is just an easy win, and they're quiet. You know what flooded the news today? Mike Johnson. One person. When the Dems should have been standing on it. And I think like that is a misstep. And what we're seeing is Dems aren't loud enough about what they get right.
Yeah, I'm thinking that logic is.
Well, I think Michael.
Not logic. Not even talking about action.
Yeah, but if you're saying to people that have repeatedly shown you they do not care. Now, they could try. It would be nice to see them try, but I don't think it's going to work. These people have shown time and time again they don't give a fuck. Whatever twist and turn he makes, they'll rock with it. So I think appealing logical thing, like this is what he's doing to you, I don't think it's going to work. I'm going to just be honest. I don't think it's going to work.
But hold on a second. You just made it about Trump. I said nothing about Trump. I said Dem's messaging, and see, y'all go to that. It should not be about anything that he did. You can touch on it, but make the case that you are there for the American people instead of being anti-Trump. That you are patriots, right? You carve out the messaging for your party instead of just being anti-Trump. And it's like almost second nature for y'all sometimes. It's like, oh, the Trump, we don't care. You gotta hold on to the people you have because you did have like
to ignore MAGA and act like that's who's running the party. So I mean, it is about Trump, whether we like it or not. That's literally, it's not even about being a Republican. It's about being this hardline MAGA, with these really extreme beliefs, and it's the culture. This culture is anti. So anything you say, if you could get enough hecklers or whatever, that's just that they're gonna go with that because we're in an anti-intellectualism culture, and I honestly think the best thing to do is wait it out. Trying to figure out a way to message people that do not want to hear you is going to be a waste of time. That's just really what I think.
I also think the Dems fancy themselves as the adults in the room. Now, that sounds good in theory, but when you're involved in a fight, and when people have forgotten the rules to the game, or have circumvented the rules to the game, and decided they're just going to make up their own and go at it that way, it seems honorable to be the adults in the room, but while the entire game has already been, they've moved on from the game. And forgive me if I'm explaining this and sounds scatterbrained, because it does, but I'm trying to articulate it in a way that makes sense. And they consider themselves the protectors of the democracy at this point, and that there's one party who's completely gone off the rails. We are not going to participate in that. We are going to hold the line. We are going to protect the institutions, and we're going to wait until they self-destruct, in some capacity, instead of getting down in the fucking mud and getting your hands dirty and playing that same game. That's the only explanation that makes any sense for not messaging or not taking advantage of something like this. So I understand both sides of it, but what does it really get you? I guess if you're playing the long game and you say, I don't want to participate in this foolish ass childishness with these people. Not only that, but our constituents constituency doesn't like that shit. But the other side of it is your constituency also wants to see you fight back. So it's kind of a confusing messaging, and I think all of it renders them to just stand still. So I don't really know how to explain that, but that's the best that I think that it is. That's what the only thing that makes sense in the larger scheme, when they just do absolutely nothing. Like where Chad was saying, that you can take advantage of this messaging and say, hey, listen, release this, even if there's no merit to it. Still look like you're pushing back or look like you're fighting back. But I think they have convinced themselves, and I can see both sides of it. That's even as I'm saying it. It's kind of a difficult approach.
What you're saying and what I just explained about my situation or what I experienced is exactly how I feel. I was around a bunch of people who was acting like children.
I don't think the same.
In the middle of something that's supposed to be so serious. How can I take them serious?
Who's acting like children? I don't know what you mean.
The Democrats are acting like children?
To me, in the same way.
But that's not what I was saying. Did you follow what I was saying?
From what you described to me, that's what I see.
Wait, that's not.
I don't understand what you mean. How so?
It's like everybody when they want to call Paul Wellstone, they want to use the feel-good quotes. But one of his quotes, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember it exactly, is like, when you aren't fighting for something, at some point you have to realize you don't actually believe in that. And that's something that I think is a real problem.
I don't understand what you mean that they. So and I was, to be fair, I was trying to gather the angle that you were coming from. I think in terms of what you meant, like, are you dissatisfied with the Democratic Party, and are you using your local party as an example of carrying the torch for the entire now?
Is he in the matrix or am I tripping?
So your local party could be doing something completely in a way that is not reflective of the national party.
But from what you were describing, even with how they're handling, like the young lady. They don't have anything really for a person to follow. To me,
so I don't know what the Virginia party does. I don't know, and I don't even know what city you're in. You said Newport News. Newport News. I don't know how the politics run in Newport News. I don't know what they've been.
Let me ask you something. I want to get clear exactly what.
But I wasn't saying. That's what I was getting to. I wasn't saying what you were saying.
Exactly what you were trying to say.
So I'll be clear. What I'm saying is the National Party has always had a problem with messaging, but it's from two frames of mind. One being that I'm going to be the adults in the room. I'm not going to descend into madness like the party across the aisle, meaning the Republicans, has descended into madness because their message largely does not resonate, or the things that are important to them do not resonate with a lot of Americans, not even people who have traditionally been a part of their party. Their direction does not align with most of the American people. So they have resorted to things in order to control power and to stay in power, not to govern, but to stay in power. So that is not the same. I think the party across the aisle, meaning the Democrats, are have been frozen and been paralyzed, even though they have not really been good at messaging ever. So I mean, there's something to be said there as well. So this is not really much different than what they've always done, to be fair, but it's not been this bad. I think when it's as obvious as it is, they've allowed that to paralyze them and to do nothing instead of making a decision to either respond and participate in that to some degree, or to go in the complete opposite direction, and as RJ eloquently put in the chat, is to actually have a message, a vision of the future, to keep saying that, to keep put, but our message has to be constantly coming at people the same way the nonsense has been coming at other people, which, to be fair, listening to what you have said, it has reached you too. Because I've heard a lot of your critiques about the Democratic Party, like I hear many of the people who are not really informed about the politic. But because the propaganda has come, because they message harder, meaning the Republicans, and I'm saying that without malice, they message harder, they say things all the time. Why they have to do that? Because their message does not resonate with people, so they have to keep pushing it out there. And for people who don't understand it in balance, they tend to go with the message that they hear because they really don't understand either one. But if I can convince you that the Democrats aren't doing anything for you, even though you don't know whether or not that's happening locally or nationally, it's just very confusing. Most of your critiques will be for the Democrats, even though the other side, in which Scotty was alluding to, the other side of the party is doing absolutely nothing for you. As a matter of fact, they're doing things to hurt you. Now, there may be instances where the Democrats could do more, and they absolutely can. They have been paralyzed, like I said, but I'm saying that they're instead of trying to say, listen, I'm going to inject myself into this party and try to make this thing move forward, it's just critique after critique after critique to tell you what they're doing wrong. That's what I've heard from you. That's not what I was saying.
Sir,
saying,
when I inject myself into the car to actually do the work, right?
Okay.
To actually find. This one trying to say. When I injected myself in the car to actually do the work, this is what I see. This was the result.
But you keep taking us back to where you are, and we've gotten that messaging already. Yeah, that's what I mean. Where she is, that's what I'm saying. Where you are, where she is.
And this is who you have to get messaging to. This is what I was saying.
Exactly.
Very difficult when you kind of running up against a wall. Like, people do not want to hear certain stuff. Like, they're just kind of resistant to it. That's just what I've noticed. We spent, Quinn, and you know this, before the election came, we spent hours. Brooklyn, you was there telling people, all right, y'all know you finna do X, Y, and Z. And everybody was, nah. And this is why I think this, because everybody who said he wouldn't do it, he did it. Then they still was riding with him. Everything that he's done, he's the president of no war. Now he dropping bombs on niggas. And for everything he does, they make a convulsion or a switch to somehow understand it. So at this point, I'm just like, okay, y'all gonna rock with that, to whatever. What I think is the better option to me is to watch them split apart, because to me it looks like they're about to have a civil war. I just don't think that there's nothing that any Democrat could say to sway the public from what they're doing right now. I really don't. I don't think they do have a messaging problem, but even if they had a good message, it still wouldn't work. I don't think.
But that's not the point. That's not the point, though, and that's not the point I was making, because I don't understand why that keeps being countered, right? Like, I'm not understanding, because the messaging problem is, I mean, have y'all seen your approval ratings? Like, damn, matter of fact, let me make an example.
It's lower.
Yeah, it's lower, right, Brooklyn? So Brooklyn, what are the things that matter to MAGA? Give me 3 things.
The trans people, like I was saying, immigration. Why the fuck I think immigration and abortion?
Okay, so what 3 things matter to the Dems?
Education, healthcare,
anything that labor.
And human
So,
rights.
who's pushing that?
So a lot of people are pushing it. Wait, I think a lot of people, y'all. Wait, I mean, look, I have criticism for the party, but I don't think that it's fair, and it's not even accurate to say that nobody's doing anything. I mean, first of all, the Democrats are pushing people to be out in the streets to show their values and to show with their actual bodies that they disagree with Donald Trump's policies.
But I think the issue may be y'all are missing it. The issue may be, I think the issue with all of it may be that they may be doing all of these things, but the people don't know it, because the people, what we see every day is the shit show that the Republicans are putting us through, and not anything. Right, and it's like the Democrats need to talk more and louder or whatever, be seen and do all of the things that Trump did when he lost in 2020. I think, like, even if it's a waste of time, they need to do it. It need to be repetitive. You know what I'm saying? See all the time, but all we see is really nothing. Like. Thank you, Brooklyn. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like what Republicans and repeal and replace, right? With Obamacare. They really just wanted to repeal it. But they never brought anything else to the table that was better than Obamacare. So their fight against Obamacare failed because they just wanted to be anti-Obamacare, and it didn't work. That's what I'm saying. Dems got to do. You can't. It was a No Kings protest. Great. Now what? What was to come out of that No Kings protest? Right? It should be.
We don't control anything.
Well, the thing is, are y'all increasing like new candidates?
Yes.
Is there a concerted effort for that?
There's more people running for the Democratic Party than any time within No, but there's like a crazy number of Democrats running up and down the ballot across the country everywhere you look. I think they're running more than they were running in 2017. And 2017 was supposed to be really crazy. When it comes to protests are off the charts. There are way more protests in 2025 than there were in 2017, and there were a lot in 2017. A lot. 2025 is like doubling that up or tripling that up. So, like, there's energy, but none of that energy is really from the Democratic Party. Like, let's not get it twisted. That's grassroots energy, which is great. I'm here for it, and I hope the Democratic Party has the good sense to try to incorporate that energy into the party to build on it. That would be great. Like, that would be fantastic. The people are ready. The people are ready to move. They're ready to be led. But what I would say is that the Dems have two key problems that people were kind of speaking to. One is a distribution problem. Like, it's hard to be loud when you don't control the platforms. Republicans are loud because they control the platforms. They've worked for 50 years to to control the platforms. And Democrats are way behind. They got a lot of work to do, and they need a lot of money to do it, unfortunately. But they have. The other one is the messaging that they do isn't values driven. Like, if I hear one more climate activist use the phrase parts per million, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. No one cares about parts per million. That's not what it's about. Like, connect it to people's lives. Like, there's a bunch of, campers who just died because of climate change, and you can't, like, figure out how to message that. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah, the whole
and so they got to make it simple, like, values, connect to people, because we all have different values. Like, I don't know everyone on the stage, but I can tell you the people that I've connected with, it's because we share values. You could live a whole other life, but where we share values, we can connect.
And that's exactly what they do.
Man, I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I think that the whole, like, there's a certain way that these things do go, and I think you have to, like, just look at history. I mean, you talk about Democrats, but have you seen Trump's rating? It drops, exponentially every month. So just like, everything has a flip side to it. And I think that when you say, like, we're losing, be clear, the Democrats are losing to MAGA, not the Republicans. No standard Republican could win like how Trump is winning, because extreme person like Trump, and that's why he won. But this won't last. He's doing everything he can to fuck it up, and I just think the country will swing back the other way. I don't think that there is any game for. And another problem is the Republicans and the MAGAs, they fall in line. On this side, we kind of have a problem with the left and the centrists. Thank you. The left and the centrists, getting in line. But this whole thing about we're losing and all of this other stuff, y'all have lost too. Like actually more. So I mean, we'll win again. I just don't think it's nothing.
I said so.
Right. That's exactly that. My sentiments exactly so. We lost. And then to say, I'm gonna say this in our land, and for the people that are Democrats, don't get psyched out. Let's not this is a black woman who came in the game with 90 days on the clock, raised the most money that's ever been raised, and got extremely close. I don't think a lot of other people could have accomplished that feat. So,
but see, I voted for her, and I'm a Republican.
I'm not talking to you. So clearly don't. Right, I'm not. So I don't even know why you keep responding while I'm talking. I'm trying to be respectful. Come on now. But acting like she didn't do well or she just got mopped is crazy because she didn't. She got very, very close, and had she had a little more time, she probably would have watched him. I'll laugh.
Can I say something real quick? Peace to the room. Hello. Good evening. I just think it's interesting that a lot of people have a lot of things to say about the Democratic Party, about how they're losing, about how they're not doing anything, about how they're unpopular, about how all these things they actually have no comprehension of. We had the special elections that have happened this year. One, you're in a state in the world where we just had an election last year that, yes, we did lose. We would have lost by a lot more had Kamala not been on the ticket, had Biden been on the ticket, or did internal polling, which I'm sure none of it's read. Secondarily, when you look at all of the different special elections, Democrats have overperformed in almost every single one, including Florida, where Josh Wheel is running for the Senate seat that Marco Rubio had. It's Ashley Moody, the Lieutenant Governor who got appointed by DeSantis, which I know probably that you know as well. Secondly, when it comes to the party, you do have a lot of candidates. You have no performance. You have a long list of people who decided to start running who aren't going to run. You have people, even David Hogg, very much on the far left, who he's propped up. Yeah, they're not winning because a lot of the establishment then or more liberals that have decided to run, they're the ones winning. Like if you look at the primary tonight in Arizona 7, which I'm sure no one probably followed in this room. The daughter of the man who died, I'll say that, maybe they'll jog memory. She actually won primary. Now David Hugg's a candidate. But Democrats aren't doing anything. Democrats aren't winning. No one's running. Everyone's doing everything wrong. Both sides are the same. Democrats will never win again. Democrats have no strategy. Democrats didn't just go in New York. Yes, in a D+30 state, but their far left candidate didn't just overperform and actually make history with his particular numbers. Democrats, no one cares. Democrats are going to lose New York. Democrats, Holton's probably going to lose to the Republican that's in the House that's going to run against her. Democrats are going to lose everything. California's going to be lost. Cheryl over in New Jersey, she's going to lose too because the dumbasses in this room think so. They don't know anything about politics. They don't follow politics. They don't listen to anything. They are retarded people who come on this app who run their mouth. They don't actually study or know any data. They can't cite any sources. They don't know anything about the party. They just know about the bias. That's exactly how this party always, and how people always are on this app. Come on, spread bullshit, misinformation, have dumb anecdotal experiences that don't actually amount to anything. Say Kansas thing instead of Kansas thing. And we sit in this room and listen to them because people are fucking stupid and we're bored on that. I pointed out Laura and go back to the audience, but it's embarrassing to listen to some people talking about things you don't know about anything you're fucking talking about. You're actually retarded. Stop talking about politics. You need to read a book, actually get on. You don't even have to watch CNN. You can go watch any other news program. We talk about the local elections, talk about all of the swing states, the swing districts, the vulnerable ones. What is the $90 billion recession package that was voted on that Murkowski and
Can I jump in? Hold on. I've been trying to jump in. Hold on. Oh, Lisa? Oh, sorry, Lisa.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm trying to just stay quiet because on certain subjects that I'm not mastered. I agree with Matt, but except for the name calling part, but I agree with what he's saying. So this is spaces to learn. I don't really agree with calling each other names. I don't, because stupid, ignorant, dumb, all that. I don't think we should be doing that because if people are here, maybe they are here for that reason to learn. And some of the people on the stage, well, we don't know. I can't read your resume before you start talking. I don't see your transcripts. I don't see any of that. So I don't know what you're doing. I don't know you. Your circles with mics on there. So I have to wait for you to start talking. So as to understand who you are, how much you know, and whatever. So let's try to figure out, let's just keep on opening up the subject because there is a problem. There's a messaging problem. And if anyone disagrees, I like to hear it. But someone said it very well, or like Trump strongly, that this is a layup. All the stuff that's happening now, I've been the ones, I don't want to say me, I'll just say it's been said over and over and over that the Dems should be hitting hard. They should be everywhere. It should be them. We should see them everywhere talking about all this shit. They got so much. Damn. To talk about and to get themselves set so where the people who we call it stupid, dumb, whatever, can hear these. And that's I'm not going to do that again because you automatically turn off your audience just because you're calling them stupid and dumb. Yesterday, I lost my fucking mind when somebody called me stupid. They didn't know me from Adam. And you're just going to call me stupid when I open my mouth and I'm getting ready to say, you don't know me. I don't know you. So I'm not going to do that tonight, maybe another day, but I love what you said, Matt, because everything you said was 100% correct. We do need to do a little bit more time studying. The young lady was talking about her stuff locally because that's what she knows. I don't know anything about Virginia. I'm barely keeping up with California and New York, but I'm leaving myself open to learn. So anybody else want to jump in right now? I'm sorry I cut somebody off. You can jump in.
That was
Lisa, I want to jump in. Just three quick things. Somebody asked what was their name 3 things that the Democrats stand for. I can tell you that. It's maintaining the social net for those who need it through Medicare, Medicaid, and universal health care as much as they can. Shoring up unions through labor so people can have a livable wage. And then, of course, education, right? And as well as, champion the little person. As somebody said something about Mike Johnson went on air and called for the release of the Epstein files. You guys know not to fall for the okie doke, right? He went on Fox News and he said that, and guess what he did in the House? He voted along with 210 other Republicans to not disclose anything. So he shows one hand, and then when it comes down to work, he hides the other. So that doesn't mean anything. Lil Hannah and Massey, they put together an act, I think, to be voted on, I believe tomorrow, is called the Epstein Transparency Act, where they're asking for an up and down vote to have everything released, unredacted, everything released within 30 days from the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I see them making movement on that issue. The last thing, somebody said it earlier, the Republicans have backed Fox News. Go look at the ratings as to how many million viewership they get. Do you guys know that CNN, YouTubers are getting more views than CNN? Mm-hmm. You guys know that, right?
Let me hit that. Yes, we do know that.
Yeah. So our thing isn't in legacy media. It's in building our own. I mean, they had Voice of America and that wasn't successful. Maybe now in modern times they can do another thing like that. But it's an independent
media and having the Democrats, Congresspeople and senators not think they're too good to go to these YouTubers because, quite frankly, Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen, Kyle Kalinske, Breaking Point, they're getting more viewers than CNN. And they're given, and I know some of them are getting more than MSNBC, but Fox is a megahorn, and they get that message, and that is filtered through all the large Republican MAGA influences, Benny Johnson, the lib of TikTok, what's that other guy, Joe Prosovic. They have millions of, and then of course Elon Musk, the algorithm, it's stacked. It's stacked against a huge. It's a whole platform that MAGA has that it just works in. It is very well coordinated, and the Dems have not come up with anything that rivals that. And until they do, even when they do have a message, it's not amplified because they don't have the infrastructure.
Yeah, you have to get ahead of the curve. So, I mean, I think that first of all, we can critique something, we can love something and still critique it. Right, we have to establish that because I may or someone else may say something that is about the Democratic Party, and we have a critique, doesn't mean that I'm going against the party. And nobody implied that. I just wanted to put that out there just in case. But I think that the bigger problem that the Dems do in some cases is their plans are better. The way that they want the direction they want the country to go in is way better. So it's frustrating sometimes when that message doesn't reach even the people that they that actually support them. Now, the American people, by and large, are not politically informed or otherwise educated people. So we have to approach that with that in mind. And we can be real about that and not be insulting. That is the reality of where we are. So we tend to wait sometimes until the Republicans fuck things up so poorly that they don't have another choice but to swing back to the left. And then once you have gotten the reins, and then you're showing people the direction the country's going in, and it's a good thing, you don't take advantage of that and continue messaging even when you are doing things that are good. See, we are doing things that are good. We're trying to advance the American people in the right direction. This is what we are doing for you. This is what we plan on doing. But what we allow them to do is to message better than they do, even when you're doing better than they are. So it appears to the people that I just described that you're not doing the job the right way, even though each time they grab the reins, they are not interested in governing in any way. And then they fuck the whole thing up, and then we start the cycle back over again, having these wild swings from the right to the left. That is in the most recent 25 to 30 years in the most recent 25 to 30 years. So the messaging has. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that messaging has to be better. Like, even when you're doing better, you still have to message. And Democrats sometimes we give people more credit than probably we should, in that they understand what's being done for them is the right thing. And of course, they're going to continue voting this way because this is what's being done for you. This is what we've been able to achieve. But you have to keep gloating. You have to keep doing that because that's the era that we're in. You have to keep doing that. The messaging is important, and that's why it is important, Levon, even if you're lying like a Mike Johnson is, or he goes back and does something completely different after he comes to the podium and says that it is important to say that because there are people who get stuck at that podium. They don't pay attention to what he's done after he's left. And they continue their effort to support based on that. So I've been on here a couple times and said, listen, I don't like to call people stupid. I don't like to say that. But I mean, the bottom line is that it is applicable to some people, and we have to treat them accordingly if you want their vote. We don't have time to educate people. At least not in this. Now that needs to be the long-term effort. Because you can keep people doing the right thing if you can do that. But the reality is that's not where we are as a country. We have to continue messaging to people to tell them what you're doing, and they will listen.
And it's not just what you say. It's also the fact that you say anything at all. I used to be a DNC member. My term ended last year. And at the Black Caucus meetings, we would have different people talking to us about different things. And one of the things they talked about was how Republicans are making inroads with black males, especially young black males. And the point of his whole thing was that, after the elections, Democrats don't say anything. And so the Republicans were saying things. And even though the stuff they were saying was wrong and not true, the fact that there was nothing being said from the other side, that allowed them to actually make inroads among young black people, especially young black men.
It's tough though, man, because you don't want to insult people, but damn it, at this point, there's too much at stake. Justice point, they're dumb, lean in, you have to message to them accordingly. I'm sorry, that's just what we are. It's shitty, but people have their own responsibility to catch up. Now, to be fair, go ahead, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. No, I'm just talking, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say one great, rare example where the Democrats really, really, really did well and media worked along with them was that Kilmore Abrego Garcia. The work that Chris Van Hollen did and a couple of the other congressmen by shining a consistent, persistent light, not the fact that they're championing that he could have done any crimes, but that he didn't have due process. And I will tell you, if it wasn't for his work and the media constantly giving a spotlight to it and the other Democrats, keep banging the drum, he would not be in the United States. They'd have kept him in CCOT. And then they got shy because they weren't sure, the Republicans brought up the possible human trafficking about it. But they did an excellent job. And I will tell you, some may not be able to see it, but Trump, two main platform ideas, he's underwater. He is not plus with immigration any longer, and he's not plus with the tariffs any longer, and even his own people hate the big ugly bill in polls. So they have made headway in those three areas. They just need to find a way to flip it and say what they're going to do differently in small bite-sized words and meanings that people can understand, and not big policy papers or what have you. But they have made headway, and I'm thinking that they're on track on flipping the House, unless they do something, they gerrymander or whatever. But they're on track to flipping the House. So we saw what they did in I'm finished right now. You saw what they did in Wisconsin. They withstood $20 million that Elon pumped into that judge race. We saw that Democrat that won in Iowa broke tradition. We saw, I think it was, even in Florida, the two races here, they didn't win, but they came very close. And that was Matt Gaetz' old area, which is very, very red. They came incredibly close. So something's brewing. They just need to keep on doing with more fury and more simplicity. And I think you may start to see those numbers change.
I think it's a big deal when you have an Epstein, Donald Trump talking about not wanting to reveal the Epstein problems. I don't know if there's an actual list, but I'll just say problems. And if anything's revealed that he's on it, or people in his party that he's associated with it, they're on it, there are many reasons, I would imagine, why they want to keep that private, because it would make the country possibly want Donald Trump to be impeached, because that's really bad. I don't care what people say when you're doing stuff to children, allegedly, because I don't know if Donald Trump did anything to children, but if he did, he talks about grabbing women and stuff, so let's be real, he might have grabbed a child and not wanted people to know. There was video of him in media and stuff hanging out with Epstein, so I don't know. I just think that it's a really strange time to try to have something covered up, because he knows that if that was revealed, that it would cost him. It would also be funny if Elon Musk used his capabilities and hacked or found that list. That would be weird, or found something related to that. That would be weird. I don't know if there's an actual list, but if he found the problems, that would be huge. That would be wow.
Nobody is doing none of that.
But now they're saying he did it.
No, I know they're not doing that. I didn't say he did that.
No, I just think that it's important that we keep set expectations, and I don't want us I feel like we get we say things that sound good to us, but we have to remember what type of constituency, and meaning the millions of Americans that we're dealing with. And I would just, go listen to some of these podcasts and just go look at how many viewers they yield, and just look at the ignorance and how, I just think that all of it, I think LaRon was right. Keep your head down, keep doing, what we've been doing. Do the work under the cover of night, because getting out there, trying to beat them at their own game, I do not think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think this works.
Yeah.
So, I think that everybody can agree on certain things. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. You probably have an issue with the idea of the increase in human trafficking. You probably have agreement around the fact that our education system needs to be overhauled. I mean, there are things that we could talk about that we probably agree on that would get us closer to some type of cohesion than, always being on one side or the other of the aisle on every single issue. You know what I mean?
But where is that? But in the past, where has there been a place where we all were oh, this is bipartisan, we all agree? We're not there as a country. I just think that we should really, we're not, even if we do agree, the pride and the attitudes on both sides we're not conceding. Both sides are not doing that.
So you said ideally, you kind of took the stage from me. But listen, okay. So are you saying that there's on both sides of the aisle, they're on opposite sides of the fact that we have a housing problem?
They don't care. It's just that they don't care. People would rather be racist and be poor. They don't care. They keep showing you that. And the thing is we keep being oh my God, they still gonna stick beside them? Yes. They keep showing you they don't give a fuck. And it just gets exhausting when we keep being well, if we do this message, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. You doing all of this, just do the stuff that, the stuff that we learned in civics to try to flip the party. And then when it's time, we can, surprise bitch. Now we got all our shit together. We got all our ducks in a row. Now we are forced to.
Because you don't have an agenda. I don't what is this?
We have plenty of agendas. The agenda right now is to just get this motherfucker out of here. That should be the agenda.
Yeah, but is there one thing that both sides can agree? I'm sorry. Is there one thing that both sides? Because I think it's not what you were asking. I'm just inferring. Is there one thing that both sides can say? You know what? We agree that we this is something that needs a change. That something has to be done.
Oh no, there's nothing. No.
But you're both being a little disingenuous about that. Of course, there are things and places where we can find agreement. There are, but there's several things that we can find agreement on. The problem is that we don't all prioritize the same things. So because I think healthcare might be important, you may think it's important too, but you don't prioritize that over immigration. Because you've been convinced, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general, because there's some people that don't prioritize it over immigration. Why? Because they have been convinced that immigrants are taking their jobs. And because they're taking their jobs, that somehow this is more important than their health care, at least in the point where you're asking them that. So yes, to answer your question and to answer her question, there are places where we find agreement. There's several places
where we find agreement. What we don't find is where we prioritize those things. And because we don't prioritize them for different reasons. Some of them are quite fucking stupid. And you can't find middle ground with people who don't have a fundamental understanding of what it is that they are either critiquing or they agree with.
And you can't use logic on a person that says that if I'm saying, hey, you're gonna lose your health care, these things are vital, and you're still talking about a trans person in a bathroom in California and you live in Kentucky. We don't have a middle ground, baby. It ain't nothing that I can do for you. And me continuing to spin my wheels talking to you, and that's what you care about. You have heart disease, and these are real things. As a person that works in insurance that I've dealt with, you have heart disease. You are at risk of dying within the next 7 months, and you are talking about drag queens reading books in a state that you never lived in. You don't even have kids, so there's no middle ground there. There's no because you're not logic. You may understand healthcare is important, but you think a fucking drag queen reading a book at an optional Barnes and Noble thing is more important than that. You would rather hurt or get something done about that than get millions of people healthcare or get millions of people raising wages or something. So when you have people that think like that, they're like, where do you come together at?
And
there's no really coming together.
But that was my issue or my interpretation of prioritization. If we're saying, like, for example, immigration, if both sides have like a commonality to immigration, and I get like, okay, for group A, that is priority number 2, but group B, it's prioritization number 7. But if you know for a fact, it's like, y'all have to meet somewhere. Like, why not start with that? If you both know that is on your checklist of things to do, why not start there? And then
we've done that, and then they every time. I mean, just MAGA, they've rejected it. So I just think that trying to persuade them is just a dead. I think we're gonna have to get newer young people that are just that are just coming of age to vote, and the people that sat out or whatever that didn't have. Those are the people we're gonna have to focus on. But this messaging that they're doing to these, I would say, radicalized right-wing people is just, we're gonna look goofy doing that. You know what I mean? Like Kamala can't come out and say something. She's a lawyer. She's a woman who has accomplished things. Like, she's a smart person. She can't stoop that low, and it's not going to be convincing, and it is going to turn smart motherfuckers that fuck with her off. So she can't come out and say, yeah, no tax on tips, and I'm gonna promise you all, because she knows that, like, you got logic just has to prevail. It just has to. You cannot run a country. We're seeing that without logic.
Yeah, it's not gonna. You're trying to find common ground with people who are looking through a different lens. So I understand fundamentally what you're trying to say, but there is either a bit of naivete, which I think it is, and listen, I don't blame you for that, because that seems like the most logical approach. But when you look at this thing more micro than you do macro, you understand that these aren't people that are trying to find common ground with you. What they are convinced of, and what they have been convinced of, is that you are taking things that inherently belong to them. So everything is from that lens. Even if they don't really, and I'm not going to give them that much credit, they understand what they're doing. I'm going to stop saying that, because some of them don't. But most of them do. They understand that what they feel like is that fundamentally is that you are taking from them, or the people are detracting from them. That's the whole basis of what people have a problem with, what those people have with immigration, and the others have been convinced of. So what you're saying falls on deaf ears with them, not with other people. So you have people trying, as Jess was just saying, you have people trying to extend an olive branch to people who aren't interested in that. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to find a way around them. And the good news is that there is a way around them. We haven't spoken to people. There's a large segment of people in this country, if we're just talking about voting, who just don't fucking vote. Now, they are a problem too. So they are a problem in the sense that they are apathetic and pathetic as far as I'm concerned. But we have to address them in a way that is that speaks to whatever it is that they think is not being addressed. So there is ground to be made perceivably with those people. With the ones you're talking about, there is absolutely no reason. I have no interest in talking to people who are fundamentally invested in my demise. I don't give a fuck about them. I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire.
Nor am I gonna be polite and not call them dumb. Bitch, you are stupid. And you're trying to kill me. Like and literally actively trying to kill me. And I can't call you stupid. Oh no, I'm gonna call you stupid. I'm definitely gonna say that. And I'm going to repeat it because you need to know. And my thing is change the culture. The culture right now is to be dumb. Dumb is okay. To be uninformed is cool. Like as long as you're louder. But if we can gradually change the culture to where being dumb is not cool, where it is better to be smart and informed, at least know what's going on, because that's bound to happen. With the fucked up shit that's going on, you're gonna have to know what's going on. And when this stuff starts hurting people, because it will, and as a person who works in insurance, it's wearing people out already. All fucking ready. And we are a year in, bro. Like, you got to think this man's approval rating has dropped. We're not even a full year in. It's dropped this much, and he just made this big beautiful bill. Is what to me is going to kill him. It's going to clip a lot because it's going to affect a lot of people in Texas, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, the places that he won overwhelmingly and that have went for him. And they are seeing, I talk to him every day, how stupid and how much they are gagging, like literally gagging. That insulin that was $35 that they enjoyed while they were talking about, Sleepy Joe and all of that. It's a done deal, my nigga. And so you and your $14K a year are going to have to find out how to get some insulin because of your president and all the insurance companies. It's in the language. You have to it's the administration. So I just say, give it another year, and then let's revisit.
Justin, aren't they about to lose hospitals too?
Yeah, two of them. We handling two right now that just said, hey, we already know we're not even gonna be able to make it. So, and these people are scrambling, and I mean, come on, bro. You're in a county in Texas. What I do is once I talk to them or deal with them, I get right off the phone and I go and look at the county and I go look at what color it is. Wow, I sure do, because I want to see what that lesson gonna be, and it be blood red counties. So why is my insurance gone, baby? Call up there to the White House, homegirl.
They don't really understand the ramifications of the things that are happening to, because literally they thought they was playing. It happens, right?
They really thought they was playing, and they thought like, and when you explain it to them, and these are people with surgery scheduled and stuff like that. I deal with very and they be devastated, like truly, truly devastated, and that's what being uninformed and being hateful gets your ass. And like you said, you think is going beyond them thinking you're taking from them. I just don't want you to have it. I don't want you to be able to live. Or have a prosperous life or be healthy. I just don't want you to. People are hateful, bro. And when when all of this stuff starts bouncing back on people, healthcare is going to be what taxing.
And they also think you're doing it on their dime, right? Like they think that somehow their quote unquote taxes are paying for things that they don't agree with. When in actuality, it's actually them who are consuming the tax money of other people because you're poor. You are being paid. You are the ones that are consuming the tax dollars. It's not.
They don't get it. They don't even know what Medicaid is. They don't know what the qualifications are. You really have people. Literally, there was a big thing like a few years ago. Well, actually last year, where people would be like, we don't want to call it Obamacare. Oh, like, you know, like, what about this? I'm going to call it Obamacare. And guess what? This is the only thing your bitch ass qualify for. So luckily, Obama had some care. Because you'd be dead. Like, this is mind-blowing to me. Like, literally, a whole thing where we had a meeting. They said, hey, could you not refer to it as Obamacare? People, what?
Wow. The crazy thing about that is the ACA has some of the richest benefits of all plans. They have like 12 essential health benefits that are required for all plans, individual and small group.
Yeah, PPACA is just a marketplace. It's not a plan. It's just a marketplace where you can go and choose from different insurances that have requirements where you can actually afford the care. Hence the name of the actual legislation that brought it to pass. Just like there's a
plan you get on.
Yeah, and that's crazy. So there's a living example of this right in the chat. So just to answer Snap and I forget the brother's name that was just up here. There are people who are completely resistant to good information, like this cat Hulky. Not only is his name stupid, but so is he. Like his identity is tied to this stupidity. He can't get out of the endless circle to have any critical thought of his own. It is literally about Bloods and Crips for him. That's it. He is a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about. And he's not the only one. Some of them have gone quiet because they know better, at least know that much better. But he is an example of the persistent stupid that happens as a part of what we're talking about. He can't get right. He doesn't, no matter what, he is bought into the exchange between the Reds and the Blues.
Because
he doesn't understand it.
We tolerate those people instead of telling them to shut the fuck.
Okay, so hold on, you guys. I have to share. I've been trying to share it. We went. Okay, just let me do this. And the guy that's in the room recording and putting it on your YouTube channel, and also putting profiles on your YouTube channel that you do every single night. We're trying to report you to Clubhouse. So this is. The profile part, I'm not really feeling, and you know who you are. So just because you're here under anonymous, that's not gonna help you.
Hey Lisa, is it the John Kitover dude?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's always doing that. Nobody pays attention to him. He's a fucking quack. And I'm saying that on your YouTube. You're a fucking quack. Nobody listens to you. Dance around in your fucking underwear on your stupid fucking YouTube, looking like a fucking idiot. Now, play that for your people.
All right, here. Hold on, you guys. Let me just play this real quick, and then we'll come back to this conversation.
You have to play some copyrighted music if you and then they
That's smart. That's actually a good strategy.
Oh, that is good.
And then even if they post it, it'll get removed.
Yeah, but still, fuck you.
Yeah, play some Eagles or something. They don't.
Absolutely. I mean, you could do some black music, but.
Let me just get this clip out real quick, and then we can go back. I see you, Brian. Brian, did you want to say something quickly?
No, I can wait. I'm going to jump in.
Okay. Real
New
quick.
evidence today of growing Democratic Party woes. A new NBC News poll shows that only 27% of registered voters view of the party. It's the lowest rating in the poll in 35 years. The message? They want their party to fight back harder. On that point, NBC News has learned that House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries met this weekend with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been facing backlash and questions about his leadership role after not blocking a Republican spending bill.
Do you think that Leader Schumer is the best person to lead your caucus in this moment?
Senator Schumer certainly can lead this caucus.
Is he the best person?
He can lead this caucus, but we need to have a conversation inside the caucus about whether we are willing to stand up to Republicans. The only way that we are going to be effective as a caucus is if we change our tactics.
Let's bring in Jake Sherman, co-founder of Punchbowl News and an MSNBC political contributor, and Basil Smikle, former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party and an MSNBC political analyst.
So, Basil, Democratic voters agree with Senator Murphy. Their party needs to change tactics. This is no surprise to you. We've talked about this, but this poll shows 65% of Democrats want party leaders to stick to their positions rather than compromise with President Trump. I mean, look, Chuck Schumer didn't create this problem, but who's going to be the one to deliver what the party is saying, this is what we want?
Yeah.
Oh, commercialize, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tough poll. Let me just off the bat say that. But I think what voters are responding to is that they don't see the fight in Democrats. We've talked about, you and I have talked about this for quite some time, but this has been an ongoing challenge for the Democratic Party, that they feel that there's too much compromise. And when you think about the vote that Schumer took on funding the government, but even before that. Just think about that 10 Democrats supported a censure of Representative Green, who was removed from the chamber, and then have Representative Boebert say that he was waving a pin. So if that in and of itself, that should tell you right then and there that there is no compromise, there is no rationalizing events with Republicans. That's how Democrats feel, and I think there are people who have been speaking to this. There's Representative Crockett from Texas. In the Senate, Chris Murphy's been great. Governors like Hochul and Pritzker and Illinois have been fantastic. Even mayors like the mayor of Baltimore and the mayor of Cleveland, for example. So there are Democrats all over the country that kind of represent the next generation of leadership. And I think what the party needs to do is really allow those voices to shine through even more than they have.
Well, Jake, while Democratic voters might be eager for a fight with Trump, you folks at Punchbowl News report that many more Senate Democrats than just the 9 who voted with Schumer agreed with his ultimate decision. So what's going on here? Are Senate Democrats out of step with voters? Are older Democrats out of step with voters? What's happening as you see it? And look at these, as Basil points out, not great poll numbers for Democrats.
Well, first of all, I don't mean to minimize this because I think Democrats have a lot of real problems, but they have almost no tools to fight with. It's just the reality. When you're in the minority in both chambers, you don't really have a lot of cards to play. I think Schumer's biggest mistake here was giving the indication that he was prepared to have a fight that he would have certainly lost, and then not having that fight. Because the only cudgel he really had, the only weapon he really had was to shut the government down and to not provide those votes for cloture. And I understand that Republicans are in control of the House and Senate. You need 60 votes to do anything in the Senate. Once that bill got through the House, the onus was on Schumer to decide yes or no. And I understand that's a frustrating thing for some people. But he thought
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I feel like we have talked this in circles since, a couple days before it actually came to it. Voters are saying, show us something. The explanation of the tough decision that Chuck Schumer had to make, even though this poll is not reflective of that because it wasn't, done after that. But there's something else that Democrats seem to be missing here, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. I think the party is leaderless. It doesn't have a central figure for the first time in a long time. The former president, Joe Biden's not a figure. Barack Obama, has been out of the White House for quite some time now. And I think that's a big problem. And I think also when you're in that position and you have no legislative tools at your disposal and no ability to actually fight back, but the base's desire is to fight back, that's a really difficult position. Let me put it this way. There are basically no wins in the Democrats' future right now. They don't have any big special elections they can win. They have no big legislative fights where they've shown the willingness or the ability to fight. So I think that's all of those things put together make a pretty grim picture.
So, Basil, Hakeem Jeffries was on this network over the weekend. He's calling for a day of action tomorrow. And look, I think from the time that Joe Biden decided to step down, a lot of Democrats have shown that they are ready to take action, but here the Democratic Party remains, which this may sound like a snarky question, but is a day of action the best they've got?
that's what I'm gonna stop right there. It's only a few minutes left. So, what do you guys think?
I think the backing down by Schumer around shutting down the government was just, I said it then, I'll say it again now, it was a terrible, terrible thing. And it just showed that he's weak. It was a weak move. Like, what about what's happened since makes you think, oh, thank God he didn't shut down the government back then? Like, imagine the horrors that might have befallen us if he hadn't done that. It's like, what hasn't happened? You know?
I agree.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, and this is, what was that?
Yeah, it happened that he tried to stop. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. And worse than that, he could have, stood up and showed his values and called them out and said, look at what they're willing to do to tear the country apart, to shut the government down, to hurt all these people. For what? For this nonsense? And he could have, basically, made a point, made it loud and proud, and made it something that people could follow, and instead he folded like a cheap ass town.
This is more of what I was talking about earlier, is that they always consider themselves the adults in the room. They're always going to do what we've always done. They don't recognize the fight that you're in. You can't fight an old school fight where people are fighting it in a different, when they're not fighting by the rules. This is not a laced up, this is not you in the ring with somebody else with rules and two laced up gloves. That's not what this is. They've taken off the gloves and they have spikes on the boots. You have to fight the fight the way it's being fought. And that is the problem I have with the Hakeem Jeffries and the fucking Chuck Schumers, is that they want to fight it the way it's been fought, because under the guise that, well, you guys don't necessarily really understand or are paying attention to what can happen if we, in some way let the government shut down. If we were to let the government shut down, or this would happen here. You have to fight the fight the way it's being fought. And being the adult in the room is not always the answer.
They gotta get rid of Hakeem and Chuck Schumer. That's it.
They can't wrap their minds around the school.
They're not
around
the
the
right
fight.
people for this moment.
That's
They're
correct.
not the right people. And they won't ever be, by the way.
Now, so Scotty, who's up next? If we get rid of Schumer and Jeffries.
I will tell you this, as a New Yorker, I don't want to see anybody from New York. I don't want to see anybody from Massachusetts. I don't want to see anybody from California. No disrespect to any of them, but I just need other people.
The problem is we need people who aren't there because they're the best fundraisers.
But y'all be saying, y'all gotta say somebody.
Okay, here's someone who I absolutely love, who was an up-and-coming rising star, who has legislative chops, who understands values, who wins in a hard-ass district to win in. I think Lauren Underwood is incredible. I think she's wonderful. I think she's one of the few people in the House that really is outstanding. Now, is she great at fundraising? Not really. Not at the rate of these other people, but I bet she would run that place beautifully. She's only in her fourth term though, so she's a little green, but I absolutely love her. I think she's great. And on the other side, in the Senate, I think Chris Murphy has shown that he's someone who's got some balls. I think I have mixed feelings about Cory Booker because of some stuff around pharmaceuticals.
He's Schumer and Jeffries, you know that.
Yeah, I take it back. Right. I feel like Chris Murphy's shown that he's got something. I actually like my senator. I like Padilla. I think Padilla's good. But the main thing is are you someone who can stand up and be, a moral and a political leader who's going to embrace the values and show the people that what we really care about and what we're going to do, instead of kowtowing to special interests, which is what in particular Schumer has been incredible at. Pelosi, she was definitely kowtowing to money more often than I would like by a lot, but she did run the House incredibly well. Her ability to whip votes is legendary for a reason, but Schumer never had that. I mean, I don't know. I don't believe in Schumer at all. No, Schumer has definitely outlived his usefulness. And listen, that comes for us all. He has served well, and during time when, Harry Reid's time came for him. Mitch McConnell's time came and went, and there's several people who have just out. Diane Feinstein. I mean, everybody's time comes. Maxine Waters is up next. I mean, it's just there are people whose time. I mean, all of our time will come. And I just think they hold on to those reins. But to your point, they've been there so long. They are great fundraisers. But the reason they are good fundraisers is because they continue to do the bidding of people who keep us in that same place. So we have to have people in those positions who are doing the work of the people, big shot, who are doing the work of people and not the work of special interest. And that's the problem in Congress. Those people are completely the people I just named. God love them. Irrespective of their party, because God knows there's people on the other side of the aisle who don't care, who are completely doing the bidding of special interest. It's just it's the same thing. So they're definitely. But the other problem is this: who's running against them? Have there even been people who've tried to run against them? They don't. Yeah, I mean, the Senate, there's more of an opportunity because, Schumer's getting up there. Like, Durbin's retiring, and he's been the number 2. So, there's a chance for there to be a pass-off at some point in the not-too-distant future. But the problem is that they just, this is where they do this whole civility nonsense, and they pretend like I can't do that. I have to be respectful. It's like, no, the guy's leading us into a ditch. It's like we shouldn't stick with them. It's like starting the same quarterback after 6 weeks of them throwing 3 picks.
That is a great example.
I just feel like you're gonna have to get the older people on board, and that to me, that's like they're always gonna vote for the blue, most centrist, dependable, reliable. Because I was even when I was looking at my Mom Dami or whatever his name is, his voter turnout, the older people they didn't really go.
Feeling that, right?
They really was not, they wasn't going. They didn't care nothing about a grocery store or a bus.
Low rent, none of that shit.
So, I feel like they look like a lot of older people. They look at that as like a lot of older Democrats. They look at that as too radical, and so it's gonna have to be somewhere where we can meet in the middle with them because they're willing to split the vote. I don't think that the Republicans with MAGA and the I guess the regular Republicans, they're gonna fall in line. No matter how crazy, the Dems is not doing it. And I just think we're gonna have to get somebody that young and old people like.
I think also that there needs to be, and I think that Brother Gary, it's late. I'm drawing blanks. Out of Baton Rouge, Gary, God bless him, I'm drawing blanks.
Gary Chambers.
Gary Chambers, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Gary Chambers has some great ideas as it pertains to the things that, because he's always thinking in the positive and not the negative. So I think that he had some some real critiques for the Democratic Party in the sense that they're not. There's 55% of our people that live in the South, and there is no substantive plan to reach out to our people. You can see the evidence of when we actually do that. The evidence of the 2020 election, when there was a concentrated effort here to get people out to vote here in Georgia. That you see what happened. We were able to turn Georgia blue.
The only person I can see that I think has, and this is just vibes. I'm not talking about politics. policy or anything. This is like for presidential. The only person to me that I can see that has universal appeal, that I can see old people, young people fucking with, is the mayor of not the mayor, the governor of Westmore. Mm-hmm. He's the only person.
He bridges that gap.
That I can see my mom fucking with, my grandma fucking with. I like them. I can see young people liking them. I don't know of any, hopeful presidential candidate. Man, that maybe y'all.
Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom, maybe even Andy Beshear.
I'm gonna have to look into more to Andy Beshear, but Gavin Newsom, I don't think nobody from LA or New York is gonna fly.
Oh, LA, he's got LA.
I'm saying I don't think that the rest of the world is gonna be fucking with no.
Oh, he's from San Francisco for what it's worth, yeah. But I don't know. Even those Republicans in LA love them some Gavin.
Yeah, so I think once on the stage, anybody at this point who can actually formulate fucking sentences will be an attractive candidate. But I think, to your point, I think Westmore is probably the most balanced, and Westmore, because we know the least about his politics at this point. I mean, Gavin Newsom has a track record. Beshear has a track record. Josh has a track record. So I mean, all of these people have records you can run on. Westmore has the benefit, has the Obama benefit, as I like to call it, where you really don't necessarily know his politics. And I think it's right for. It's right for a run. He's right for a run.
I just want to say one thing about the Senate Majority Leader. I just looked it up, and actually, once Durbin retires, the next person after that is Klobuchar. And I think she might actually be a decent Senate Majority Leader if she were to take it over. She's not my favorite. Like, her politics aren't mine. But I bet she'd be pretty good in that job.
She'd be bad. I don't think she'd be any worse than anybody else.
I think she's mean enough. Basically.
You think so?
Oh, she's mean, man.
And she's not Minnesota nice?
No. She's famously mean. Yeah. She's Nancy Pelosi was famed for saying that she eats nails for breakfast. Amy Klobuchar has a bit of that in there.
Scotty, what you said about Westmore?
Oh, I said the Beshear Westmore ticket. That's what I like.
Who'll be in the vice president?
Beshear, because he'll be by then he'll be 2-term and term limited governor of Kentucky, twice elected Democrat in a very red state, with a good record, with a good track record. And Westmore, I think, only has 1 term under his belt. I think it'd be a good geographical combination and a nice bounce.
So, you guys, I found an article in the New York Times where everybody's talking about this. This just started coming on my radar because I didn't know that everybody was talking about the Dems and their lack of messaging and lack of just lack. So this article from the Times from today is Democrats are working on new tactics after losing 2024. And among the ideas being promoted is knocking on every single door in a House district and awarding cash prizes for the most effective way to reach voters. The article, I'm not going to read this whole thing because you guys can go ahead and read it. I can't drop it in the thing because I'm on a desktop right now. There is one point of consensus in the deeply fractured Democratic Party is that the old ways of doing business just aren't cutting it. So many of the party's most analytically minded strategies have begun focusing their energies on dissecting the tactical and technical decisions that led to last year's devastating defeats and dreaming up proposals to overhaul the machinery of progressive politics. Now, what they were talking about with the cash prizes, they were going to ask for, I don't know why, they were going to go do a mass text text message campaign and was asking for different ways to, what would be different ways to improve the Democratic messaging, and who they would look at them and analyze them. I'm just paraphrasing it, and give out $100,000 to people whose ideas sound the best. And they also figured out that having people knock on everybody's door is astronomically expensive, so they don't even know if they'll be able to do that. But I don't like either one of those ideas. What do you guys think? It's kind of,
it's goofy.
Yeah, that is very goofy, right? I don't know what's going on here.
But so let me say two things, because I've been listening while I was working. Now I'm home, or about to be home, just about to drive up. We've been talking about the people. I hate to say it, but I think Justin's probably right. This is a long-term problem that we have to, one, wait it out for the Republicans and hope that it implodes. But number two, I think that if we look at what we know for sure is educated people don't fall for this. What if we just said, look, everything else is a little bit less important. Let's make everything about education or everything about children, or just as Democrats decided that we're going to focus on these three things because in the long run, this will help us get it together and try to build something, because the truth is we are catching a beat down, no matter how you look at it.
But you never, like, I feel like the Republicans are talking us out of, when you look at the election, she didn't get, mollywopped. And you look at what, her entry into, there was no primary. And I think that they're making it like they just won, so bad. They didn't. I mean, if all things considered, they didn't, and it really shouldn't be a problem to win next time. But I think if we let them keep telling us the narrative, and then we keep repeating it to each other, we're losing. That's why we're gonna lose if we keep not looking at what the actual numbers are versus how we feel and trying to match their energy. We're not gonna beat MAGA. That's just never gonna happen, and I don't want to be. I mean, do y'all really want somebody on the left side that's equivalent to Donald Trump?
No.
Nope.
Right. So the thing that we asking for, we don't really want. Yeah, we want somebody with.
I think my contrarian position to that though would be that they were able to beat her with a felon. What a pervert. What a pedophile.
I think so. They beat her.
A white famous felon.
No, I agree, but hold on, let me say
Nobody cares about the felon.
I said it from the beginning, and I like Kamala. I wanted Kamala to win from the beginning, but I did not think she was going to win. We have a racist-ass country. We do.
I mean, but still, okay, but all that said, all the knocks against her, she still raised the most money in history in a record time. And she still, if you look at the votes, almost all the states that Joe Biden won, she won and won more votes than he did. And when you look at
tampered with the election.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, that's another thing. But even if they did, look at the swing states and what she was able to pull in that little time. That's no small feat. And I just think that as long as they keep telling, we lost. Because I noticed the girl who was in here, who was a Republican, she kept saying, y'all lost, like Republicans never lost before. Yeah, we did lose, but look at what we lost by. That's not a lot to make up.
I'm telling y'all, and y'all mark my word, it's going to come out that election was tampered with. They already have proven that you can do it. So it's going to come out sooner or later. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Given what you all are, the talking points you all have mentioned just now, it doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
Well, speaking of things that don't add up, how do you rationalize it that each state running its own election, unless you're talking about specific states, in which case I would like to know which ones you're talking about, have been compromised
to the extent that it stole this election. How do you square that?
Well, so I'm not gonna say because I don't know, but I overheard some IT experts, and they were, I wouldn't say they were talking in front of Congress or somebody of the government about the capability of doing it. I'm gonna see if I can't find it, because it was like yesterday that I saw it. Let me see if I can find it, and maybe I can illustrate what I'm talking about.
Okay, but this is the thing where we don't want to start. Like, I could think that all day long, but I think that it's important that until we have hard fact, proof, or evidence, that we don't be on that.
No. So let me be clear. All I'm saying is the capability is there. That's all I'm saying. The capability is there. Like, there are people that say that's not possible. It is possible. That's all I'm saying.
I get it, but I just feel like it's not a feasible, like, I think that, the things that we do, going forward have to be well thought out, well planned. And I just don't think, like, everything you say, especially as a Democrat with the reputation that we have right now, is going to have to be backed by, like, hard evidence or proof. So, just throwing that out there, even though, it could be, we just can't do that. We just can't do that unless we end up sounding like them.
Also, most of these states had Democratic statewide leadership. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
Democrats were running these elections, so they somehow, they just were too dumb to notice? They didn't pay enough attention? Like what's going on?
Yeah,
this doesn't make sense.
We can't talk about that, and we definitely can't bring up the fake assassination attempt not too many times in a row. But,
So, listen, I hear y'all. I believe that the elections were relatively fair until the report that I saw that I sent to Aram and Aaron on this app. And I'll find it again. This person, he represents like an agency where they explore fraud and stuff like that. But he's a techie. He's a techie nerd, and he explained in his techie nerd way that he believed that the voting machines, I believe, had been tampered with in some places because of the results. They just were not adding up. And I am truly not qualified to analyze it or to explain it adequately, which is why I just sent the link over. So I will find it and send it over again. That's the only, it was only when I heard that, I was like, this is a problem. And their point in saying that because they wanted access to some of the other states, and their point in even pushing this issue was not to relitigate the presidential election. It was to see what we could do to ensure the security of the midterm election. And that's also the only reason why I care. So I'll find it. It was on Roland Martin. I'll find it pretty quickly, and I'll drop it in the chat, and hopefully, y'all will watch it. But I think, like, to just think that it's impossible. You heard Trump and Elon, like, openly bragging about this shit. That alone should cause some type of concern, right? And even for Donald Trump to be like, I don't know how he did it, you know what I mean? But he did it, it's just like, yeah, I don't know how it was done either. But I'm not putting it off. We know that there was even voter fraud when Barack Obama was running. That's what I said earlier. But the difference is the Obama campaign said, let's just overwhelm the system. Let's bring out so many voters, right, that they're
lying, cheating, scamming, fraudulent behavior won't matter. That didn't happen under Kamala Harris's campaign.
I just feel like, I don't necessarily not agree with you, but I feel like that angle, like we can discuss it like amongst ourselves, but when we start, like, it almost feels like a copycat thing. Like, it's like, okay, y'all said it now, we gonna say it too. And I just also want to say to Brooklyn, she said, like, she believes in fighting fire with fire. I kind of do too, but I would like for you to look at it like, this is kind of like a lure. Like, if you have, like, say you have one fighting style and I have another, and you're luring me to fight in your fighting style that you're good at, and I do it, you're going to beat my ass as soon as I start fighting like you, because that's your fighting style. If I stay in my lane and do what I know how to do, then I have a way better chance of winning. And I think that if we can look at it like this, like, we have to resist the urge to try to do what they're doing. For one, it's ignorant, and it just is not, that doesn't play well with smart people. Like, we can't do we don't have nobody on the side that can do a Jordan Peterson or a fucking Ben Shapiro, because those people are idiots, yo. We just don't have people like that are willing to put their, I guess, intellect on the line to do that. And largely, we don't have enough gullible people that's going to go for that. That's going to be like, yeah, like, stupid shit. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Here's my 3-point plan. Okay. First of all, you can do that stuff you're talking about, Dr. Goss, the votes, the tampering, the fraud, all the techie stuff. And yes, look into it, do it over there. Don't have it be the main thing. Same with the fake assassination. Do it over there. Have somebody else investigate it, whatever. Whatever comes up. But that's not the focus. The focus is on the contract with America, version 2026, where Congress, Democratic Congress, has a plan. This is the plan. It's 3 points, it's 5 points, whatever it is. It's very simple, easy to understand. Everybody can get on board that train, understand what it's about, make it very simple, and make it appeal to pretty much everybody across America, whatever it is. And then my other part 3 is have the fucking Onion do all the parodies of everybody else on the other side and just troll the shit out of them. Thank you.
Anybody want to add?
Yeah, I'll say that, I agree. Unfortunately, oh man, these fucking Republicans. Unfortunately, they set the Democrats up, right? Like, when you know that you have engaged in fraudulent behavior, it is sort of like, like we can't come back and say, oh, you stole the election. Like we know that the election was not stolen from Trump. But because they took that narrative and ran with it, literally caused an insurrection and, so on and so forth. Like Jeff said, it's like kind of like we can't come back and say you stole the election, because it would just look like, oh, your person didn't win, and you were fine with the election last time, but now you're not fine with it this time. So I do agree. Like, it has to be something. Unfortunately, it just can't be a part of this campaign. Not like a forefront messaging as a part of this campaign. I definitely believe it has to be looked into, because of midterms. Everybody, like, we're all going, like, I know this room knows that, like, all of our talking, all of our planning, all of our strategizing to change the messaging, to unite the party, to exclude the naysayers, and all of this is all to win the next election. And if there isn't a fair election, what are we gonna do? Right? Like, this is what this whole conversation is about, is that we believe inherently that this election, it will be all about turnout. And I can only hope the same. And all I just want to ask, what if it isn't? That's just the only, that's in the back of my mind. And like, I'm not trying to fearmonger and be like, this is not going to work, but I'm just looking at the shit that's going down, and like, there's a whole lot of illegal shit. And thank God for these judges that are doing the work. And I'm just thinking about it. Like, I see, like, the Democrats are fighting, like, all across the board. And I'm just thinking, like, okay, what's the problem? What's the problem? And I guess the problem is we don't have a united message. That's really what it is. Because even with Hakeem is doing what he can do in his position. I disagree with Aram that the Democratic Party is not encouraging people to get out into the streets. There have been actually elected officials who have said, meet us out there. We'll be out there. Maxine Waters, she was, even as old as she is, she was there. What was it, at the door? What was it they were knocking on? They were trying to get out. Yeah. I mean, like, she was there. Like, I mean, what do y'all want her to do? Like, I'm just...
But, she always going to step. Like, whatever's going on, she's definitely stepping.
Absolutely. The people that were doing their congressional job when Ross Baraka got arrested, the congresspersons, they were there. They were fighting. They were doing the right thing. The Democrats have been gearing up to go and inspect Alligator Alcatraz. Like, I don't understand what y'all want these people to do. I see like a whole bunch of activity. So I'm just thinking that maybe the problem is we don't have one singular united messaging. Is that it?
That is the problem. The problem is that all of what you just described is reactive. It's not proactive. So if you're waiting until things happen in order to respond to them, that is still the old school way of fighting. That is still the establishment, if we need to frame it, way of fighting. You have to be proactive. You have to be proactive. You have to think outside of the box. That starts with the messaging. That starts with the way that you approach. And I'm being hawkish in terms of how you approach what they're doing. Point out every little thing that they are doing. And then you have to think of some things that they aren't thinking about. Listen, at this point, they are nothing if not predictable. They've already literally written down everything that they're trying to do. So there's a degree of anticipation there's a degree of this that you can anticipate, which means that you can plan for it. So that's the problem I have, is that what's being done, of course, from a legislative aspect, there's very little you can do. But there are peripheral things that you can do that, derail the progress, but also show your constituents that you are fighting.
I mean, okay. I don't see that all of this is only reactive. I think that's a part of my issue. And
okay, that's how so?
Well, so for one, the Democrats were warning everybody, right? First of all, tried anyway. They warned people about 2025, put out a gigantic children's book at the DNC, right? Had working groups reading Project 2025, had Black men in barbershops reading Project 2025. I mean, all of those things are proactive, right? Then Donald Trump wins, and I'm sorry, something else. There was a lot of teaching about how tariffs were not going to work. That tariffs, the way that Donald Trump was trying to do tariffs was only going to depress the economy, was only going to increase prices. They were teaching about how the cost of the tariffs were going to go to the consumer, and not in terms of the businesses the way Donald Trump was speaking. I mean, that work was happening. That was proactive. And these are all things like before.
She said about that, like, even about the housing, like, she made a plan. They said, "Oh, it was too complicated for the tech. A lot of people don't understand it. The Big Beautiful Bill is the most complicated tax plan known to man, and everybody, and it ran these things like she did everything. She made a plan for black people. They said, "Oh, she don't have nothing for black men." She wrote out a plan for them. She explained it. She had Obama like. All these things were proactive. The thing is, and the reason why I know that people just don't want to listen, this is the main reason why I know. When they were both, doing their stump speeches and going around the country, where did all the Gaza protesters go? They went to her speech. They never went to no Trump rallies. They never stopped him from speaking. They just harassed her at every set. Now, fast forward a couple of months, this nigga is playing the fucking Gestapo for Israel. The same man who was I want people to stop dying. Like, so like all of these things were preemptive. So I just think like, we just gotta stop giving people the credit of like they get it and they're still saying fuck that, we don't work.
No, I agree that in terms of the way that it was approached prior to election, that there were things and to be fair, I think that there were things that could have been done differently there. I mean, listen, there is a hyper focus on Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan that doesn't resonate with people. There's too much of and I agree that needs to be part of an issue, but part is the operative word. There needs to be a focus on the people who actually vote for you. The people who are in the sphere, people who vote for you, and there's just not enough being done because they're looking at it in terms of state and not in terms of persons and not in terms of turnout. There are 55% of us live, and when I'm speaking more specifically to black people, we live in the South. Why are you not in Louisiana? Why are you not in North Carolina, which to their credit they were? Why have you not dumped more dollars into Georgia? Why have you not dumped more dollars into Mississippi to turn out voters? To turn voters to do, and I'm not even just talking about during election. I'm talking about now, where you could be educating voters on the process, what is happening in their state, why you need to get your ass up and go out and vote, because you need to present a plan to these people that makes sense to them. That is not being done. There are substantive critiques that we can lodge against our party to say that they're not doing because we want them to do better, not as a critique of what they're not doing. Not as a scolding of what they're not doing.
But I honestly think it's built to ass time. I think people have to see, because the plan, people don't give a fuck about a plan. They don't care. Like, they really, really do not give. Either they don't care or they're not able to understand or grasp a plan, or they don't plan in their real life, so it doesn't mean anything. But I really think this belt to ass period that we're about to go through, especially if you're not making over a certain amount of money, if you hadn't done, what you were supposed to do in life or whatever, and you on the outs and you tried that shit voting for Trump, you're about to learn in real fucking time why that wasn't. And so, because we told them niggas, Quinn, how many, we used to be in there like 4 o'clock in the morning, like, so, but don't you understand, this affects this, brother, and this is gonna, and it all, fuck them, get them gay niggas, and all them fucking Mexicans, and that's all niggas wanted to do.
All they were concerned about was the fact that Trump had let a couple of people out of jail in those PPP loans. That's the only reason that they voted for him.
And then a nigga got Larry Hoover out and fucking Big Meech when he did his parties. Right. Like, you can tell those are surgical appeal I can ever think of. Like, I mean, god damn, like, when I heard that, and I said, and as soon as I, went to work the next day, they like, bring veto. Like, it's so easy to appear, like, they're so easily impressed. If we come, and so we seen when we said, you can get a house and you get $25,000, a home where you can build equity. Niggas don't know what equity is. Niggas don't care about that stuff. They don't. Like, it sounds like, to me and you, it sounds like, oh, that's fire. Like, yeah, let's do that. These niggas don't care.
Well, here's the thing. So I agree with you fundamentally, but the problem is so the main question is this: do you want to reach people or don't you? That's where we have to start. No, so if we're going to do that, then what we have to do is that can't start during election time. The reason why Dude was able to launch the campaign that he was, meaning Trump, he was able to do that the way that he was because he started in fucking 2020 for 2024. And that means in whatever capacity, I'm not suggesting that we do it the same way that they've done it. Not at all. What I'm saying is that the methodology has to be the same. You have to engage your people before election time comes around, so that when election time comes around, all you're doing is instructing them, not trying to convince them of what you're trying to do. There's nothing being done in between those, like right now. There are very little, and there's nothing, if there is something I've not seen, and I pay very close attention, there's nothing being done to reach out to these people to show them the entire concentration and the entire conversation is about what is being done. That is reactive. That's not proactive. Proactive is going out and talking to these people in these poor neighborhoods about the education, about the lack of health care, about the lack of action that's happening in their neighborhoods, and showing them what you are going to do in order to be able to make their situation different than it is. We can talk about the reason why those things appeal to us, just is because we can take advantage of them. These people don't even see that far. That is how far outside of the process they are. We have to be realistic about where they are and meet them where they are. So and I'm not talking about in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin and Michigan, because those people, as far as I'm concerned, are fucking incorrigible. They're going to do whatever they think that they can do in the interim, and they're uneducated voters. But I'm talking about the people down here where it can make a difference. Well, it is, because they clearly vote outside of their interest on a regular basis. Well, don't you think we're
Let me ask you this. Wait, just wherever you are, in the country, has your congressperson held a town hall? And did people come out? Has that happened yet?
We have senators who are we have Democratic senators, so we haven't seen that. But I mean, in terms of the Republican reps, I have not heard that. But I'm also not a Republican. I haven't seen them on TV.
No, not Republican, Democratic.
Oh, Democrats, no, I don't think that's been the case at all.
Wow, because see, my
now I could be wrong about that. To be fair,
I want y'all to look it up, because my congressperson held a town hall. It was packed. People came from all over the city, and basically she just outlined, like, this is what they're trying to do. We are outnumbered. I'm gonna fight as best as I can. I'm gonna do such and such and such, and this is what I need from you. I mean, it was just as plain as day. Look that up, because I know, we can't be everywhere all the time, but I think that's important.
As older people, I think we have a blind spot, and I've noticed that the way we think and the way what we value and what we're up against, which is like manosphere culture. And it's a global thing. Like, it's really, really super anti-intellectualism. Like, it's very, everything that makes sense, it's by, and then you have another culture of like, I call them the hissy fitters, that, a lot of them are leftists. And I'm just being real. That wanna take their ball and go the fuck home when shit don't go their way. And Republicans do not do that. Now, what I can say about them is, no matter how centrist the Republican, and know how right wing the Republican, when it's time to vote, they're gonna vote for whoever's in that red spot. The leftists think that there's like another option or a Green Party. We're not there yet, and that's another like just large blaring issue. Is like, like, you could be left. I'm left, but we have to understand that doing the whole like Bernie bro thing, or like not voting or voting for a third, that's dumb. And we don't even get a monicum of what we were trying to get. And when we started out, by doing something, because we don't, it's not exactly what we wanted. So I just think that when you up against the manosphere, what I do agree with you about, Quinn, is the planning part as far as starting out. But I just don't think I don't think letting anyone know what we're doing or trying to like explain to people is gonna work. You just gotta do it, and then in the background, and then when it's time to vote, look, this is already in place, baby. We just need you to go up here and press this button. That's it. A lot of people are at this toddler syndrome where, hey, tax on tips, go press the button, because that's the type of stuff that reads with them. No tax, even though they don't know the parameters around that, or that it has to be cash tips, and that there's a cap on it or whatever. We need like very, very simple things like that, like no tax on tip, no shoes in the house. Like super real basic. Not okay, when you file your taxes, you're gonna get $25,000 back, but that's because on your line items, we can't. Niggas do not understand that. Niggas is not filing taxes and shit like that. It need to be simple, basic shit. And honestly, if it gotta be a little bit of a lie, that's fine too. If it gotta be a little bit of a
it should be big lies. Fuck what you talking about. It should be
like, bro, this tax on tips was a big ass lie, bro. If I gotta say something and then the rest is in fine print, that's fine. That's fine.
Big lie. I'm telling you, trying to legalize marijuana. Tell them that they want to make sure we want to push universal health care. We want all of those things. That's what we want. Universal basic income. Say all of that. Say all of that. Because that is what people listen to. Whether they think you're lying or not, it's on your platform.
But then you gonna have Democrats that's gonna say, I ain't trying to feed everybody. Some Democrats is hella conservative in that way too.
Yeah, but it ain't many of them though. Fuck.
Well, but they can just shut. But what they can do is what the Republicans are like that, and just be quiet. And when it's time to vote, just vote. You ain't gotta agree. Cool.
Exactly. Shut up.
You know what I'm saying? Just shut up.
Charge these people who are wealthy the proper taxes. That's what they need to do.
You can tell that lie too, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but and then how do you plan on doing that? Again, it's just lie. Tell lies.
Like an 8-pronged approach. Like you need. That's what I was telling them earlier. Like you need your conscious leads. Like to me, those are the Democrats that are actually doing the work where it hits, because they're online with the with where all the stuff is going on. So they're attacking it at where it starts. But I just think the old 90s, style, okay, this is the plan. Isn't this sophisticated? This is beautiful. Look, and then this will be the outcome.
Well, you know what
it's not that smart anymore.
You know what they can do now? Because they can be like, hey, guess what we're going to do? We are going to make everything cheaper for you, because we are going to get rid of most, if not all, of the tariffs. impacting you. So now we got that. Oh, and by the way, we're going to keep the taxes the same that they were during the Clinton and Obama administration, and that we're going to put that money into helping you have more affordable health care, bring back more Medicaid for people, and we're going to fix the shit that the Republicans broke over the last couple of years. And woo, look at
they should. You know what a good law would be? Legalize weed and a national rent freeze. Maybe will be good. If you say a national rent freeze, knowing good and well you can't. That's fine. That's fine. You ain't gotta be able to do it.
All right. Just like cheaper houses for everybody.
You think Mom Dami is about to get a freeze?
Yeah,
wait on it.
Because
wait on it.
Hey, you guys, real quick. Wait, you guys, real quick. Sorry, because I did find the link and I put it in the chat. It says where the Nevada ballots change. Data expert something. That is Roland Martin's show, and that is the person that I like. He made me perk up and listen in terms of the election fraud. So please just copy that. Just watch it for me. Watch it for yourself. Just tell me what you think, because their goal, they looked at Nevada and they wanted some access to some other states, because what they found in Nevada was just really like the pattern of it. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a self-described data nerd. So I just please get that, tuck it in your pocket. And I'm sorry that Aaron is not here and that Aaron is not here, but I will try to grab them when they come back. But anyway, I just wanted to go ahead. I just wanted to say that. Okay.
I'm just trying to think a bunch of lies I'm gonna tell to start spreading. Just so that people
cheaper air flight so you can visit your family. Cheaper gas price.
$25,000 check for everybody.
And you gotta ignore the transgender thing. Like, I wouldn't even be like, that's all of that fuck. What is a woman? What is a woman? An adult female. Next question. Like, stop letting them do that shit to y'all. I mean, because that's literally the now that's literally the Webster's Dictionary terminology. Listen, what I learned today, Brooklyn, is I have come over the hill. That young, I'm all for the cause and everything. But I'm still for everything. But bitch, they tried to tell me I was misgendering JD because he's non-binary. Man, miss me with that shit. Miss me with that shit. I'm not about to play them fucking games.
That's right.
That tiptoe and shit. Because there's people that's really actually going through, really fuck out of here, man. And that to me, that's the plan and shit that I don't got time for. That's how we fuck up, doing stupid shit like that. It's actual people going through actual things, and your big ass,
But listen, that's exactly what I was going through. You know what I mean? A few weeks ago.
And you know what I was going to tell you about that, child. Fuck all that, because the thing is, look. You can be fucking like sensitive and understanding and everything. We are humans, you know what I'm saying? But like all that how can you be responsible for another man's homophobia? Like, you know what I mean? And I don't believe in I have to learn that homophobia is a thing that the new gays have like this distaste for, and I get it, but that's the landscape. It's like me being black. A lot of people are not gonna like me because I'm black. I'm gay, so the homophobia is not going nowhere.
That's too strange.
So me sitting around in a room talking to other, like, these people are, man, if you don't go read that bitch or oh God, they're homophobic. So the fuck what? I'm so tired of that. Like, do something about it. Like, but repeating that someone is homophobic when we all know that's like the default way for niggas to be. And like, Don't tell me and cook them, read them, find something to say about them. I just
or make it every fucking thing homophobic too. And so who are every goddamn thing homophobic?
And but just
remember, I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. You see what I'm saying? And like you said,
I didn't like that shit. That was stupid.
I was just like, y'all, I live. Do you understand? I live and work in a Black working class community. I experience homophobic statements, actions all the time. I mean, I'm not saying it's rampant, but it's as common as water running. If you work in the community, you're gonna hear some bullshit. And it just is what it is. And I'm like,
and it's a way to be and educate and what I don't. And this is the other thing that I have a problem. I guess we're calling it online feminism. Look, being mean to every man that you come across with is not feminism. I'm so sorry. That's just not and I'm just and then I can't reply to you because then I'm sexist. But you just cursed me out because you don't like your dad. I don't have nothing to do with that, ma'am. I'm so sorry. That's just not what I think. What I'm basically trying to say is things need to be authentic. Stop doing these things because as your reaction and then treating people like shit. That's what I've been noticing. A lot of the people that say they're feminists, not all, but and some of the other real feminists, I guess, explain to me how it works. Yeah, they just
they just hurt people.
You being trashy to me and I ain't do nothing to you is not expected. It's just not because I ain't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But that type of fragility, is a real problem with I think on the left side.
For sure. No, it's performative and self-righteous also.
It's so draining, Scotty.
It's so draining because if you live long enough, if you live long enough, like some of us have, you realize, look, this is just how the world fucking works. And hopefully you can make a dent in it so it's a little better and stop finger wagging at people so we can fucking get the things that we want out of society and get out of here.
Yeah. And you just work with the people that you can work with, and everybody else, you invite them to come along. But, I mean, in my experience, change has always happened from basically a minority group of people have been at the vanguard, of the change. And then other people, they'll come in when things get rolling and then things become more popular and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, most of the work is done by a small core of people. Yeah. So, that's why I'm just like, yeah, I know you're homophobic. I know you are, you know what I mean? I'm looking and I'm like, but at the same time, guess what? We're going to get these human rights. So I don't give a fuck about your homophobia because I'm going to make sure that this person still has the health care they need, the food they need, the housing they need, and you will come along eventually, or maybe you won't, but you're not going to impede this person's life.
We need to do a Find Your Tribe campaign.
What?
Find like-minded people. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm also going to say the visual representation of this fucking fuck shit, and I'm saying this at 3 a.m. I don't really fucking care, is the fucking the gay flag, which is a rainbow flag. Rainbow's supposed to be for every fucking buddy. That means trans, that means bi, that means all this shit. And now what they've been doing to the flag is mocking it up to this ugly fucking thing that nobody wants to flag because all these colors clash. It's not even good to look at. They got these arrows, these circles, these colors that don't even make sense. Bring back the old rainbow flag. I'm done.
She's like,
no, I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know that was happening, Scotty.
I'm just saying.
That was happening either.
No, it's terrible. The flag looks terrible.
I agree with what you said just about the trans group of people. This is excluding the gays and the lesbians and the bis. They kind of censored themselves in the last election. It was like, and if you said anything that was, if you didn't agree with something that was, you were a bad person. You were transphobic, and that was like the worst thing to be, to the point where Katanji couldn't even say what a woman was, just outright say, that's an adult female woman, adult female girl, whatever. Like, I think that, first of all, I'm everybody phobic, so do with it as you will. I'm gonna talk my shit. I don't really care, and I don't really mean nothing by it. And a lot of times that happens, especially amongst us Black people. We pop shit. We don't mean anything by it all the time. Sometimes we do, but all the time we don't mean anything by it. But it might not come out as nice and neat as you want it to be. And I see that a lot happening, like, because it's not said or it's not.
Well, it's about being reasonable, Brooklyn, to me.
I'm really right. I think
and so I think
you should be reasonable, right?
Yeah, but so if you come like a person like Thug Bully, or people that are disingenuous, that want to say hateful shit, but if you say you don't understand all the what goes on with gay people or whatever, and you might say some shit that is offensive. That's wrong or whatever. But if you're not saying it out of malice, I can talk to you. I can have a conversation with you and not try to like shade you because you may not know. So
that's how I think that's where came about. Like,
but I think that's where like it's a lot of trans people that I grew up with, right? That had to really get out here and get it. Had rough, real, they ain't nobody handing nothing. Wasn't no trans rights. Wasn't no nothing. Like, they had to really like get out here and become make themselves a decent person. You know what I mean? And this is the same with gays. Like, and that's why I can get along with other straight people. These people live in silos. They don't want to talk to nobody outside of that. If somebody disagree with them, it's it's just like you're not informed, and it makes people want to be mean to them. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, because it's like, oh, you acting like you're treating me in a way, and I'm trying to be understanding. I just think like we have to be real, and as a gay person, I feel like people don't be saying it because nobody want to hurt no feelings, but
that's all that to the intellectuals though. They do the same thing to the people that's not so intellectually sound. They shun them. They talk crazy to them. They call them stupid. They do all of the things that kind of bully them for having an opinion different from their own. It's where it's like it's like everybody wants to be right, and if you're not right, you kind of get ganged up on if you're not a part of the popular opinion of things, and that shit.
It's a lot of people just want
to be real. It's as far as I'm concerned, same sex, same problems. I mean, what is uniquely problematic? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. I really want to know what is uniquely different for someone who is of a different, I don't know, but I can't say it, but I'm trying to say that.
I mean, there are differences, just like if you're Black or whatever.
But let me just finish what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, what as far as because I look at it as like terrorism, right? It's certain parts of the culture, and I'm talking about the LGBTQ culture, that's downright dangerous. Like your life is on the line, right? How is that different from other groups that have experienced terror in this country?
It's way different. You have to look at the numbers. If you look at how trans women are killed, the rate at which trans women are killed, it's vastly higher than almost any other group in the country. So, I mean, like, you have to be, that's what I'm saying about being reasonable. You should be able to look at the stats, understand, okay, this is not a tough life to live. Also, the person should be able to say, hey, you are a straight woman or man, you have never lived this experience. As long as you're not trying to like violate me or be disrespectful intentionally, we can have a conversation. We can be reasonable, and then maybe we can come to like an understanding. But if either side is going to be obtuse, aggravating, and antagonizing, then we're not going to get nowhere. And I mean, that's if the straight person comes and tries to pick.
This woman stuff. I don't like being called.
Well, you don't like science.
Just a woman.
You don't like science.
I don't like science
because that's a scientific term. It's not nothing that gay people made up to call you. This is a scientific term. It's not a derogatory term. Okay, well, you can look it up. It's been around since 1906.
These labels.
Yes. A cis woman.
I mean,
it's okay. It's not a label. It's an actual description. It's not a. Well, then you don't understand.
Okay.
If you're offended by a scientific term.
All my life, listen, I'm probably the oldest.
That doesn't mean that's not okay. Great.
But all my life, I've just been a woman. Why can't I just be a woman?
You still are a woman. Nobody's changing the fact that you're a woman.
It's an example, though.
It's a descriptor. I'm a cis man. No, it's not. No, it's not because nobody's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And then see, this be the stupid shit that y'all do and then want to try to. Look at you. I said what you're doing and saying is stupid. And yes, it is stupid. If you're being presented with scientific fact and you just it's how you feel. It's not. It's not how you feel. It's literally not. So if you want to continue to be like, well, it's not. If that's what you want to continue to do, then yeah, that's stupid. And I mean, I just got to tell you that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to learn to not be as offensive as I normally am. It takes a lot.
Why?
Because the New York in me, I just be saying anything, Scotty. You know that.
I know.
I really don't be giving a fuck about how people feel, but then I had to realize that I really do care how people feel to a certain extent. Because sometimes it just goes too far. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's just like too much. But I can meet you in the middle. I don't have a problem with meeting people in the middle. Like respectfully, I could, you know what I'm saying? Like just because I like people overall, I don't have to. I really don't care about people's sexual orientation or what they do, you know, in their personal lives. I understand how to not be as offensive in speech as I used to be.
Well, I wish you wouldn't change on here. I don't care what you do in the real world, so maybe you're talking about that. But on this app, yeah, I don't need you measured, okay?
Okay. No, I'm saying like, so Scotty, I'm talking about like with the trans conversations that we had on Clubhouse in the first season, because I really didn't know much. I was around in community with trans people, but they wasn't really they didn't talk like how people are talking nowadays. There wasn't no they them and none of that, and that was where the confusion came in. And even though I know cisgender, like cis is a scientific term, it wasn't used on a regular basis. So I had to come to an understanding that this is the way that we are right now, and it took some time. But you know, I had a good person to show me, you know, to be a better person when it comes to that, like not be as offensive and not be ignorant.
Yeah, because like I wouldn't be like, oh, look at Brooklyn, that's this woman. Like, no, I would only say that if I'm delineating you from a trans woman. That's the only reason is ever needed.
Yeah,
so that's why when people say it's a derogatory term, now I get that some people don't like it, and people will say it, and people don't like it, and I get how that can work because we're not dumb, you know. But you can't. You also can't turn around and just go against science. Like I'm a cis man
what
because
you're saying is a little misleading though, because the prefix cis has been used in scientific terminology long before the term cisgender became widely known. So I just think the prefix
it just means
was used in science long before cisgender became a widely known thing, which was around 2007.
No, this term has been around since 1906. Now.
Well, that's not what I'm reading.
The term has been around, but it wasn't used. So
because
here's
you only have.
Here's the thing. You have to come out of that old school way of thinking. We're in modern times. You understand? So you have to it's a lot of things that you can still not do, or you might not be too happy about. But you gotta fucking get with the times. It's called evolving. You have to evolve.
But it's also like being mad if somebody say, "Oh, you blood type O." It's literally the same thing. It's it's just a part. It's just a description of it's not that serious, and it's not like when a doctor uses it, and it's not it's not even a degrading term. All it means is, and I'm a cis man. It just means I don't deviate from the sex that I was born as. That's it. I don't. It's not an offensive term.
I'm asking you to use it.
When it's used in a way to be derogatory.
Well, how can you use? How can you? What do you mean you're not going to take it?
In conversation with people, if it's used in a way to dismiss you or to disrespect you, that's how it's going to come off. I could care less about it, really, but it's just it's like the I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of.
I don't see a way for them to use it to disrespect the person.
You don't understand it.
Unless in that conversation you may have been saying, "Oh, I don't like being called cis," and then somebody say it to you to be funny because they feel like you trying to be funny. That's the only way I could see it being offensively used, because I've seen that happen. You understand? So what I'm saying is, I'm a woman. I don't really give a fuck. Like, if that's what you're using as the script, I mean, as long as you know that's what I am, I'm fine with it. It's not even that serious.
But you're probably the same woman that doesn't mind being called a bitch.
You absolutely right.
This woman is not equivalent or allegory to a bitch.
You're right, but she's right though. I don't mind being called a bitch.
Well, what I'm saying is, a cis woman or a cisgender is literally fortifying and validating what women have. It's delineating you from trans women. It's literally like saying you are a bio woman.
I'm fine with it. I'm not gonna let it change my life. But to be perfectly honest, because I'm an older woman, and that's probably what it is, I find it disrespectful.
No, but you don't have to use it, and it
I don't. Be offended. This just for this conversation. I'll probably never talk about it again.
No, good, right. So therefore, it shouldn't really bother you because people use it in the context of when we're having a conversation when trans people evolve. Otherwise, I don't really give a fuck. I'll call Brooklyn a woman all day long, from here to eternity, and she can call herself a woman all day long, and I'll fucking care. The only time I bring up, Brooklyn's a cis woman, is because we're talking with a bunch of trans people, and we're talking about the subject of trans people, and it actually comes up. But I would never even say it. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's so.
I wouldn't even think of it. Like, I forget about the term so much because I usually say bio woman. A lot of people hate that, but that's what I usually say.
Anything but natural born, I guess.
I mean, what do you mean natural born? Like,
this
is another thing. But here's the thing, ma'am. You don't. No shade. You are a woman. but you don't like run womanhood. You don't like get to say what the rules are around it. Just like I don't run manhood. I'm a man.
I agree.
I'm a man. What, girl? You didn't want me to interrupt you, but you really, you real chatty when I'm talking.
I just don't think that none of this shit matters, to be honest with you.
It don't.
It doesn't even fucking matter. Like, what? Why are we
But
here?
a lot of people's personality is hinged on their gender.
Yeah,
and mine is not. So I don't care.
It always devolves into fucking body parts. I'm sick of this shit. We gotta move on.
But to get back to what Jess was saying, this is one of the reasons why we lost on that premise, because it's people that think like her, and then there's people that think like us, and
then it's the new people, the JD and them crew. I'm gonna just be real. They are new to this information. They like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to.
How many did you do shut the fuck?
Go ahead, shit.
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up.
Y'all love lame ass people. Like y'all really, really love. You talking about? Go ahead, Shelby.
I thought she had something. Hey,
I knew she did.
I didn't know she was.
Go ahead, Jess. What you was saying?
Yeah, like that have this new information, and then like, all right, you found out about trans people. Now you trans the next day, and now you got all these rules and regulations. Go talk to my gay mother, who's been a trans woman for 34 years and has walked the streets of New York and Atlanta. And those are people who have put in work and deserve these types of respects and have really like versus somebody that's gonna be like, I just learned this, and you can't say this, that, and that, and that, and this and that to me.
Right, it's the old school it's the old school trick queens versus the new school queens, and the new school queens are fucking victims of every fucking circumstance, just like the new school motherfucking what you call it,
the new straight black man,
and the new straight black men, the new feminists too. They just
everybody's a victim and fragile.
Victims like everybody.
God, you're homophobic, bitch.
Yeah, and it's annoying because I've always known gays and trans people, and you can basically say all kinds of shit. They gonna read you for stuff, and y'all gonna move the fuck on, like. And y'all might be cool later on.
Exactly. And
girl, I'm not giving you no political message. I'm gonna read your ass. But
they don't give a fuck what you think. And
and
by the way, like gay men, you all over the spectrum. You'd have the feminine, you have the butch, you're the masculine, all these fucking things. And now, if, a gay guy is a little bit feminine, all of a sudden he's, like, non-binary. Like, get the fuck
out. That's
us baby boomers are going to die off anyway. Y'all can call each other bitches.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
All that shit.
Snap. Hold on 1 second. Now, that is the problem. Now, I don't even think the trans people was a problem outside of the people crying about bathroom spaces and shit that didn't even make no sense. But the people, to me, that was the problem. And I'm sorry, because I'm about to be phobic again. It was the non-binaries. Listen, because
I don't even understand what that means.
I don't either.
And it's not for me, but I'm okay with not understanding. Like, I'm okay with being like, that's what you want to do? What I'm not mad at is you.
Break me down for
but you're not finna like, oh, I'm a that little girl. Go ahead now. What's your name? Just tell me your name, because my aunt was a grammar teacher. I will be fucked up and you'll be mad at me. Just tell me, what is it? Shaquita, great. I'll call you.
Right.
Because we're gonna do this.
They the ones, and then they'll break you down and argue.
And then the crazy part is, I'm all gay. Scotty's all gay. They will eat us up. Yeah. And then here's the thing. Instead of being like, Thank you, older days, for fighting the good fight and allowing us to be this petty, us to have this luxury to just to piddle and do because I guarantee you, me and Scotty wasn't tripping about that or the homophobic lady and her being around. We didn't have that.
Gay sex was illegal.
we didn't have that. But instead of they just say y'all are old and y'all have did this and girl, please, you bitches would not even be able to be whining like this if it wasn't for us. So look, you be what you want to be. If you want to be a picture frame, bitch, so have at it. I don't give a fuck. But don't be. But if I make a mistake and call you, by your don't try to eat me up about it.
I wouldn't say anything to you because I know your position, but in my own silence, I wouldn't particularly like it. I wouldn't be like.
Well, why do you not like something that doesn't have nothing to do with you?
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm asking. Why does it, like, if somebody is something that doesn't affect me, why do you, how do you not like it? It's like, okay, cool. Do you? I don't like it or dislike it. You don't got to do with me. That's just my attitude about things.
I mean, am I supposed to think like you? No.
I just think you should mind your business.
I do. That's exactly what people should do.
I just think having an opinion on somebody's sexual life is crazy to me.
I promise you, that's what everybody.
You just said you don't like it.
It's my life.
And it's actually their life. You see how you take these things but you can't flip them because you say it's my life. No, it's actually their life. You're in their business. You literally you have these feelings about something that ain't got nothing to do with you.
If I were to refer to someone as a bitch and they don't like being called a bitch, to me it's the same thing.
As what?
Never mind. Good grief. What do we
That's being called sis, but that's stupid.
Being called sis?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what she's comparing it to.
That's a you problem. I don't know.
Bitch is a derogatory term.
But you know what, y'all? Body is just. You know what else? Wait, hold on.
From your perspective.
Snap. Let me say something real quick. I think a lot of this is, but it's not really that we old school neither. I think it's because we New Yorkers. I think that might make the difference because we don't give a fuck about a lot of shit. People talk crazy to you on a daily basis there, so you numb to it. It's like you just know how to talk shit back and move the fuck on.
Hey, you can't get me to care about no faggot or no nigga word. I'm so sorry.
Me neither. I don't think the rest of the country is.
You just can't. I don't care.
I don't care neither.
I just don't. I might read you or whatever, but.
Ooh, I don't care. And it's like the rest of the country, they just not on that. They sensitive. They more sensitive.
Like, oh, you had homophobic people on your stage. No, that's how they was doing Dr. Goddess. And I was just like, let me just be quiet. Whatever. And they was like, you had homophobic. And I'm like, how the fuck she supposed to know? Like, is she supposed to stand there with a fucking taser like, hey, are you homophobic, xenophobic, uniphobic, phobic? Like, man, go on with that. And that's just too much work.
And I don't know the black side. Is the black side supposed to be homophobic too? Wait,
who?
The black side.
The black side is not a person? I don't know.
Yeah. His name is D and then black and then CYDE.
I don't know.
He's been on he's been on these. I didn't know if he was supposed to be because I don't even know him. I don't know him at all.
I don't know. My thing, and this is why I fuck with you, Dr. Goddess, because you always been real chill. Real, very even. Same with you, Brooklyn. The only time I'm ever gonna get upset is when somebody is allowed to say something homophobic and you don't let me get back at them. As long as you let me get my shit off, baby, we got nothing to do with you. You are not responsible for anything, especially another motherfucking man says. I would never do that. So I feel like you sat on a stage, you listened, you were very, to me, you listen for what, because bitch, I would have said, girl, fuck y'all. And and dipped. But you listened, you were open. I think you did your best. I ain't see nothing wrong with what you did. You know, I sat there and I observed because I was just like, they're really tripping about this person that they don't know. Like, they don't know. Like, and he's whack. Like cook him, roast him, or whatever, or just, like, ignore him. But crying and saying a person is homophobic like half the world ain't is just bananas to me.
And, I mean, it's also... it's just so many different layers, but it's also like how everything went down. And I know you will understand this because you've addressed this to a lot of different people that, like, if you go on there, you know, I'm gonna go there with you, or if you're just cut me off, I'm gonna talk about you cut me off. If you know what I mean, if you insulted me, I'm gonna throw out an insult. And it was just kind of like the way that I heard it was. He kept being told he needs to apologize, and he was like, I'm not apologizing for nothing, you know. And they were just like telling him, you better apologize, and then he told his co-mod to play, I'm pretty sure I think it was Buju Banton's No Apologize. Or, you know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm sure that Bati Boy was said in the lyrics somewhere as well, because I'm just like, I'm not familiar with that song. I thought he had played Boom Boom Bye Bye, and that's
none of that, like
around.
Dr. Douglas, that just is like, what are you gonna do about that?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like, I'm like, y'all had like that really deep kind of internal battle, and it was all because he was just like, who's that guy in the Woman King that was like more feminine, you know what I mean? And it's just like, you know, he was bothered by it apparently, and people were mad. They were mad that he was bothered by it, which I think is, you know, it's fine. You could interrogate that, you know what I mean? But it's just, I'm just like, I wasn't even fucking there. Like, y'all, you know, like, y'all, but I get it, right? Because I am seen as somebody who is, I am a Libra, literally. And I'm seen as the person who's going to hear people out, that's going to be fair, you know, generally make the right decision, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, I get that. And maybe there's a I have a bit of a bite, which I explained to them before. This is the part that made me mad, is I had explained to them before that this is somebody who protected me on the app when I was under attack. I mean, every single day. Every day. Like, Jess, I just met you this year, I think. I mean, not, you know, like for a year. And it's just like, just imagine being on Clubhouse and you look out in the hallway and it's like 2 rooms with my name in it. Like, Dr. Goddess is a anti-Black American B or anti-ADOS hoe. Like they would just make up stuff constantly. Just imagine being like, when you come to Chicago, we're going to deal with you and shit like that. Like, and I mean, he protected me in that era. And for that reason, that's why I give him some grace. I talk to him and stuff like that. That's why we're cool. And I was like, you're not going to get me to give up somebody like that on this particular app. We never even met. But I'm just saying.
Well, we all cool homophobes. Even the gays are cool. I'm not cool, but I'm in community. I'll talk to homophobes. I've had conversations with Concrete. He's homophobic. I mean, several people. I've had conversations with them.
He just he's homophobic, you know.
I feel like that's not even reality to sit here, because one, I always talk, you know, one thing me and my friends are always like real big on is like how we treat and interact with women, because sometimes it can like switch over, like, you know, like women can be disrespectful, you know, valid, but you know, sometimes when there's that confrontation or situation, like in that situation, I feel like it went over to like, okay, so now y'all about to interrogate this Black woman by herself, like, and she's not even barking on y'all. So now you're doing what you're coming to somebody about an injustice, but then you're going to commit one too. I don't like that, and I don't like when people like, because then it's like, hey, so are you mad about the problem, or you just wanted to like press somebody? You know what I mean? Like, I don't have no problem with them saying, "Oh, hey, you know, whatever" to you, but I felt like the putting you down and, you know, that's unnecessary, and it just, to me, is like, it makes me question the actual motive of the conversation. Like, okay, so did you want to have this conversation? Because I guess that's valid or whatever to have the conversation about it. I wouldn't have, but I think then, like, the things that was just being said, and that's why, like, I knew, like, okay, me and them are probably gonna have, because this is like all this ages, and see these old people, and well, you know, when these old, and you know, they say it about me and oldest too, but it's like, y'all are actually dumb. Y'all actually don't know a lot. And y'all are like taking these things and like acting like people of age don't know anything.
And they think because they just finished a fucking course on
Bell Hooks book.
Right?
That,
yeah,
you know.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Try living a life and experience shit. Then you may learn shit. I'm so tired of the academic fucking nonsense people on this app who
and get all the scholarship. Bitch, tell me what you've been through. And so that's just the thing. Like, I don't believe in, like, bitch, my mother's straight. My father, she, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't hate straight people. Like, you know what I mean? And doing that, just like I don't like when the feminists do the whole I hate straight. It just, like, you just come across bitter and unreasonable.
And I haven't done anything to any of them. So that's why I was just like, oh, I see kind of like where this is going. So let me just start testing the people out, you know, just from the start. Because, like, West African girl, I've never done nothing to her. She just started off with attitude. Literally from the day I met her, it was just nothing but shade, nothing but disrespectful shit. And, like, I ignored it for a long time. I mean, I told you, this app changed me. Like, a lot of people would be like, Dr. Goddess is the most patient person on this damn app. I was literally more patient than I am now. And it's just like, you know, her, Dr. Library Card, and her bullshit. I'm like, I ain't going for it, because you do a whole lot of shady shit. Then you want to act like you innocent. Oh, I just did, you know. I mean, I just, like, I'm not going for it. So, like, if we just going, if we don't have a relationship, you know what I mean, and y'all feel like y'all could just, you know,
being as you old, and we geriatric, man.
Yeah, and I mean, like, they literally were like, she's 60. I was like, 60? I was like, y'all crazy. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with being 60 or nothing. You know what I mean? I mean, Dr. AG has openly said her age. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, there's nothing wrong with it. But, like, you're just making up shit. And it's just got to the point where I've
and I seen they did it to you, Goat, Sonny. And then I'll be, like, in there, and I'll just be hearing the stuff they're saying. I'm like, oh, y'all really hate older people. And, what's her name? The girl, Kristen, like, it's just a culmination of things. Like, she's just been, like, it for a whole month. She called me a stragged. Girl, you don't know me from Adam.
Oh, my God.
But you keep saying stuff like that in the thing. Yeah, she is.
So she feels like it's okay to use that slur.
Well, no, a stragged, because she said that I'm a
right,
you
like,
know, I try to appeal to straight people.
Yeah, like a straight Nisha, basically.
Never been me. You know, that's never been my thing. But also, ma'am, you don't know me.
I don't think
you don't know me from Adam, and you think that you can say that to me. Now let it go, because I already know. But she kept doing it. Now, if I say anything to you, I'm going to be sexist. I'm going to be this. I'm going to be that. But you are the most disrespectful person to me on this app. Have been several times. I mean, it's been so many times I'll be like, yo, you did really good not saying nothing to her. Because normally you would have lit someone on fire for the type of, like, just her overall tone and demeanor. And somebody recorded. But she did it to go, and I'm glad that somebody else recognized it. And that's just not feminism. You being mean to people is just not feminism.
No.
Kristen.
Oh, is that the one who was at the center of the controversy yesterday?
The one that has, like, the flag shirt on and everything.
I don't know. She has, like, a picture of, like, what's the girl from the Cosby Show? Who married Lenny Kravitz?
Oh, Lisa Bonet.
Okay.
Yeah, she has like a picture of her. And so I just was like, after today when I got into it with JD, I said, and they was like, I don't know why you sitting here, you never liked us and all this, and I just said it because I don't give a fuck, bitch. I'm like, I read the fuck out of JD bitch ass because she like, well, first they was talking about Nikki, and you already know like. First off, I'm 42. I'm a bar, but I'm not doing all of that. Like, I'm gonna just say, like, little stuff like, that's my bitch, she can rap, whatever. But something beyond that, like, I know that girl crazy. I know she say stuff, but I don't really get into it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, I don't care. Like, I like her for the rapping. So we in there playing and shit. And what happened with JD is JD got into it with, he used to always just say stuff to her No, he got into it with Nikki. He used to just say stuff to her like just all the time. And so one day, just randomly, I guess she was bored. She took the retweet, and it was something he said about her. And when I tell you, she fried his ass. She retweeted it, and she like must have went through his pictures because she just was cooking his ass. And it was just a long time coming. Like, he just would like, if you go down his old page, he just would go in on her. And JD has said the most horrible shit about Black Americans on this app, call us slaves and all this other shit or whatever. But this is her rebrand or whatever.
Crazy shit.
Yeah. And so, that's her rebrand. But today she was like, yeah, the barbs are stupid or whatever, and cool. But then she could start like being like I guess she was trying to like refer to me. Listen, I'm not passive. I'm aggressive. So I was like, yo, unless if you should invite me up there and say, to my face. And so he was like, yes, you barbs don't have a brain and all that. And I cooked up bitch ass. I was like, you sit up here and talk or like have all this criticism for Black people. You don't live here, man. You live in a whole nother hemisphere. Like, deal with what's going on over there. Like, you have all this criticism. And I was just like, don't play with me. And she just kept saying, this is going to be the problem. I'm just going to tell you now. So she kept saying, well, you're stupid. The girls don't have a brain. I said, my brain works fine. Does yours? And she said, are you referring to my autism? I said, I don't know. Are you? And so she said, my autism. I don't give a fuck. You don't. If you can call me dumb and refer to mental capacity, you forgot that you be telling people you autistic, and that chain swings both ways. So he gonna say my autism affects me in the way that I'm hyper intelligent. I said maybe hyper vigilant, hypersexual, but nothing. There's nothing hyper intelligent about you, sweetie. Nothing. So either you don't have autism or it affects you in a different way. And I was just like, JD, let me explain something to you. This audience, this very fragile audience that, you can say and they'll ooh and ah, I don't give a fuck about them. These bitches will be bleeding from nose and ear once I finish saying all the shit I will say to you. And I won't give a fuck. And I plan to tomorrow.
Okay, man.
Wait a minute, so this was man too, but this was today.
That was earlier. She got into it like she got into it with Otis, and she just got all this old shit to say.
Because he got into it with Don Gimme on the phone.
And Don Gimme fried him. He told that bitch she need a milk bath, an oatmeal bath, because she got eczema.
Wait, what was her issue with Otis?
Who, Don Gimme?
No.
No, he just always calls us old, and he says the old gays have never done anything for the new. Like, he just has all these random critiques. He's just a bitter. To be 30, I've never met a bitch so bitter. But she got the right one. She plays for all these girls, and she never. Bitch, I'm from the ball.
Why people can be a Gen Z so bad?
Well, her old ass.
To me, I don't understand it.
And you trying to act old.
To be Gen Z is crazy.
And I just thought he was playing.
Girl, move around.
I thought they were just playing when we would come in the room, and
there would be jokes about our knees and the old people. I mean, we just let it fly because it was just like, whatever, you know. I mean, and I thought they were just playing. I didn't realize, you know, that apparently it was actually ageist.
Yeah, so the girl, listen, the reason I stayed in there because I wanted to see names and who said what. So nobody can't say, why are you saying this to me? I didn't say nothing. I just went, and they like, why are you standing here? I didn't even say anything. They was, you know, he been wanting to say this. Some girl named, it's one bitch in there, I don't know her. But whenever I catch her on a free stage, I'm going to run her off that bitch.
Yeah.
She Dr. What was her name?
Marty Pants.
Her too. Oh, she kept saying all this stuff. All them bitches is dumb. And y'all non-binary and Lulu. She kept, and then they was like not too much on Lulu. I'm like, yo, y'all really don't understand what I would do to y'all verbally. I've looked at every picture. I've looked at every Instagram. I don't give a fuck. Y'all keep playing with old people. I'm going to show you what an old person do. I'm going to show you exactly what an old man gives.
Like people don't know something. I was in a room, what was it about giving away homes? I just clicked on it by accident. I don't know if y'all seen that room where they always talking about free homes or whatever. And I was, in there, and the dude rings me up, and then he wants to look up where I live and all this other stuff. I said, bro, I'm out of here. I said, I ain't in here trying to sell nothing to nobody. Didn't ask y'all for no money. They're very rude in that room. Very rude to people. They want to dox people. Look up where you live. Ask where you live. Public information. That room, people are mean in there though too. I'm just saying. I don't know if that room was a Republican room. I bet you it is. But those folks in there are very, very mean. They're mean as hell in that room. They treat people like crap. They do.
No. Yeah, people are wild. Just what happened between you and Ion? Because I saw that and I was like, oh my God.
I never like that one. I can see right now, I'm going to be the gay that don't like that all the other gays don't like. I don't like her. Oh, and I have a problem with
Ion is wild.
Wild and stupid.
Yeah, not just, I mean.
She was like, I voted for Trump, and I was like, shut up, you bitch, you don't even look like how you sound. Imagine being on here sounding all dainty, and bitch, you a big ass Punji nigga. Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Matt, come up here and tell me what you did to Curtis, because that chat yesterday was crazy. The chat was crazy in that room yesterday.
Oh, Matt here. Matt was down there. Yeah, Matt. Is Matt here?
He lays in unless he might be asleep because he wrote that in the chat.
Yeah, but all of them, they is cones, bro. Like, and I be chilling. I don't really be saying nothing, but yeah, I'm done now. That's why I waited in the room, because I wanted to see all the people who was talking shit. Y'all bitches don't know me. Because I wasn't saying anything in the chat. They just going in. And these old geriatric, and I was just going from Instagram to Instagram. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
So you got always see.
Yeah, they have to be ugly as shit. Like, man, bitch, you got skincare to worry about.
And Ion was just strange because he was supposedly very supportive of Black women, and then he was a divester, and he would be like, I don't date Black men. My boyfriend is Asian, and he was always saying that, and then it was like, I'm from the Caribbean, and then it was like I'm a Trump supporter, and it was just like his politics are all over the place. It just does not make any sense.
Black men don't date you, Ion. That's the thing. They're like, I don't date you, because that's what you don't have the choice to. Like, yeah, of course you did that, girl.
known for like disrespecting like all black men. That's what he was known for on the app very, very early on.
When I first came on here, he used to dox people. His name was part of the doxing him, whack, and I like this female when I first came on the app.
That's why she got her ass knocked the fuck out.
Oh.
I just think people should stop playing. Like, I be talking all that cash shit. I'm not that kind. I'm a different gay. And I'll just say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, y'all clearly think, well, anyway, the replays are on, so I just won't say anything, but they just be assuming that, you know, because you have a degree or, you know, you have a professional position, that they could just say anything to you, you know, and do anything. And I'm like, no, you really can't, actually.
Well, I'll let people know. I even said it yesterday. I have a past, so just because I'm professional, that don't mean I don't know how to handle myself.
Listen, that's why I said that you dox me and you go look at my record, it will probably make you want to rethink about playing with me like that. But you go ahead. That is nothing nice, Playboy, and it'll show you that might be what you want to unite. Everybody, what my dad used to always tell me is everybody is not playing. I roast, you know, but I don't really like start with people. Like, I don't just, you know, like, but what I noticed that, like, a lot of people start, you know, they want to dox and do stuff. You can't play with everybody like that. You really, really can't.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel bad because I didn't know people's ages. So part of that, somebody told me, like, they were like, oh, you
yeah, they is. And I'm thinking about the fact when I was their age, I was outside so hard, I wouldn't have been on Clubhouse. So y'all lame as fuck. Y'all kids was lame as fuck. Why are you boasting about you being in your fucking 20s and you said nothing?
Not doing nothing.
Like, girl, please, I wouldn't even know nothing about the Clubhouse if I was when I was in my 20s. Because I was outside so hard. So even if you did, you wouldn't be coming at people sideways, you know what I mean, just out of the blue.
Especially older people than me, I thought they was cool. Like, I wasn't doing like, oh, you old as shit. Like, I don't remember that. Did y'all do that?
No, I mean, we had a great relationship.
Yeah, like all my cousins that was older, like I thought they was the shit. I never like, even now I don't be like, I mean, I'll be maybe like, what's up, old head or some shit like that, but I never be like, you a geriatric, like, yeah, I'm trying to get where you got.
No, the elders are the bomb. I mean, it's just like people, they're just crazy. I mean, but
most part say is, you know, you're too old for that shit. That's what I say. Because they be too old for the shit that they do. But outside of that, like, you know, I don't have no problem with people being older.
But I tried to be.
And I don't know why, like, Ion, he just came in. I could tell that y'all had old school beef because he just came right in and started calling you the F word. And I was just like, what is going on, Ion?
Because I like years ago, I heard him talking. I just think you're just trash. Like, you're not funny. You're corny. You come in and you take, I just hate her. She was the fucking worst. And I'll also just slap the shit out of you. So, like, shut up when I'm around. For real. That's just how I feel about him. And then you come in and talk about you. I voted for Trump. You sound so fucking dumb. A big sour sissy talking about you voted for Trump and you got an Asian boyfriend. Good luck, bitch. Good luck making it through the next 4 years. Congratulations, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like, and then you think you ate it up. And then he was like, I got a man. Do he got you though? Cause you be on here a lot to have a man. Always in some girl's business. Always keeping. I don't like no motherfucking punk like that. I just never been. I don't like that. Then in the rooms, you guys need to divest. Bro, stop telling girls what to do. You divest.
Yeah, it was really. He got confronted, and then he was like, "Yeah, they did tell me I was, I had never seen myself as attacking black men." I'm like, "What? What do you mean? That's all you were doing?"
He cringy, bro. Like, I just, like, he's embarrassing. I wish he wasn't gay. Or, like, claim something else, like, cause I should go get Don Gimme again. Atlanta, he fried JDS.
What?
Yo, he does. I mean, as soon as he came in the room, he just started cooking. Was you in there, Brooklyn?
And she was like, well, so he's saying that, and I was like, damn, and one thing about a Don Gimme, he's gonna fight. He's gonna put him up. So,
And what's their history?
I mean, JD is.
That's what you don't want to fuck around and find out with.
Yeah, well, you think Don Gimme, you think Matt, like that type vibes. But he probably will eat worse than me and Matt. But JD is just. When I first got on this app, this girl was on here terrorizing, just doing all of this stuff. Now I guess she revamped it, But I will go get all them girls from the hood gay side, and they will really put JD on the grill. For real. I know bitches that really want to read JD real bad.
And Don Gimme is like a reader extraordinaire. Don Gimme is also one of the best fundraisers on Clubhouse, low key. I don't know if people know that.
I know he made a diss song about somebody one time. That shit was funny as fuck.
Mm-hmm. But no, he would be on.
He got bars now. I ain't mean what's like that.
Yeah, that song is a good
song. Brooklyn, he came in there and said, he said, "Oh, JD, look, if it isn't the bitch who needs an oatmeal bath." I said, wait, why did he say that? And he just started, he's like, oh.
He be having me rolling.
Oatmeal bath is crazy.
Not Daffy in the room laughing.
for your opening statement, bro. Like, I was like, whoa, what happened?
You guys talking about that room from yesterday? Or the day before?
It was like a couple days ago.
Yeah,
a good amount of people was in there. You were in there too.
It was, what's his name? What's that boy name?
I was in the booth.
What's his name? What's that boy name? The other gay boy.
Who?
It was his room. The nigga who room it was.
JD?
It was Crown. It was Crown room.
Whose room?
Crown. And Crown room is where Don Gimme and JD got into it.
Oh, they got into it again.
Oh, okay.
Because, they got into it one time and they were saying a whole bunch of shit. I really couldn't keep up.
Did JD say something negative about me that day?
Yes. Just like the same thing he was saying about Sonny, like, these old women, they just, and I was like, yo, why are you, and then that day when you came in, did he put you out?
No, I left. And then he was writing me in the back channel begging me to come back in. So I came back in, and then he wouldn't put West African Girl down.
you know, and then was like thinking that we were just gonna stop, and I was like, I ain't stopping for nothing. Like, you know, you can't talk to me any old kind of way.
I think that's one of the only ones that's been actually cool. I think, but I kind of get them mixed up.
Yeah, they can be, and trust me, she could turn real shady real quick.
But
I think when Library Fund though, that was a shocker.
What'd you say?
Yeah. Wasn't you also wasn't Library Conda like ended a little bit or no?
Yeah, because she decided to come off the mic and she asked me something, but see, I had already experienced her shade 2 other times in the past, and I was like patient and forgiving about those times. You see what I'm saying? Like the last time, I was pressing her a little bit, and I was like, you know, what's so funny about the library card? Because somebody, I don't even remember like all the details, but somebody said something about me, and she openly laughed, like off her mic, and kept laughing. You know what I mean? And so she didn't say it, but and it was something like real degrading. I just don't remember, because I'm sure I could. I don't know. I would have to think long and hard.
She's done that to me too, though. But,
you see what I mean? And then so I was like, "What's so funny?" You know what I mean? Because previously she had gotten offended by something like it, and it was like I just know I've never done anything to her. I know that she must have thought that I did or something like that, and I had to like clarify. And so it's just kind of like, you know how like when you think, you know, everything is fine, and then all of a sudden somebody does something else real shady, and you're like, okay, I'm not gonna dwell on this, but I'm peeping it. And then finally I just said something, and she was like, I mean, I laughed because it was funny. But like the laughter, I mean, y'all already, you know how it is. Like it's meant to like support what the person was saying. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, you know, when you're like, we just moved some stuff over in the past. Like, so why would you even go there? You know, type thing. So I just noticed that shady behavior. Yeah. So that's why, so I forget. I think she tried to say something in the room, and she was like, so I want everybody to be clear. She was like, you know, she said that he was mad because that he was getting bullied by the gays because the gays responded to him saying something homophobic, something like that. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. That's what I'm saying. Once again, I wasn't fucking there. You know what I mean? I'm relaying what the messaging apparently was, and you know why he got mad. And the whole point was like he felt like he was getting piled on, and everybody was telling him, "You better apologize. You better apologize." You know, y'all know what that's like. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, you know, even if he was in the wrong, it made him not want to apologize, if that makes any sense.
But to me, asking people like for an apology, look, say something back to him and move the fuck on. I just didn't understand the whole like this person is like the fake shock. Like, okay, like all right, like I mean, maybe that's just me, but so like okay.
And you talk about a 5%er from New York. And
yeah, what the fuck you expect?
Who has also been in prison. And I've had conversations with him, and he was just like, "Yo, Dr. Goddess, listen, Dr. I mean, you know how he talks. You know,
I mean, he's ignorant. I talked to him, but when we talked, he wasn't really disrespectful. He was a little bit, but then I just started roasting him, and like, this is the normal reaction that I get. They'll either start laughing, and be like, "Yo, you crazy," or you know, like, bro, you not changing nobody from being homophobic by complaining. I just don't think like, and these people are home, like, it just is such a like white person's take on stuff to me, and I just feel like it's whitey. Like, I just
so, like, he's the type of person, like, I feel like, because, you know, where me and Otis were disagreeing is he felt like because he played that song, he wishes death upon, you know, gay people. And I was like, no, he doesn't. And I was like, you know, that's just really untrue. And I was like, you know, I felt like the reaction was petty. You know what I mean? But I just felt like he was trying to be turned petty for petty. And y'all seem to apparently be missing that. And I was like, you know, I've really, really talked to him. And I was like, and he is somebody that's just like live and let live. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, he's just not, you know, he basically was explaining that even when he was in prison, he was just like, you know, he saw people, you know, they were doing their thing. And he was like, he's not into like gay bashing people. He's not into, you know what I mean? Like, just, you know, he's not the type of person that's going to get violent because you're gay. Like, it's just, and I was like, and I don't think that you should paint him that way, even though I also believe that what he did was insensitive and wrong. Like, you know, I was like,
you know, what's his name? What's the guy from New York and Brooklyn that with the long locks, the fat boy? Starscream.
Cream. I call him Starscream.
Yeah. He did the same thing, like he played it or whatever. Like played one of them songs or whatever. It took me a minute to even like catch what it was. I don't give a fuck. Like, so, bitch, you ugly. Like, I don't think that way. I'm not no fucking victim. And now, if somebody putting their hands on you, bullying you and shit, you know, but bitch, you can't bully me over no fucking app. Sorry.
I don't think I know Ratu and Raquel. We alright. I don't know. I think they was talking about the Woman King, and he gave his take and felt as if the depiction of the gay character was inaccurate, and they debated on that. And I guess it, you know, kind of went left. You know how the conversations go. It went left, and then he said some more shit and did some more shit, and now everybody he homophobic and everybody beefing. But y'all was all in conversation with each other before that.
And you could be homophobic, but handle it with him. Like, how you gonna press a girl? Yeah, about what he said. Like, you know, she didn't write the fucking script. Like, I mean, say something to him. Or like, and then I was telling them, like, look, I'll say something to him. If y'all don't want to, like, I'll roast him. Like, what is going on here? Like, what are we raising? Like, man up. Like, you know, stand up. Fuck. So he said something gay, and now y'all gonna, oh my gosh, what are we ever gonna do? Y'all read this bitch.
And I feel like, look, my record on here is solid. I have windmilled for my friends because, you know, I mean, you're not going to be harassing gay people on my stage. It's just not going to happen. You know, I might miss some shit. You know, sometimes I might have been asleep or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. But like, you know, and like Just said, you know, I mean, don't say something homophobic and then want civility right after, because you ain't getting civility. You know what I mean? If you came, like in the Black community, we call that fighting words. Fighting words. Mm-hmm. That's what you just did. So if somebody gonna roast you or they gonna tell you off, then that's what's gonna happen. Don't come crying to me and being like, Dr. Goddess, you know, Just said, and I said, yeah, so he roasted your ass, and now it's time to move on. You thought it was fine to call out him being gay. We weren't even talking anything about sexuality. So if you did that, then yes, I am absolutely going to give him the opportunity to roast your ass.
Yeah, I just don't believe in getting other people in it, especially if you ain't never did nothing. I mean, like, even there's been times where, you know, people have said things I definitely didn't agree with what was said, but it also was not said to me. So I don't know. Like, I'm not. Look, unless you my dog like that, like I'm not coming to you. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you can handle your own shit, handle it. I'm not nobody's savior. You know what I mean? Like I just can't. I can't be doing that. Ain't nobody saving me from nothing.
Yeah, that's why these FBAs, the thug bully and bullets and shit like that, that's why they be mad. You know, they want to just perpetuate their bullshit and think that somebody's going to be like a victim. And I'm like, no, I mean, I'm a swing back. But it got to the point where, you know, you had whole communities just lying on me and circulating. I was like, see, it's to the point where, like, it's getting a little dangerous because we know, first of all, I'm outside. Like, I'm really, really outside. And there are things that people can do to track where I'm going, where I'm going to be speaking or whatever. And that's what I started getting nervous about is I frequent Chicago. I frequent Atlanta. You know what I mean? Like there's just different places. And I'm like, y'all, you know, like, stop. First of all, stop lying on me. Second of all, stop threatening me. You know, that was kind of like my two things. And, you know, normally I wouldn't really care about getting lied on, but the lies were fueling the threats. And it just got worse and worse. You know, to the point where literally I had to call people, you know what I mean, in Chicago and be like, look, you know, I don't know if you know this person, but this person is threatening me. And I'm not even the only person that they threatened. It's just that I'm outside. You know what I mean? So they haven't, and now, like, you know, when I bring it up, you know, if they're ever on the app or whatever, you know, they'll be like, I ain't threatening you, Dr. God. It's like, stop fucking lying. Like now that you know you out of pocket for doing it, now I guess somebody, you know, you must have a little bit of shame or whatever it is, and now you want to deny it. But like, no, it was really happening and frequently. And so it just got to the point where that's why I really appreciate Rob Bourne and Mud. He's fucking trash, and that's why I'm just like, Dr. Library Card, you see. I mean, I'm not judging people because, you know, if I really wanted to go in, I could say the same thing about Gold. I could, you know, whoever hangs with him and it keeps propping him up. But, like, he is pure trash. He is a hateful person, period. You know what I mean? And he's also just a loser. And I'm not saying that he's not even the person. He's not somebody that threatened me. But he is somebody that continuously, every day, kept perpetuating lies against me and fueled the threats. And of course, when they threatened me, it's not like he was like, hey, y'all need to calm down. He didn't say shit. So that's why he and I, we not going to ever get along. Because I don't respect somebody like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going around talking about who somebody hangs with, you know what I mean? Because that's apparently the standard now. You know, modding a room together or being in a room together and talking with them on the app, then I could make a number of different accusations, right? Like, you know, if that's the standard, then you're falling beneath your own standard. But I don't have that standard for people. I'm just like, you know, it's whatever. But since we're going to talk about this, then let's talk about it.
Yeah, I couldn't say something earlier because, you know, my work. You know, when I was in my 20s, my teenage years and 20s, you know, I don't even know. I mean, we don't have internet like that, but if they did, I wouldn't be on there like that. You crazy? I'd be outside doing my thing. These fucking kids is crazy to me. And they're awkward. Yeah, they're very awkward. Very.
And they don't know how to handle confrontation.
No, they don't.
You know, and I don't mean like fighting, but you gotta learn how to like speak up for yourself. Especially to me, you know, if you are like a alternate, like if you gay or whatever, you gotta nigga speak up for yourself, because that's the only way, you know, you're gonna get respect. Don't, you know, whining about anything. I feel the same way about being black or whatever, you know, other, you know, thing is considered marginalization. You gotta, all that whining and shit ain't gonna get you nowhere.
Listen, just I get a lot of girlies don't be liking me.
Because I'm the one that be saying that I'm sick of y'all always fucking crying about fucking, you know how they be crying and talking about femicide and all that shit. And granted, it's happening, but are you gonna cry when the nigga pull up on you, or you gonna fight him? Are y'all gonna keep crying about how dangerous men are? You gonna be dangerous, sir?
And it'd be crazy because you don't want to sound insensitive, because like I do care about issues, but
me too, but
I just feel like, yo,
I don't want you to be the victim of everything. Like,
I just can't be no victim.
And do something about it. Like, you gotta do something about it. Period. That's how I feel.
And doing something about it is not like, oh my God, can you believe this? Acting like a white lady.
Right.
Like, I just don't be understanding that. Like, I am appalled. Okay, so what? They don't give a fuck.
And that not everybody is even young. Like Mark Carter, he is like, for me, public enemy number one. You know, he is the Mark Carter. He's the one that was like begging Trump to come to Chicago. You know, King. Yeah, I mean, he was the main person threatening me on the app, and you know, he used to brag all the time about how him and some other guys beat up this gay Black Lives Matter activist who was leading a march. And he was real fucking proud of it. I used to cuss him out at just even about that alone. And then he had a gay daughter, that's what I'm saying. So when I found that out, I said you are just a complete terrible person. I said you are trash. It's your own daughter, you know what I mean, is gay, and you gonna sit up there and brag about, you know, beating somebody down, you know, because she might have been butch, because it was just like, you know, he was just like real proud of it. I was like, you're disgusting, like, you know. And he's like, you know, I mean, we did the same thing. Like, listen, you're not gonna come here and run that mouth. Do the same thing to you. You did, you know. And I went ballistic. And he threatened me several times.
I think I don't wonder if that's that same dude. He was like, well, because if it was up to me, you wouldn't be here. I said, bitch, you have a hard time getting me up out this motherfucker. I guarantee you that.
And come to find out, this dude is like 5'2". You know, he's just a terrible fucking person. Like a lot of them, they moved to Twitter, and I'm so glad. That's the only reason why we're not on here, like, still beefing. But like, if you think about the Essence Festival and how the discussions have been on this app, it was just like that, just times 10. And they're just crazy. They're just illogical, just terrible fucking people, xenophobes, homophobic, violent, you know, and just terrible people. Like, I'm just like, y'all, who raised y'all? Like, what is going on? Like, even in the black community, like, yeah, like, even in the black community, like, haven't y'all learned, you just, even if you are homophobic, you just leave people alone. How about that? Like, that's a very basic tenet. You don't have to be in their lives. You don't have to know the details about their sex life. Where is the just leave people alone clause in the black community?
And then what happens when you meet the right gay person? Like, what happens then? I've seen that happen just way too many times. Living in New York and Atlanta, that shit just don't fly. Like, some of you gay boys throw them. So you just got to be careful.
Yeah, rather not even. Yeah, people do more than throw them. You get the right one on the wrong day, and it's over for you. Yep, it's not even up to terrorists. And they also have only one conception of what they think a black gay male looks like. And I'm
that's always a sad part. That's why I don't know if you heard about that. They beat this straight man up on Leonard Phoenix Road. It was probably like 3 or 4 months ago. Because he was throwing shit at this gay boy, like walking by him throwing shit, and the gay boy was walking to meet some other people, and I guess he felt them throwing the stuff, and he just kept on walking because the boy was following him, and he kind of lured him. And when he walked in the complex, the boy followed him, and he said 2 other boys jumped out and fucked him up.
Good.
You gotta leave people alone, man. Like, everybody with that shit.
Did y'all hear about the black man who was riding his bike over one particular bridge, and he got harassed by these 3 white guys, and like he ended up getting knocked off his bike, and it was like he was willing to fight kind of one person, but they of course just only just tried to jump him, and he ended up getting away. He went home, and this is in Mississippi. He went home, he got his gun, and then he continued to bike ride, but he just went to another bridge, just to kind of avoid any confrontation whatsoever. Do you know they found him and kept fucking with him, and he ended up shooting one of the guys, and the guys, he didn't die or anything, but they all got arrested. Now it's going to be like a whole case. But it's just like
no trying to charge him. But that's what they are.
So this conversation was about homophobic and gay dudes on the app.
Well, yeah. I just mentioned that because Just said you're gonna meet the right person one day, but yeah. I mean, it's.
I know Dap and Brooklyn know about them New York gays.
Yeah.
Boys was not playing like
I'm
that.
from New York.
Oh, yeah, them boys is not playing like that. You get some buck 50s real quick.
Cousin is one of them, child. Listen, he is off the chain. He online, setting it on people every day. And he's a millennial. He ain't even young. He like 34 or some shit, but he is off the chain.
Look, they got a gay gang here called the So Coinsies, and then they all dress like super feminine. They be murking niggas.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they really be beating niggas the fuck up for real, and then like you recording it and like putting it on YouTube, and so I be telling people like, they be like, beat this nigga up in some Fendi, like that's how they be like on the thing, and niggas be embarrassed, and they done got like 2 or 3 like known like niggas out here, and it just ain't worth it, bro. I don't even want to get beat up by them niggas. Now you done got whooped, and you online. I'm gonna find their page, Brooklyn. It's so funny. They got like,
you know what killed me about those type of gay guys? They always ready to pop off. They always. Oh yeah, they are on the train, and they always have something to say. And like, I don't like to back and forth. And then when they hear my accent, they figure because I'm not homophobic, so I'm over that. I'm too old for all that bullshit. I'm over it. I'm Jamaican, but I'm over that shit. So when they hear it, so I don't like to do too much back and forth because I don't like to argue. So I will say something to shut them up real quick. Gay, those not gay men like Just. Those type of gay dudes, they like women that always have to have like the last word. So when they say stuff, I walk them out. I don't have time for that shit because I'll kill you. So I'll leave them alone. I don't mess with gay people like that.
Some of them you will have to like you would really like. I got a homeboy named Frank. He got shot in his chest outside the Walmart, but that's because, and I understand. It happened in Virginia, but he was explaining to me, and I was like, you really don't have to, because I already know how it went. And I know why he's like this, because, you know, niggas made it hard for him, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you get into it with that man, oh, yeah, you're going to have to knock his teeth. You're going to have to make him physically shut up or get in your car and drive away, because he's not going. Like, he just is not. And it'd be like a chip on some dude's shoulder. And I get why they got it, but, you know, I just be hearing how some dudes talk about how they gonna do some straight niggas, and then I be knowing some gay niggas. I was like,
that happened to me though at work one time when I was in college. I worked at this call center, and you know, down here the gays work at the call center. That's where they work at. And I don't know what happened. I really don't even remember what happened, but the boy thought I wasn't gonna fight him. He had the right one to me, because I was like. He was bigger than me and everything, but I didn't give a fuck. Like, he thought I was, he was all in my face talking shit. I got my little ass up and was ready. Because one thing about me is all these things around is death and cheers, and I'll bite you. Don't play with me, okay? But yeah, I done been in them situations too before, and I just had to be like, I don't like to argue with nobody in public.
You know what I mean?
I don't fuck with the gays like that. I don't even be arguing with them at all. I just like, you got it.
You know, them niggas be big too, you know.
I never had a fight with a girl. I never had a fight with a girl except one. This girl named Danielle, but I was young. And she like just pushed me out the line, like just like, you know, kind of punched me in my face. And my mom was like, you know, don't hit girls. So when I came home, my mom was like, what happened to you? Like, why is your eye so upset? And I was like, well, this girl named Danielle punched me in my eye and, you know, broke me a line. She like, you ain't do nothing back? And I'm like, no, because you said don't hit girls. And my mom was like, don't let no girl beat you up. So my godmother had pulled me to the side, and she was like, what Danielle look like? And I told her, you know, she big. She was like, she bigger than you? And I was like, yeah. She was like, when you get in class tomorrow, you see Danielle, you knock the shit out of her. She was like,
I wouldn't let nobody tell me either.
And she said, you don't stop till she fall on the floor. That's what I did. I
got me sitting on top of something. Shit. For real.
My teacher was like, now why would you hit that girl? I was like, my godmother told me to do it.
Well, my grandmother always told me to keep my hands to myself. And if somebody hit me, if anybody hit me for no reason, hit their ass back. So that goes for anybody. Age, color, fucking creed, I don't care. It's like automatic. It's like in my mind, it's my reflexes. Like, I'm going to hit you back, even if I hadn't intended to, right then and there, if you hit me. That's why you ever get, like, I ever been to, like, a haunted house, and you know why you done got kicked out? I got kicked out of one, too.
For grabbing this man with because he had the chainsaw, and I didn't know they don't have chains in them. And he kept coming close to me, and I just kept saying, you know, I don't like that. And I was like, stop. And he like ran at me. Dink. Don't play with me. They put me up out of there.
One of them fuckers grabbed me. I think I'm the reason why they changed the rules. Like, they can't touch you. Because one of them niggas grabbed me, and I'm like, crazy. It was retarded. They kicked me out the whole place. Shit was crazy. Like, don't touch me. Don't do that. Please.
Yeah, please don't touch me. That's one thing that's going to get me nervous every time. Or, like, you start putting your hands, like, near or around my face. I'm going to hit you first.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
It just makes me real nervous when you have your hands near my face. Like, I don't like it.
You hit somebody, they're going to learn to leave you alone. Because I know when I got bigger and stronger and folks used to pick on me when I was a kid and skinny, all that stuff changed. People stopped picking on me. When I started beating them up, they left me alone. I didn't go looking for trouble, but I got tired of people picking on me and making fun of me. And I learned how to fight and all that stuff came to an end. People left me alone because I don't play with people. I'm done with people, thinking they can put their hands on you and then you're not gonna do nothing. Like I told a woman that hit me, good luck, because I knocked her straight in her head and she went sleep. I don't play that. Don't hit me and then don't think I'm not gonna hit you back. And I'm sitting down and you trying to hit me, and I'm sitting down, not doing nothing to you. And that's for me personally. That's why I don't live with a lot of women. All women mean no, but a lot of them are very mean to me. And some dudes, but generally I live with a man because my temper does not allow me to live with a lot of females because they don't know how to treat people with any kind of respect. I've had women call me stupid, tell me they're gonna hurt me. I'm like, no. I've had a man tell me the same thing, and it's like, nah, I just nah, I'm good. I lived in a house with a bunch of women and I just couldn't deal with that. I left in the middle of the night and never came back, moved in with a man and never looked back. I couldn't do that. But it was always arguing. I couldn't do that. I had to go.
Well, I've never been the type to start shit. I talk shit. Yeah, I talk shit. Big shit, buku shit. People be like, oh, they be wanting to fight me from the shit that I say. But I've never been the type of person that believe that words warranted physical touch. And so if you touch me based on some shit that I say, your consequences are really going to be hard. I'm telling you, because I'm little. Keep this in mind. I've always been. And I don't fight shit. I don't believe in a fair fight. I don't even know what that is. So I've never had a problem with people that were bigger than me. I never gave a fuck. I never will. We're not fighting fair. I don't even. What is that? What is a fair fight? What's that? Ain't nobody fighting here in Texas.
Let me tell y'all this quick story, and then I gotta go to bed. This it's a little kid that my neighbor, her son, he's like the coolest kid, man. She said he's autistic, but I think he's like high functioning or whatever, because I don't really, he's kind of like nerdy, but that's all. But anyway, so she always, like, he plays outside. She always be like, can you, just look out there every now and then. And it's two little other kids that he plays with. And I noticed they don't really be playing with him. They kind of like exclude him. He'll be standing around. They be kicking the ball and stuff. And then sometimes they'll be arguing, but, it's kids, so I never really got in it. But the other day, I was in here, and I heard somebody, like, yelling, but I didn't really think nothing about it. And then I just kept hearing it. So I went to the so I went to the window. The boy, my neighbor's son, the little boy, he got a little fat Mexican boy. He had him bent over his car hood. When I tell you, bang, bang, boom, bam, and the boy just arms flailing or whatever. So I said, I'm gonna go down here and try to put, like, if they're not fighting when I get down here, I'm gonna just leave it alone and go back upstairs. Man, when I got down here, he was still rocking that boy shit. Still had him bent over this car hood, beating the boy up. So when I went over there to break it up, man, if y'all could have seen this boy's face. You remember the episode of Martin when he fought Tommy Hearns? And he was like real lumped up?
Yeah.
That's how the little boy's face looked.
Oh, no.
It looked so bad. And so when I seen it, I was like, ooh, like, it scared me. And so I said, what happened? He was like, I told him to leave me alone a lot of times. Boy, mom came outside and she just instantly started crying, like, what happened? What? Like, he beat the lights out of that boy. And like maybe a day or two ago, I was coming in and the little boy was outside playing. Ooh. I wanted to tell him, yeah, you need to go back inside because you need to let that heal up some more. He looked like somebody ran over his head with a car. Head just swole. So that's my lesson. You gotta
careful if I quit. You never know. You just never know.
His mom was in. I said, I don't know how it happened. She said they said he had him pushed back over the hood. I was like, he did.
Was you proud that your girlfriend?
I was just like, you can't be doing stuff like that. But he's like, he was like, I even told his mom.
That you were secretly like, yeah.
I mean, once he told me the case, he said, look, my man said he told everybody. He told all the proper people, and ain't nobody do nothing. And he was like, my mom said I should take things into my own hands when no one helps me. And I was like, well, no, hey.
They thought
my man they thought he was Urkel, but he turned into Steph, motherfucking Mike Tyson.
And I'm proud of him too. Like, he'll be picking my head like Grover Child.
Bro. He just imagine trying not to laugh. When I seen that little boy head, I said, man, what?
And they said they named to him now.
I had to look. I was like, did this nigga have on like some brass knuckles? Nope, just hands.
I thought I was sweet.
Me too.
I was 444.
Wow. We got the bed.
See you guys later. I gotta start working. What's up? I'm at work.
Yes. All right. Good night, John.
Yeah. I'm gonna boom the room.
That's so easy.
Oh, you are? You're up, Patty? All right.
Yeah.
See you guys later. Have a good day. All of you.
Are you still at music? I'm going to boom it. Keep going. Hello? Guess not.